451. Since the beginning of May, the main Florence-Rome line was destroyed by Allied bombers and the coastal lines along the Tyrrhenian and Adriatic were paralyzed. Significant interruptions had also been carried out in the La Spezia Livorno-Piombino sector. But instead in the sector of northern Italy, according to General Leyers, head of the Reich in Italy, in charge of the Reich Ministry for Armaments and War Production, railway traffic and the availability of wagons were still satisfactory. In the month of February 1944, 6,930 freight wagons had been transported from Italy to Germany for a total of 108,139 tons of goods, war material and machinery. In March, 6,018 freight wagons with 102,754 tons. In April, 6,056 wagons with 92,321 tons. From the second 10 days of April to the first 10 days of May, 7,046 wagons, of which 4,309 passed through Switzerland. In the same period of time, 31,216 wagons had arrived in Italy from Germany for a total of 566,896 tons of goods, including supplies of coal and raw materials sent to Italian industries for the processing of orders destined for the Reich. The railway workers in the Milan area alone then reached 20,000, of which 13,000 in the capital alone. In addition to the sabotage action, the work stoppages, the integral and literal application of the regulations, equivalent to continuous obstructionism, there were only two general strikes of notable importance by railway workers. That of the Milanese railway workers on April 23, on the eve of the insurrection, who proclaimed an all-out general strike and did not resume work until after the victory on April 25, and that of September 10, 1944 in Turin, Bra, Pinerolo, Chivasso and other locations in Piedmont, which lasted for a few days and partially for 2 weeks. 500 train drivers took part, some of whom never returned to work and went to join the partisan formations. The strike of the Piedmontese railway workers marked a strong leap forward in the national insurrection because it was the first major agitation of this category during the resistance. With a few exceptions in secondary localities, the railway workers had not even participated in the general strike of 1–8 March 1944. Despite the efforts made by the agitation committees, the anti-fascist parties and in particular the Communist Party, the strike of 66 generals report later stated May 27, 1944 to the Reich Ministry for Armaments. C.E. Carlotti, the German administration in occupied Italy, 1943–45, Larissai, Milan. 452. September of the Piedmontese railway workers failed to extend to Lombardy and other regions. The German and Republican authorities immediately distributed food, bicycles and clothing to the railway workers of the Milan compartment and granted a cost of living allowance which ranged from 17.50 lire a day for simple railway workers to 60 lire for compartment heads, which prevented the strike from spreading. In every province, in every region occupied by the Germans, we must organize the general strike of the railway workers, we must organize the permanent and definitive abandonment of work by the railway workers. The agitation committees of the various compartments must not wait to see and know what the railway workers of Turin and Milan will do, they must not wait for the arrival of the Anglo-Americans. The railway workers of Turin have already indicated with facts what must be done. 7. Despite these incitements and the organizational work carried out, it was not until the eve of the insurrection that the railway workers of the Milan compartment abandoned their work en masse. It must be taken into account that the railway workers found themselves in much more difficult conditions than those of the factory and construction site workers. They were under heavy surveillance. Often, next to the engineer, there was a German officer in the locomotive cab. A specialized corps of were-matched railway workers and the police resided in Italy, located in the stations, in the railway workshops, in the depots, and along the railway lines themselves. Each train was accompanied by a German armed escort. Although there were numerous coups and derailments carried out by the partisans, they were limited by the dense vigilance along the lines traveled by numerous patrols with police dogs. The trains carrying German soldiers and war material were almost always made up of freight wagons and wagons of Italian travelers, and this made the action of the saboteurs, who were careful to spare the human lives of the Italian population as much as possible, more difficult. Military transports of war material were always preceded by a relay locomotive, and their timetables were constantly modified. Returning to the railway workers, they found themselves working under the continuous supervision of the Germans. The railway worker in the depot or on the machine felt isolated. It was more difficult for him than for the worker in the factory to establish links and agreements with other. 7R Struggle, N16, September 1944. 453. Work schedules, to move together, en masse. Unlike the factory, a few railway workers under the threat or surveillance of the Germans were enough to get a convoy, a long train, etc. to its destination. All these elements undoubtedly had their influence. They explain many things, but it cannot be denied, and Valeni admits it, that the anti-fascist organization in public services was weaker than in other sectors. Even in March 1944 there was no agitation committee and no committee for the liberation of railway workers in the Milan compartment. The organization of the communists itself was weak, even though they were ahead of the other anti-fascist parties. We read in a report from the Communist Federation of Milan dated April 20, 1944. The organization of the railway workers depends on the sector committee, which directs the work of the party committee of the railway workers through a comrade responsible for this work. The Railway Workers' Party organization has existed for a short time. It can be said that work in this direction has only been underway since the beginning of February. During the strike it already carried out a fair amount of activity. The leaflet had been drawn up by them and now they have already made a bulletin. A GAP team has been formed. A 5-member party committee was formed. There are 29 comrades divided as follows: 15 at the Greco depot, 10 at Lamrate, 2 at Porta Romana, 1 at the Central Station, 1 at the North. The organization is still weak, but there are great possibilities to develop and strengthen it. 8 In a report from some time later, there is talk of 160 fellow railway workers employed in Milan and in other locations in Lombardy, namely 75 train drivers and stokers, 40 workshop staff, 15 traveling staff, 25 shunting staff and 5 office workers. This organizational weakness, as well as an underestimation of the importance of the work of railway workers, which was perhaps initially neglected by the anti-fascist parties, must also be attributed to the characteristics of the category itself, to its traditions of accentuated tendency towards autonomy, to the work of regulation and control carried out over the 20 years by fascism, which had succeeded, much more than in the factories, in imposing military discipline on the railway workers, accomplishing between 8 PCI Archive, Gramsci Institute, Rome. 454. Of them a certain work of fascistization, to prevent unrest and strikes for many years. Severe sanctions and immediate dismissal were foreseen even before the war for railway workers and public service workers who went on strike. It is not without significance that, over the course of 17 years of operation of the Special Tribunal, out of 4,596 convicted people, the vast majority of which were workers, artisans, and agricultural workers, there were only 23 railway workers, half of whom were no longer in service at the time of their arrest. Likewise, it is symptomatic, as proof of the strong autonomist traditions and tendencies, that the first issue of the clandestine newspaper Der Railwayer, which only appeared in February 1945, at the height of the insurrectional battle, had a section not dedicated to strengthening the struggle, in which the workers and patriots found themselves committed to the need to rebuild the autonomous Railway Workers' Union, without even a hint of the possibility of it being connected with the other workers' trade union organizations. Valeni attributes the dissent of some CLN parties from the mass actions undertaken by the workers to the fact that these, through strikes, were essentially waging a class struggle. Also on p69 the author insists on the same concept, where he states that, there the Communist Party as a workers' party conceived and conducted, where it was possible, an anti-fascist struggle which was distinctly a class struggle, and it is for this reason that it did its utmost strength in organizing strikes. This was not the case with the anti-fascism of the Liberal Party, for example, engaged in a struggle almost exclusively of opinion. In this presentation we give the impression of accepting, certainly involuntarily, the incorrect thesis put forward by the bourgeois parties to justify their opposition, their reservations to the strike proposals put forward by the communists and the agitation committees. During the resistance, the strikes had a marked national struggle character. Indeed, it is impossible to separate class struggle and interests from the national struggle. At the basis of the action of the working class and the workers were not only economic needs, but ideal, social and national reasons. There were deep feelings of hatred against fascism, of love for the freedom and independence to be conquered. By defending its positions and asserting itself, the working class affirmed the interests of the people and of the entire nation. The struggle that the workers waged with the 455 strikes, mass action, and sabotage of war production for the Germans were not only in the interests of a class, but took on a national function and character. With that struggle, the working class demonstrated that it had matured its consciousness as a national class, bearer and interpreter of the nation's destinies. It is easily understandable how the workers, even if they put forward economic demands, did not strike only to have an increase in wages and food rations, that is, for strictly economic and class reasons. The workers knew well that by striking and sabotaging transport and production, they ran the risk of arrest, deportation, and even shooting. Wages and piece rates, however important they were not to the point of pushing workers to risk their freedom and their lives to obtain increases of a few lire and a greater quantity of food. The pretexts put forward by the representatives of certain parties within the CLN to justify their opposition and their reservations to the strikes undertaken by the workers were therefore completely inconsistent and absurd. In reality, those parties did not want the interests of the large industrialists to be affected and argued that it was impossible to successfully conduct the national liberation struggle if, at the same time, the workers' parties favored and gave impetus to the development of strikes and workers' struggles. Class. On the contrary, in the communists we thought that it was possible to give a correct approach and give a powerful impetus to the national struggle only if at the same time the immediate and general interests of the working classes were forcefully defended. The interests and struggle of the working class were not in conflict, but coincided with those of the nation. Just as today the fight against monopolies that workers wage is in the interest not of just one class, but of the entire nation. Vallini, however, is entirely right when he states that the fundamental difference between the anti-fascist activity of the communists, of the left-wing forces and that of the bourgeois parties within the CLN essentially consisted in the different historical perspective of the two sides. The working class, the workers, and their vanguard parties fought in the resistance to gain freedom for all citizens, for the workers, for the peasants, for the oppressed classes. They fought to give life, after the liberation of the country, to a new political and social regime that would carry out profound structural reforms and effective democracy, which would eradicate the roots of 456. Fascism and liquidate the most unfair privileges of capital and big property. Other classes and other parties such as the liberal one, for example, acted within the resistance with different objectives, aiming at the restoration of capitalism and the return to a regime of conservative democracy. Hence, the discord in unity, even within the CLN. Hence the attestist positions, against the development of mass struggles, on the part of the Liberal Party and, to a certain extent, also of the DC. It is from the working class, from the parties and from the men who represented it, that the most correct proposals were put forward for the strengthening of the liberation struggle, the initiatives that best corresponded not to the interests of just one class, but to the interests of the whole people and of the whole nation. 457. For active solidarity with the partisans and popular forces of Vietnam 9, I believe it was good to put on the agenda the examination of the international situation which has been worsening due to the accentuation of the aggressive forces of American imperialism, which are manifesting themselves in increasingly open and virulent actions not only in Asia, but in Africa, in Latin America, wherever there are peoples fighting for their independence and freedom. It was all the more necessary to put this examination on the agenda, as it seems to me that there is, in various organizations, an underestimation of the facts that are happening and of the way in which the international situation is developing, the gravity of which is such as to seriously call for the attention of the workers, of the democratic movement, of the peace forces of our country and of all of Europe. With their frequent aggressions, the American imperialists are effectively rejecting the policy of coexistence and peace. I will not go back to the reasons for the brigand aggression deliberately organized by the political and military ruling circles of American imperialism against North Vietnam, or to the reasons for the war that has been bloodying that country and other countries still fighting for their independence for years. These reasons were amply illustrated in Comrade Berlinguer's report, but I believe that even if it has already been said, both in the report itself and in the interventions of comrades who preceded me, it is not superfluous to further underline the point of what to do. We must examine what we communists must do, what the Italian democratic and anti-fascist movement must and can do to demonstrate its active and concrete solidarity with the partisans and popular forces who are fighting heroically in South Vietnam and with the other peoples who they fight for the right to life, to independence, to freedom, because each of us in this situation feels the need for a wider mobilization of the forces fighting for peace. Even more so since the serious events of recent days in Vietnam are not isolated episodes, but a link in a whole chain of provocations and aggressions. They are yet another proof of the will of the Empire. 9 From the intervention at the CC of the PCI, El UNITA, February 19, 1965. 458. American realism to assert with violence, with the excessive power of atomic and conventional weapons, its predominance in the world, its will to want to preserve at all costs the status quo for which the peoples are still fighting for the conquest of independence and freedom, they should be condemned forever to servitude, hunger, and shame. The colonial system has been defeated, swept away by the revolutionary struggle of the peoples, but there is no doubt that the imperialists are not resigned to the new situation of the world and have not given up on exporting the counter-revolution, nor on trying to re-establish their dominance with other systems of slavery or neocolonialism. However, the problem is not only that of analyzing the worsening of the situation, of seeking its causes and expressing judgments on which it is easy to agree. Above all, it is a question of examining, which cannot be limited to articles in the press and speeches in the Senate or the Chamber, what we communists, we the workers and democratic movement, must and can do to exert stronger pressure on the government to assume a position compliant with the interests of our country and the dictates of the Constitution, so that we decide to express the will of the great majority of the Italian people who condemn imperialist aggression and the Nazi policy of reprisals, terror, force that tramples on the rights of peoples every moral and civil norm. The events in Vietnam forcefully remind us to consider a reality that cannot be satisfactory for us. The way in which even the strongest communist and socialist parties in Europe, the way in which the democratic forces as a whole have reacted to the brutal and repeated aggression of American imperialism certainly cannot satisfy, nor leave one reassured about the degree and capacity of mobilization of the workers' movement, anti-fascist and anti-imperialist of Europe, and on the ability, if necessary, to quickly, decisively and thoroughly engage the workers and democratic movement to stay the hand of the aggressors and save the peace of the world with the independence and freedom of the peoples. I will not examine, also because it is not up to me and I do not have the necessary information, what the communist and workers' parties of other countries have done, whether they have done more or less than what we have managed to do. But I believe that we must first of all look at our own home, because the best way to point out our weaknesses is to look at our own in particular. 459. We cannot help but notice, together with some good initiatives and prompt reactions and mass demonstrations, also some gaps, and notable delays. One cannot escape the impression of a lack of sensitivity, of a certain indifference and underestimation on the part of our organizations of the importance of international solidarity, of the fight against colonialism and imperialist aggression, an underestimation of the gravity of the situation that could cause us to find even suddenly in the face of very acute dangerous crises, in which, as Comrade Togliatti wrote, the entire communist movement and all the working class and socialist forces of Europe and the entire world will have to be fully committed. One gets the impression that certain international events, even if serious, are unable to distract our organizations from the normal routine and commitment to the administrative and political problems of planning, urban planning, programming and many other things without a doubt important, but which at certain times cannot and must not distract our attention from what is happening in the world. The serious events in Vietnam cannot and must not be considered as something that distracts us from our normal occupations, from our work plans, so we try to deal with them as best we can by hastily organizing a rally, a demonstration just for fun and to be able to say I did something. Our and even important democratic organizations moved with a certain slowness and following the intervention, the stimulus of the newspaper and the central bodies of the party, and when in different parts of the country public opinion itself actively demonstrated its concern for the serious events and the desire to make the presence of the Italian people felt. We have presented interpellations to the Chamber and the Senate, but here the discussion took place with insufficient importance. One can say the country was almost absent, just as all the discussions that take place in Parliament when the women do not actively participate remain without an echo. Factories, workshops, studios, and schools, when the discussion and protest in Parliament are not at the same time discussion and protest of the working masses. If we look at demonstrations of a certain importance, these took place in Rome, Naples, Milan, Turin and, if I'm not mistaken, in some other secondary centers, but they were mostly demonstrations by young people. I certainly don't underestimate their importance. 460. Which could have even been greater if they had taken place throughout Italy. But our action cannot be limited to a few street demonstrations and a few similar initiatives, especially when in every similar circumstance they are repeated in almost the same schematic forms. The limit of these demonstrations and of the pressure rising from the country can be seen from the fact that the Prime Minister, the Hon. Moro, decided to respond to the questions after several days and exactly 5 days after a broad and lively debate on the topic had already taken place in the House of Commons in England. Once again, as in other similar circumstances, we have had proof of the government's lack of respect for Parliament. It is never the government, it is never the Prime Minister, nor the Foreign Minister who takes the initiative to inform Parliament about international events whose gravity is such that our country could find itself involved or dragged into adventures the consequences of which can be disastrous. And even when the government and Prime Minister are dragged by the hair to listen to the progress of the questions, they never give an answer, they refuse to say what they intend to do, they even refuse to express an opinion on the various peace initiatives advanced in these days from various parties, nor do they ask Parliament's responsible opinion on them. Again this morning in the Senate, responding to the speakers on the Foreign Affairs budget, the Prime Minister, the Hon. Moro, after mentioning the various initiatives to prevent aggression and the prolongation of the conflict in Vietnam, said, "I will not go into the merits of these proposals which will have to be examined and evaluated particularly by those who have direct and immediate responsibility in that sector geographical. We continue to believe that it is not our task today to take a direct initiative, even if we look at those authoritative manifestations of international activity with attention and hope. Our government does not have a foreign policy, it refuses to even give its opinion on the proposals put forward by various countries, it gets away with generic statements, which are very serious at this moment, saying that it will continue to carry out a policy which, keeping in mind the need for national defense and the immutable demands of Atlantic solidarity, reaffirm the West's desire for peace. All this reveals, on the one hand, the lack of respect for institutions. 461. Democratictions on the part of the center-left government which acts as if Parliament did not exist, but, on the other hand, Also an insufficient mobilization of the workers and democratic movement, which with a more active intervention could urge the government to be more sensitive and take a responsible position before public opinion and before the bodies that legitimately represent the entire nation. Certain attitudes of the men in government and the executive towards parliament are also the consequence of insufficient and late pressure from the country. The young people, the partisans of peace, some associations of ex-combatants undoubtedly have their weight, but they are not the ones who move the broad masses of the population, while every day in different parts of Italy thousands of workers enter and leave the factories. From the workplace, they gather at certain points, in impressive economic, trade union, trade assemblies or in rallies called for the most diverse reasons. In the most dramatic moments such as those of recent days, this spontaneous concentration of streams of workers should offer the opportunity to speak to them through improvised rallies or interventions in the same rallies already called, to also draw attention to what is happening in the world. The factories, the workshops, and not just Parliament must express their opinion, their firm desire for peace. There was a time when signatures were collected repeatedly in workplaces, studios, and universities among workers and men of culture, perhaps even abusing a form of action which, like any other when it becomes habitual, acquires a bureaucratic flavor and loses effectiveness. It is not a question of returning to outdated forms, but of finding new and more effective ones. We cannot be satisfied with little from the government, from Parliament, and from the country. In the same preparatory work for the National Conference of Factories, we must not forget to raise the problems of peace, coexistence, the fight against imperialism and war provocations together with the problems of economic and demands, together with those of planning. The unions themselves cannot, especially in certain serious moments, fail to make the word, the will, the aspirations for coexistence and peace, the spirit of international solidarity of the great mass of Italian workers heard. Yesterday we read a telegram of solidarity from the CGIL published however on the last page of El Unita, while on the front 462 page dominate their vicario and the legitimate protests for the serious police arbitrariness. What happened in Rome is undoubtedly serious and should not be underestimated. I repeat, the protests are legitimate and must continue, but the tree must not hide the forest from us and we must give adequate emphasis to the even more serious events that are happening in the world. During demonstrations, mass assemblies, rallies on the occasion of unrest and strikes, it must be possible for simple workers, farmers, workers representing a factory, a construction site or even those not delegated by anyone to ask for the floor to present an agenda, propose an initiative, make a proposal. It was once used, the rally was also an assembly, in a certain sense a debate between speakers and workers. In addition to the official speakers, the floor was almost always granted to at least 2 or 3 of the participants who asked for it. If there were many who asked to speak, they certainly couldn't have it all. Whoever obtained it could be heard or not, applauded or booed, but in every demonstration, even if necessarily for a few minutes, the floor was also granted to some of the participants. There was in this habit the manifestation of a democratic method. The workers participated in the mass assembly, in the rally, actively and not just as listeners. Today, however, the debate mostly takes place only at the top of round tables, among the elites. There are large demonstrations underway in recent days by pensioners, by workers against layoffs, by metallurgical, construction and textile workers, by emigrants forced to return to their homes, by workers agitating to defend their rights. Certainly no one underestimates the importance of the problems and demands that directly and immediately concern workers: bread, work, wages, employment, pensions, the human condition and the standard of living. But while we must commit ourselves increasingly to them, we cannot ignore everything else because there is a real connection between economic and social problems, between the problems of planning and reforms and those of coexistence, freedom, and peace. The same unitary and progressive currents, which actively participate and operate in the mass associations of ex-combatants, ex-partisans, anti-fascists, students, and men of culture, in the most diverse associations, should move on certain occasions, like this one, with greater fluency and timeliness. Typically, these currents move well and quickly in the 463 occasions in which it is easy to find agreement with all the groups of different political and ideal orientations that are part of these associations. But we cannot limit ourselves to putting forward proposals and initiatives only when it is easy to find everyone's agreement and renounce a priori any attempt to promote unitary actions precisely in the most serious moments when it is necessary that the whole country, through the multiple and articulated forms of today's democratic life, let his will for peace be heard, his energetic protest against imperialist aggression, against colonialist politics, and exercise his legitimate, decisive pressure on the responsible government bodies so that they join in the initiatives of peace and disengagement of Italy from adventurous actions of war or which could lead to war. Action for unity always requires active and constant commitment to achieve it. We cannot be the ones to create taboos, to give up beforehand on proposing initiatives, to put forward proposals thinking that not everyone will agree, that others will reject them. Meanwhile, this is not always true. By discussing we can convince, persuade, and manage to find agreement for a common initiative, perhaps on a more limited level than we would have liked. Furthermore, not all unitary democratic anti-fascist mass associations with their peripheral sections operating in the different provinces are oriented in the same way, composed and directed by the same people. The agreement that cannot be achieved with Pune can be achieved with another of them. What cannot be done today in Turin, can be achieved in Milan and vice versa. In Bologna, for example, the representatives of the three associations of former partisans and the Resistance, after an initially lively and not without conflict discussion, found agreement in the vote on an agenda accepted by all, including the organization Christian Democratic Partisans, of solidarity with Vietnam, with the peoples fighting for their independence, of deploring imperialist aggression, of support for peace initiatives. Not only in Parliament, but also in the municipalities, provinces, and local authorities, the democratic and progressive currents must make their desire for peace heard. To conclude, what we intend to underline today is the need to give greater impetus, greater vigor to the mass action of the working class, peasants, workers, the democratic movement, greater impetus to the initiatives and struggles for 464. Coexistence, for peace, for the independence of peoples, against the aggressive policy of imperialism. On the same international level, we must not hesitate to promote, to solicit initiatives in Europe to develop unitary actions, common actions to carry forward the anti-colonial struggle, solidarity with the peoples fighting for independence, initiatives for coexistence and peace. It is not a question of making phrases, nor of making unrealistic proposals, but, with all the sense of responsibility and within the limits of our influence, we must remember that we are a great movement and that we have a strong responsibility in the positions and attitudes that the workers' movement, communist and democrat of the West assumes and must assume. We have repeatedly expressed our desire to seek a concrete connection to establish unity in the struggle with the workers and democratic movement of other European countries in order to create a broader and more compact front against imperialism, against colonialism, against political of monopolies, in order to demonstrate a more concrete and effective solidarity with all the peoples fighting for their independence. Today more than ever, the need to strengthen the unity and effective concrete solidarity of the international communist and workers' movement stands out to everyone. Our insistence on strengthening this unity does not derive from a fetishistic conception of unity, but from the awareness of the gravity of the international situation and of the responsibility that the entire communist movement has towards all of humanity, derived from the belief that the unity and active solidarity of the international communist, worker, and democratic movement correspond to the needs and interests of all the forces fighting for peace and socialism. 465. 1966. Debate and Democracy 1. Why do we open a debate? I believe the starting point is the need to research and finally find the concrete answer to a question that many comrades and friends ask themselves: what should the resistance do today? What should ANPI do today? These are two sets of distinct problems, One concerns all the men who call themselves to the resistance, the other concerns an association, the most active, the most unitary, albeit also with its weaknesses, among those that group the men of the resistance. Two sets of problems distinct in scope and work objectives, but not separated by a wall. In fact, the respective solutions intertwine and come together in a single purpose. Ariel do Banfi began the discussion by dealing mainly with the first order of problems, which I will also do for now. On the restlessness of the world and of Italy, on the unresolved problems that are accumulating, on the crisis that is not just a government crisis, on the old and new reasons for mistrust in parliamentary institutions arising from stagnant waters, I don't think it's necessary to add words, repeat the same things. Likewise, I fully agree with my friend Banfi on the need for Italians to become aware that an irreplaceable element of a democratic system are the political parties which express, in an organized way, the tendencies present in the country, and that their membership of the parties cannot be a simple electoral fact, to be expressed during the vote, but a way of being democratic citizens. A year ago, in Siena, we all found ourselves united, and we can say we are unanimous from Boldrini to Banfi, from Andris to Nitti, from Secchia to many one independent homeland, February 1966. 467. Others in rejecting that tendency, so well described by Mazzone, towards a recriminatory and negative criticism of the parties considered by some to be partly failed and largely responsible, all on the same level, for the failure to realize the ideals of the resistance, just as we agreed in rejecting the idea that seemed to emerge, although expressed precisely by no one, that the solution to all evils could be found in a sort of new party above all parties, bearing the great name on its hat. Resistance. Parties are a reality, and, whether some like it or not, they are the basis of our Constitution, the necessary and indispensable tools of dialectics and democratic life. Above all, parties give the possibility to citizens to participate with a democratic method in determining life national. But the parties, their apparatus, and their parliamentary groups do not solve and cannot expect to solve everything on their own. Where does this creeping distrust in democratic parties and institutions come from? From many causes, but one of them, and perhaps the main one, is that today everything is increasingly resolved from above in the great centers of power, and this power is in the hands of ever smaller groups that dominate national life, in the economy, monopolies, in politics, governments, in parties, management and apparatus. The political apparatuses live in a world that is in a certain sense unreal, abstract, of elected ones, of political professionals, while the need to live the real life of simple men, the normal and habitual life of men of the world, is increasingly felt. World of work. The idea that democracy and parliament are synonymous has been gaining ground in certain circles, while instead democracy manifests itself in many forms, of which parliamentary form is but one. The large mass of citizens feel the need to participate more directly in the determination of national politics ever more strongly. The citizen producer, generally we speak of a simple man, a man in the street, but it would be more correct to call him a man of work, increasingly feels the need to count, to be able to express and make his opinion count, to be able to exert a weight effective in decisions, in the solution of the most important problems of national life. I believe that Pierre Mendès France spoke a great truth when he stated that in the near future the democracy of elective representation will have to give way to the democracy of direct participation. 468. The workers, technicians, farmers, professionals, employees, workers of every category feel that their action cannot be limited to giving a vote every 5 years, a fiduciary mandate, or even in the daily struggle in defense of wages, working hours, and conditions. We do not live on bread alone, and there are problems on the solution of which wages, living conditions, progress and, with peace, the future of the country depend. For over a month the government crisis has dragged on in confusion, deception, ambiguous bartering and fights between small power groups. How can workers, farmers, technicians, professionals, workers, and academics intervene? Who consults them? How can they make their will heard? Through what mechanisms? The Parliament? The parties? Parliament is extraneous, indeed in periods of crisis it is closed, it does not even formally function. The parties? But one is missing from the group of parties and managements that meet at the negotiating table, and it is one that has 8 million voters and represents a large part of the electoral body and an even larger part of the world of work. In this way, democracy is distorted and the whole game altered. When discrimination prevails, democracy ceases to function. When a party has the vocation of a monopoly of power for itself and a discriminatory veto for others, its government transforms into a regime. No government will ever be able to truly govern, solve vital problems, implement a progressive policy if it ignores a large part of the productive forces, democratic forces, and labor. He will be able to put together around 30 ministerial positions, make this or that party current prevail, but he will not have effective government power, his ministers will have no ability to persuade, they will be worth almost zero in the productive field, among the men of work. Any government or party program that does not take adequate consideration of the forces of labor and their will cannot be a democratic program. Any policy that does not start from the premise of liberating, of giving greater power, through the necessary reforms, to the forces of labor can only be sterile, doomed to failure, even if it is flaunted in the name of great ideals and with the best goodwill intentions. These are simple, elementary truths that should unite all men who refer to the ideals of the resistance. But words are certainly not enough, nor the propaganda of the truth. 469. Put the masses of citizens in motion, to unite the Democrats and determine the conditions necessary for the creation of new governments, a new politics, correct relations between government and country and the effective functioning of democratic institutions. This is why we must discuss, debate, but above all operate, work, act. Discussion alone is not sufficient if it is not accompanied by the commitment to work, initiatives and struggle of all the men of the resistance and their organizations. Before Siena we said, let's open a debate, after Siena we repeated, let's take it forward. A year has passed and, for a change, we are opening or resuming a debate. Without a doubt the debate helps to clarify ideas, it can give a boost, make us take steps, but the solution must be found in the work, in the initiatives, in the commitment and in the struggles not of narrow groups but of the masses. The debates must get to the bottom of things, invest in real problems such as living conditions, employment, freedoms, discrimination, the government that needs to be given to the country. It must address the issues that are debated every day in workshops, companies, studios, schools, and ideals must also have their place in these debates. Since ideals are also a reality, the resistance would not have lived, men and society could not live or progress without ideals. The debates must address real problems and the greatest number of workers and citizens must participate in them. Today the habit of round tables has become established, but the same round tables have taken on an increasingly elite form of aristocracy. They bring together some brains around a table, in front of a recorder or even in front of a video. In any case, it is always a limited and indirect form of democracy that divides the people into a select few on one side and millions of listeners on the other. So that not only is the direct participation of citizens in decisions restricted, but even in debates. The Pope went among the construction workers in recent days. He was a great example. Why couldn't certain round tables be held in front of assemblies of citizens, of workers with the right, within the limits of time and possibility, to be able to intervene? It is necessary to directly reach the men of work and studies, the producers in their most natural places, in the workshops, in the studios, in the trade union and association meetings. Which government to give? 470. To the country, with what forces, how to create governments that can truly govern, how to get out of the crisis which is not only economic, but political and social? These are the issues that concern all citizens, all Democrats, and with them the men of the resistance. Everyone is interested in these issues, they must be able to participate in debates, express their opinion, make their will heard. And this will of theirs cannot be ignored neither by Parliament, nor by the government, nor by the parties. 471. 1967. State and Police. I don't think it's superfluous, Mr. President, Han colleagues, bring to your attention two fundamental introductory points of the report that accompanies the bill that Sen. Terracini and others of us had the opportunity to present 3 years ago. 20 years after the overthrow of fascism, 18 years after the expulsion of the monarchy and the proclamation of the Republic, a proclamation made by the will of the people, it is no longer time for partial adjustments to the PS law, but a new and general law is urgently needed. The consolidated text in force was placed to safeguard a state erected on the radical denial of democracy, rights, and political freedoms, to safeguard a system founded not on popular sovereignty, but on dictatorship, on hierarchy from above and on the strictest centralization political and administrative. Outside the civil code, the exercise of most of the activities allowed to the citizen had to depend on the discretionary consent of the executive and, for it, on the approval of the PS authority or the prefect. These were the cornerstones of public order in monarchical and fascist regimes. 11 Speech delivered to the Senate, May 22, 1967. The Hon. Taviani, Minister of the Interior, of the Third Moro Ministry, had presented to Parliament on July 12, 1966, in concert with the Hon. Minister of Justice. Reali, a bill to reform the PS law. In some respects it aggravated the PS law, still in force, promulgated by the fascist regime on June 18, 1931, legitimizing referees and police harassment against individual citizens, and asking for a blank delegation granted to the government to be able to establish by decree reads the state of emergency. The publisher Feltrinelli published the two speeches of the Sen. Secchia, the one of May 22 and the one that follows of June 16, 1967, with a comment in which among other things it was said, "For this reason we must fight today against the law." 473. The Republican state is based instead on radically opposed principles, on effective popular sovereignty, on the guaranteed exercise of political and religious freedom and constitutional rights for all, on the right of all citizens to freely associate in parties to compete with a democratic method in determining national politics, on the right of free expression of thought, of the press, of propaganda, of assembly, of movement, of strike, as well as on decentralization, on local autonomies, on the impartiality of public administration, on the guarantee of conformity of laws with constitutional dictates, and on the responsibilities of every citizen, whether private or invested with public functions. It is clear to everyone, Han colleagues, that with these premises the current consolidated text could not and cannot be adapted with partial, albeit large changes, to our current democratic, republican system, but should be entirely replaced. The Sen. Aroldi informs us, in his committed report, how, in the Commission, after extensive discussion, the choice prevailed not to propose a new PS law as a whole, but to introduce into the existing one those changes determined by the new structure of the state. The very fact that we waited 20 years to only partially modify the current PS law is symptomatic and demonstrates that it was not intended to be modified, that at least that fascist law was fine even now. After having failed for 20 years, all the governments that followed, the oath taken, the word solemnly given to Parliament and to the country, there was no government that did not announce among its programmatic commitments the adaptation of the PS laws to the democratic republican system of the proposed by the Hon. Taviani, in the name and on behalf of the Italian right and American imperialism. To delude oneself that today's battle is a definitive battle would be wrong. But it would be an unforgivable sin to delude oneself that this battle can be postponed until tomorrow. This would mean compromising the outcome irremediably and from today. The speeches of the Hon. Secchia, Vice President of the Senate, effectively points out the dangers of the reform proposed by the Honorable on the bill currently under discussion. Taviani. They represent the most concrete contribution offered so far by the opposition to clarify the negative implications of this law and to underline the need to oppose its promulgation. I am therefore pleased to present them to the Italian public, who certainly has not yet had the opportunity to read and study them. It cannot fail to be underlined that this bill by the Hon. Taviani was presented by a centre-left government, but was then covered up and did not obtain the approval of Parliament. 474. State, after 20 years of words, of broken oaths, of insincerity and deception, today we arrive at presenting and discussing not a replacement text, but the old modified and integrated fascist text. Senior assures us of this choice. Heraldry does not cause any detriment to substance, but we all know that form is always also substance. This is an ancient discussion, from Aristotle to St. Thomas Aquinas, to Hegel, to Spinoza, to Marx. Form is not only an organic unity, but also its unity with matter, with substance, is an original unity, and the search for a unifying principle where form and substance are separate is in vain. But, since it was preferred to choose the path of modifying the old text rather than replacing it with a new one, it seems to me that it would have been necessary, indeed indispensable, to precede the bill with an introduction, at least a preamble, which recalled the fundamental principles of the Constitution and the rights of citizens that the PS authority is called upon to protect. All the better then if those rights and principles were referred to directly from time to time, albeit with concise words, in the formulations of the articles of the law that refer to them. Purifying every article, every formulation of any note, clarification, political nuance, reducing everything to a dry language, to purely technical phrases actually means avoiding, weakening the substance, means formulating articles suitable for all uses, to protect order public in an abstract sense, both in a dictatorial state and in a democratic state. The laws and authorities of the PS are instead called upon to protect the order of our democratic state and the rights of the citizens of the democratic republic founded on work. PS laws and authorities absolutely cannot and must not serve to subvert the existing system. They cannot and must not be used by officials or officers of any rank to obtain obedience if they attack or have attacked our Constitution, the democratic republic founded on work. Let's imagine, for example, that in one or more cities of our country the civil or military authorities, with one of those coups that are usually called state coups, violently seized power, through the arrest of all or some part of the ministers or authorities who are at the head of the constitutional bodies of the state and proclaimed, for the so-called maintenance of public order, a state of emergency. Police officers and officials, soldiers and officers would be required to obey the orders of those who took advantage of the power usurped with a coup. 475. Hand, to proceed with the illegitimate arrest of citizens and in any case to force them to remain impassive, inert, willy-nilly, powerless, in the face of the subverters of the Republic's order? Greece teaches. Faced with an event similar to that which occurred in Greece a few weeks ago, the police officers, the officers assigned to arrest political personalities and authorities, leaders and militants of democratic parties, to occupy public buildings, to maintain the state of siege, to violently execute illegal, liberticidal and criminal orders, should they obey or not? Obviously not. The oath taken to the Constitution, to the laws of the democratic and republican state and above all their own civic conscience should push them to deny obedience. Indeed, it should be a categorical imperative for each of them to lend a hand to all the citizens who at that moment they set themselves up as active defenders of the republic, of democracy, of our democratic state founded on work. But how could they be able to do this if the very laws of our republic, due to the way they are developed, do not help the formation of the civic conscience of every citizen and, first and foremost, of those who are called to protect the defense of the existing order? At the very moment in which we are about to approve a new text of the PS laws, we must be aware that we are laying one of the pillars of the democratic and republican system, that we are building the relationships between citizens and the state on new foundations. Well, in the entire text of the bill the word republic never occurs, never just once, the word democracy never occurs, It always and only speaks of the state, without adjectives. It always speaks of public order without ever specifying that it is about public order in the democratic republic founded on work. It will be said that this is superfluous, but in fact it is not superfluous. If there is a law that more than any other requires to be formulated in clear and precise terms, this is precisely the law of PS, since it establishes, fixes, regulates the relationships between citizens and the authorities, and to be clear it needs that its own formulations make it clear to all citizens and authorities, to the simple worker, to officers and soldiers, to every police officer or soldier of the army of 476. Carabinieri. What is the state? What is the order that they are called to observe or protect? The profoundly democratic character of our republic, of our institutions, must emerge clearly and unequivocally even from the same formulations, even from the same language, even from the same expressions that are used in drafting our laws, especially the fundamental ones, such as those we are discussing. In the text we presented, in Art. 2, it is explicitly said that the authority of PS depends on the government of the Republic and not, perhaps, on a government that may have been established against the Republic. It is astonishing that this formulation of ours, which establishes that the authority of PS depends on the government of the Republic and not on a government that may have been established against the Republic, was not accepted. Again, in our text we add, within the limits of the laws and except as established in the regional regulations with special statute. But this clarification was also rejected. Any comment is superfluous. All agents, officers, soldiers of the PS and the Carabinieri, all citizens without distinction must know on whom the authority of the PS depends. Reading the text of the law, they must first know who they must turn to, who they must listen to, who they must obey. They must know that their duty is not to obey in every case, but that there may be cases, situations in which they must not obey. Han. Taviani, I want to ask you a question. As you can see, I am worried about you too. If what happened in Greece were to happen and not happen, that is, if suddenly some colonel in the service of a would-be dictator came to your ministry to arrest you, that colonel and his subordinates would have to know what their duty would be. In this case, their duty would be not to obey, but rather to rebel against the order and give it help. But what is valid for ministers must also be valid for the simplest, for the most modest citizen of the Republic threatened in his freedom, in his rights, in his life. The armed forces, garrison of the Democratic Republic PS officers and agents must know that they are required to comply with orders and provisions compliant with the law. 477. Dictated by our Constitution and not to orders and provisions in conflict with the principles of the Republic and the dictates of the Constitution. On the occasion of the demonstrations that took place last Friday in Rome, Milan, and other cities, if I am not misinformed, it appears to me that the police departments behaved correctly, as agents and officers responsible for protecting order should always behave, respecting citizens' rights. As a result, no accident occurred, as it would not have happened many other times, if the citizens who have the right, according to the Constitution, to express their will even by demonstrating, had not been hindered in their demonstrations. Well, I allow myself to believe, honorable colleagues, that this happened due to superior dispositions, which I am pleased with and I believe we are all pleased with. But I can't help but wonder why in so many other cases this doesn't happen. This hasn't happened. Who do police officers and agents have to obey? To the orders that, from time to time, are given to them, or must they obey first and foremost the dictates of the law? This is why we all have a duty to work to provide civic, democratic, and republican education to all citizens without distinction, including officers, soldiers and PS agents. We must also do this by developing laws which, by their very formulations, clearly express the content and spirit of our Constitution, the content and spirit of our democracy. Let them clearly say, especially to those who have the duty to ensure citizens the free exercise of their rights, what they can and what they must do, and what they cannot and what they must not do. Officers, soldiers, and police officers and of all the armed forces must know that they are safeguarding the republic and democratic institutions, and not at the service of a party which, with and without a vote, monopolizes power, and with this monopoly it tends to demonstrate, with the help of treacherous, equivocal, or deliberately reticent laws, that anything can be done with arrogance. Arrogance can be called Safar, Sid, CIA, it can be called in many other ways. Officers, soldiers, police officers, and carabinieri, whether graduated or not, must know that they commit a crime and violate the law when, with or without physical violence, they impose provisions and orders on citizens that are in conflict with the Constitution and with the laws of the Republic, and they must also know that they have the duty not to obey orders, given by anyone, which are in conflict with the laws of the Republic. 478. What's it worth, Han colleagues, affirm and sanction, as Art. 52 of the Constitution, that the organization of the armed forces is based on the democratic spirit of the Republic? What is the point of constantly repeating that the armed forces are the garrison of our Republic, if we then make PS laws which, when they do not say the opposite, are incomplete, are equivocal, lend themselves to any interpretation? We need to have clear laws that speak to the intelligence, that speak to the heart of every citizen, every soldier, every officer, every agent, that they speak so clearly as to guarantee that they will always obey in defense of the Republic, in defense of our Constitution, in defense of democracy, and that they will never obey to the detriment of the Republic and against our democratic and republican systems. Our armed forces must listen above all as a dictate of conscience, but also because it is written in our laws, that they are truly the guardian not of any state, but of the democratic and republican state, they are the guardian of the democratic institutions of our country. What is the point of continuously rinsing our mouths with solemn words such as the meaning of the state, when we then draw up laws which, rather than creating, destroy, or at least do not help the citizen to form a sense of the state? Those who know what the state is, what it arose from, and what our institutions are based on have a sense of the state. And let it not be said that we want to subvert or even just politicize the armed forces and the police forces. There are others who want to politicize and subvert them. It is you colleagues of the majority who subvert them when you present and support the government bill, when you put these armed forces at the service of a party or a supposed rule of law outside and above the Constitution. The function of the armed forces and the PS authority is to guard and protect the democratic state, the adjective of the republic founded on work, to protect the citizens of this republic who, according to our Constitution, must also know what their rights and duties are. We must reiterate these principles at all times, in school, in life and, first of all, in the laws that we develop, and it is on these principles that the relationships between citizens and the state, the relationships between citizens and authority. We must never be afraid of being too clear about this. We have too many precedents, and not just in Spain or Greece. 479. Or in other continents, but also in Italy. Our country has paid too dearly for the lack of civic education of its citizens and of the armed forces themselves. It has paid too dearly for obedience not to the laws of the state, not to the statute, but blind obedience to violence, to the illegal orders of those who had usurped power, blind obedience to the arbitrariness and violence of tyranny. It would be enough to remember the situation in which we found ourselves in our country after September 8, 1943, not to mention October 1922. Who should the PS authorities, the officers, the agents, the soldiers, the carabinieri, and all the citizens have obeyed? To the ordinances of the Badoglio government or to those of the elusive government of Mussolini and the Republic of Salo? Against filing and espionage. And it is extremely astonishing that on your part you have rejected the articles so clearly compliant with the dictates of our Constitution, such as those presented by us in our bill, i.e. the Articles 3, 3, 6, and 7. Art. 3 of our bill says, in order to guarantee the impartiality of the public administration to citizens, it is prohibited in any circumstance, for any purpose and in any form, to issue orders, provisions, instructions that involve an activity in any case contrary to the equality of citizens without distinction of sex, race, language, religion, political opinions, personal and social conditions. Here is a principle of our Constitution translated into an article of our law. Why is it rejected? I read the article. 5. It is forbidden to register citizens on the basis of religious faith, political opinions, membership of political, trade union, cooperative, welfare and cultural organizations, as well as on the basis of the activities they carry out by belonging to the aforementioned organizations or by sympathizing with them. It is yet another of the fundamental principles of our Constitution translated into an article of this law. Why is it rejected? Art. 6. It is forbidden for anyone, even if invested with public functions, the political bodies of the state as well as the bodies of public administration, to ask the PS authority, the judicial police, the investigation agencies or the investigators for any purpose private individuals, information on the religious or political faith, as well as on the citizens' religious, political, and trade union activity. If the aforementioned information is requested, it must not be 480. Provided. If they are provided, despite the ban, they should not be taken into account. It is forbidden for the PS authority, the judicial police, investigation agencies, and private investigators to provide the information referred to in the first paragraph, including in complaints, reports, testimonies of the judicial or administrative authority, as well as to the authority's policies and public administration bodies. These are all principles of our Constitution which are literally translated, without a word more or less, into articles of the PS law, but they are all rejected, which means that for some in this chamber our Constitution is only a piece of paper. It is accepted as a generic statement, but when it comes to translating it into articles of law, then it is rejected. The refusal to accept even one of these articles is the best confirmation, indeed it is the full confession. How could you deny it? Of the existence of reporting, information, and filing services for honest citizens, with no criminal record but registered only because they profess religious faith and ideals or militate in a party or political, trade union, cooperative or cultural associations not appreciated by the majority group of the Christian Democrats who holds the levers of power. This is a full confession on your part of the discrimination and persecution taking place against Italian citizens based on their political opinions and of your defiant will to continue such discrimination and persecution, because that is what it is. Many of us, from our political party, have been registered for 50 years, but this makes us neither hot nor cold, nor are we interested in knowing whether these registrations are at the SAFAR, the Ministry of the Interior or the OVRA. We are not nothing matters, but for a large part of citizens who have to find a job in public or private companies, those reports, those filings, that information that goes from one barracks to another and from the barracks often directly to the company managements, not only they are the cause of any registration, but often lead to non-employment or dismissal and unemployment. How many times have we brought you here, Han? Taviani, evidence, incontrovertible documents, photocopies on the existence of these information services, of these filings. You know very well that these are authentic documents even if never once have we had the barest of justifications, nor is it worth bringing any others to prove what no one denies. The Han. Andreotti, to a deputy who had questioned him about the dismissals by the Ministry of Defense of trade union activist leaders, former partisans, former decorated only for their membership of trade unions or left-wing parties, responded with words which, in order not to use other terms, I would define as witty. It doesn't appear that the ministry has ever fired anyone for the reasons complained of by the questioners, as if it were the ministry that fired them directly. Democratic institutions cannot be effectively defended if we do not take care to defend all citizens and all workers who are the main force on which these institutions can count. We must take care to defend the rights and freedoms of every citizen. The Han. Taviani recently declared here and in the chamber that he takes full responsibility for what was done by the defense services in the period in which he headed that ministry. However, this is also equivalent to saying that the filing has been done and that today the Hon. Taviani, as Minister of the Interior, continues to register citizens who he and the subordinate authorities believe belong to certain left-wing parties. Not many days have passed since the Hon. Tremoloni proclaimed in the other branch of Parliament that trust in institutions is not shaken when it is discovered that something in the machinery of the state has functioned badly if, at the same time, there is the certainty that that defect is being severely repaired. But what trust can citizens ever have in our institutions when they see that we draw up defective laws, in stark contrast to the dictates of the Constitution, laws that do not speak clearly, that do not even affirm the principle that ours is a democratic republic founded at work, which seem to be made on purpose to encourage and consolidate methods, customs, and systems which were in harmony with the dictatorial regime, but which offend the basic principles of our democratic and republican Constitution and which, at the very least, do not help all citizens, from workers, farmers, workers, intellectuals to agents, soldiers, PS officers, soldiers, and officers of the armed forces, to form a profound civic conscience. It is in this spirit that we discuss this bill and that we will present the amendments it requires. It is true we have said it many times, and perhaps it is sometimes useful to repeat it, that no law written on paper has ever served to guarantee the rights of citizens, to save freedoms and democracy if it safeguards these rights, safeguards democracy and of our republic are not the democratic conscience of those who are 482 above and those below, the conscience and democratic faith of an entire people. If this is true, it is no less true that we nevertheless have the duty to draw up laws that correspond in letter and spirit to the dictates of that Constitution and that resistance often recalled by everyone in celebrations, but forgotten when it comes to operating consequently for the consolidation of the democratic republic, freedom, and peace. 483. Exceptional laws. Coup d'état 2. At the point we have reached, after having clearly clarified our positions and after having everyone faced with their responsibilities, we must move forward if we believe that the issue is important and decisive for the future of our democracy and our institutions, and then the struggle must acquire a very different character. It must involve Parliament and the country, as has also happened on other occasions with success and positive results. Honorable colleagues, do not delude yourself that you can persuade us, either today or tomorrow, to vote against, even with a beating drum, bills that violate or seriously injure the Constitution. It is true that this bill is only under initial discussion here. It will have to pass to the other branch of Parliament, and the country's attention, distracted in recent days by serious events that have threatened and still threaten the peace of the world, will turn to this law whose gravity, perhaps, still escapes the man in the street, and perhaps I would also like to hope this for many colleagues who sit in this room. I would earnestly wish that the Han colleagues realized the importance of the issue, which could be fraught with disastrous consequences and other ruin for our country. We are faced, especially with regard to these Articles 64 and 65, with two speeches delivered to the Senate on June 16, 1967. Below we report the text of the Articles. 214, 215, 216 of the Fascist Law and Articles 64, 65 of the Taviani Bill. Fascist Law. Art. 214. In the case of danger of disorder, the Minister of the Interior, with the consent of the head of government, or the prefects, by delegation, can declare, by decree, the state of public danger. Art. 215. During a state of public danger, the prefect can order the arrest or detention of any person, if this deems necessary to establish or maintain public order. Art. 216. In addition to what is provided by Art. 2, if the declaration of public danger extends to the entire territory of the state, the Minister of the Interior may issue ordinances, also in derogation of the laws in force, on matters which in any case have a bearing on public order or public safety. Violators of the aforementioned ordinances are punished with imprisonment of no less than 1 year, except for greater penalties established by law. The previous provision also applies to those who contravene. 484. An exceptional law that touches and tramples on the constitutional order of the state. The Art. 78 of our Constitution establishes that the Chambers decide on the state of war and grant the government the necessary powers. This article is clear, explicit, exhaustive. There can be no doubt about its interpretation and the intentions of the constituents who, firstly, have established that only the Chambers can decide on the state of war and, secondly, have not foreseen any other case in which a state of emergency or public danger can be declared, and take heed, Hon colleagues, not through carelessness, not through negligence, through forgetfulness, through lack of imagination, the problem was raised, discussed and rejected. Therefore, until our Constitution is repealed, at least in this part of it, the government for no reason, even the most serious, that is, war, can confer on itself powers that can only be conferred on it by the Chambers. The case of war is precisely the most serious we can imagine, the one that can present itself today by surprise, immediately, at any moment, and can disastrously affect the entire country in its vital, economic, industrial, and human centers. In fact, in our times we all know, also on the basis of very recent precedents that are before our eyes, war is no longer declared, or, better yet, it is declared when the tanks have already crossed the borders of the opposing country, when its vital centers they have already been hit by bombings, or when their air force has already been destroyed, as happened in Egypt in recent weeks. In these cases, the prefect's ordinances issued during the state of declared public danger, by virtue of the powers conferred on him by the Art. 2. 95. Synopsis of the Articles. 214, 215, 216. In the formulation of the fascist law of June 18, 1931, TU of the PS laws, and in that of the bill for the modifications of the TU presented by Minister Taviani on July 12, 1966. Taviani Design. Art. 64. In extraordinary cases of necessity and urgency, the government provides by decree law pursuant to the second paragraph of the Art. 77 of the Constitution to protect order and security, declaring a state of public danger and adopting measures to deal with it. Art. 65. During a state of public danger, the prefect can adopt the provisional measures indispensable for the protection of public order and safety, limited to the period strictly necessary. Such measures, where they concern individual persons, are communicated to the public prosecutor within 48 hours for validation, and, if the latter does not intervene within the following 48 hours, they are considered revoked and remain devoid of any effect. The article is taken over entirely from the fascist law. 485. We witnessed the beginning and during the Second World War, and also in the acts of aggression that preceded it. If a next war unfortunately breaks out, but we are certain that the people will no longer let it be imposed on them, the declaration will be carried by missiles, perhaps with atomic warheads, and no longer by ambassadors. However, even for the case of war, which is the most serious danger that can be created in the country, which can arise suddenly without giving time for the convocation of the Chambers and for parliamentary debates, our Constitution has foreseen, and this our Constitution in our time and not in the years of muzzle-loading rifles, not at the time when marches were made with the floats of San Francesco, that the state of war can only be proclaimed by the Chambers and of course by the Italian Chambers. Only the Chambers can confer the necessary powers on the government after the declaration of a state of war. At the Constituent Assembly it was even discussed whether it was democratic or not, in accordance with the fundamental principles of our Constitution, to confer on the Chambers the power to declare a state of war and consequently attribute the necessary powers to the government. We can never forget the fundamental value that art has. One of our Constitution which solemnly states, Italy is a democratic republic, founded on work. Sovereignty belongs to the people. Sovereignty belongs to the people, who exercises it in the forms and limits of the Constitution. This article does not say that sovereignty emanates or derives from the people, it says much more, it says that it belongs to the people. There was a lot of discussion at the Constituent Assembly, as you all know, honorable colleagues, on the formulations, and also on this one, and certainly not for lexical or beautiful writing reasons. Unless you consider the art non-existent and devoid of any legal value. One of our Constitution, unless you consider this article merely as a rhetorical phrase for a rally, you must recognize that something fundamentally new arose at that moment, when we approved the Constitution. That formulation not only says that the authority and activity of the state must be expressed in the interest of the people, but it says much more, it says that sovereignty belongs to the people. The moment our constitutional charter was born, our democratic and republican constitution was born, conquered. 486. From the resistance, there was at the same time something that died, that had to die, that we buried, or that we thought we were burying. What died and then was buried, or, rather, should have been buried, was the old, archaic, traditional, conservative, and backward myth of the sovereign state. That old reactionary dogma was buried by the Constituent Assembly and can no longer find a place, or rather it shouldn't, because the reality, we know, is different, in the legal system, in the system erected on the basis of the Italian Constitution. From that moment in Italy a new sovereignty arose, solemnly recognized, and arose as a constituted sovereignty, as a legally determined sovereignty and as a preeminent sovereignty, I am not saying as the only sovereignty. Without a doubt, from that moment on, it was a question of regulating and harmonizing the sovereignty of the people with the authority and powers of the state. This is precisely why the laws we draft must be in harmony with the Constitution. In our concrete case, the PS laws, I have already said this in the general discussion, which we are debating, cannot be valid for any state, for all states, for a state in an abstract sense. They cannot be valid both for a democratic state and for an authoritarian state. They cannot be as valid for a state that repudiates war as an instrument of attack on the freedom of other peoples as for a state that affirms and strengthens its dominion by attacking other peoples and destroying, if necessary with bombings that have lasted for years, another people, only because it claims its freedom and independence. The new PS law that we are developing, if we want it to be in harmony with the Constitution, must be such as to serve to protect the order of the democratic state and to safeguard the rights and freedoms of the citizens of the democratic republic founded on work, of a republic where sovereignty belongs or should belong, by constitutional dictate, to the people. In other words, according to our Constitution, in the Italian Democratic Republic, the primary force, the driving force that should give impetus to everything is represented by popular will and sovereignty. This is how it should be, but I know, we all know, we and you, that this is not the case. This very discussion demonstrates it, if there was still any need. We know well that things are different because our democratic constitution, of a new type, was built on the old economic and political structures of Italian society. It is these structures that impede and significantly limit popular sovereignty and freedom. 487. Expression of the will of the people. That is, there is an open contradiction between the written constitution which establishes and recognizes popular sovereignty and the Italian state as it has remained structured. Hence our continuous struggles to implement structural reforms because, as long as the old structures remain standing, the people will never be able to effectively exercise their sovereignty, freedoms will always be in danger and we will be under the threat of possible blow state or reactionary attempts. But I don't want to get into a discussion that would lead us apart. I just wanted to remind you that the Constituent Assembly raised the question of whether, on the basis of Art. 1 of our Constitution and the entire democratic concept that informs it, the power to declare a state of war could be entrusted to the chambers. No one questioned and no one doubts that Parliament is the legitimate expression of popular representation, even if it is not always the mirror of the country, even if it does not always express the will of the people or, at a given moment, the whole reality of the village. But, assuming that it reflects it exactly and without deformations in a normal period, it is obvious that, in the face of exceptional, extraordinary, decisive events for the future of the nation, events that are usually defined as being of historical importance, one can verify, as almost always occurred, a profound divergence of views and wills in the country and between government and country. It was therefore discussed at the Constituent Assembly whether in such emergency and extraordinary cases, such as that of a war, it is legitimate and democratic for 1,000 representatives of the people to decide directly and without any popular consultation. It was proposed to the Constituent Assembly that, in such cases, the people should decide directly through the institution of the referendum, that is, it seemed to the constituents, or to a part of them, that it was in a certain sense to mock this so solemnly proclaimed popular sovereignty to provide for the use of a referendum in the least serious cases for the fate of the country and of the whole nation and to exclude from the right to make their will heard by the 50 million Italians. Precisely in the most serious cases, those that call into question their life, their existence, and the life and future of the entire nation, perhaps for several generations. However, the referendum proposal to declare war was not taken into consideration, I believe, for the very simple fact that, if wars were to be decided by referendum by the people, there would be no more wars. We are not here today to revive that proposal, which then fell through, but we couldn't. 488. We are accepting that the power that belongs to the people is restricted even further by attempting to exclude even the people's representatives. We cannot allow that, at a time when the destinies of all the people, of the entire nation are in question, even a part of those 1,000 freely elected representatives of the people who could be deprived of their rights can be excluded from the decision. They could be, let's say it, why shouldn't we say it? Arrested either by order of the government or even by order of a prefect or a police commissioner, and who, in the best case scenario, could be called upon to ratify, after weeks, irrevocable decisions, measures already taken, of extreme gravity and with unpredictable consequences. This is not about shortening the deadlines, Honorable Minister, which among other things doesn't seem like we could be the ones to do it. These exceptional powers which give the executive the power to violate, place a formal notice of suspension of the Constitution cannot be granted by us, neither for 2 months, nor for 5 days nor even for 5 minutes. We will not give our rating to these articles. It is said, but there may be extraordinary cases of emergency, of such serious and immediate danger that we cannot wait for the convocation of the chambers. We do not intend to go into the field of casuistry. There are laws, starting with the fundamental constitutional ones, that do not tolerate exceptions. The gravest danger, war. None of us, on the other hand, can imagine a more serious, more immediate, more sudden danger that could affect the whole country, other than war. Because of this danger, the most serious of all those imaginable, it was considered that only the chambers can declare a state of war and give the government the consequent powers. What other danger could be more serious than this? It has already been demonstrated by colleagues and comrades who preceded me that the Articles 64 and 65 are unconstitutional, because they cannot refer to the second paragraph of the Art. 77 of our Constitution. The Art. 77 provides as cases of necessity and urgency for cases that have nothing to do with a state of siege, a state of emergency, or public danger, so much so that the last paragraph of Article 77 states, the decrees pardon f. 489. Acacia from the beginning, if they are not converted into law within 60 days of their publication. What does it mean? They lose effectiveness from the beginning. It is clear that, therefore, the Constitution refers to urgent provisions and laws, but relating to economic, financial, fiscal problems that can find their repair, which can lose their effectiveness from the beginning, but it does not refer to exceptional laws or to measures such as the cases provided for by the Articles 64 and 65 which may be irreparable. What value can the statement "they lose effectiveness from the beginning" have in the case we are discussing? When those measures were adopted even for just an hour, they could be irreparable, they could no longer lose effectiveness, in any case they would be fraught with terrible consequences from the first moment. But let's examine what these foreseen cases could be, hypothesized by the government or by those who drafted this bill. Let's leave aside the fairy tale that has been around for weeks, thank goodness we don't talk about it anymore, about floods and earthquakes that could strike and suddenly upset the entire country. At this rate we could also hypothesize the descent of the Martians to invade the Earth. Here we are in science fiction, no one can seriously discuss fantasies like this. I think we must give credit to the Han Minister of the Interior not to have resorted to such ridiculous justifications for the Articles 64 and 65. The bill provides much more, provides for extraordinary cases of necessity and urgency for which it is necessary to declare a state of public danger, in other words, what in other times was called the state of siege, so much so that even when we talk to each other, sometimes we indifferently say a state of siege, meaning a state of public danger. We all know that a state of siege and a state of public danger are synonymous, they are the same thing. The government must be given the powers to declare a state of public danger, but what are these powers? In the Art. 64 says, it is necessary to give powers to the government and prefects to adopt measures to deal with the danger. But what are these measures? Not a single word is said. Everything is left to the discretion of the government and the prefects. And do you dare ask us for approval of these articles of the bill? The Second Commission of the Constituent Assembly had approved an article which said verbatim, the declaration of a state of siege is prohibited. Any measure of total or partial suspension of the guarantees regulated by this Constitution is also prohibited. This article then found no place in the Constitution because yes. 490. He said that it was not necessary to place a ban on everything that was already excluded from the content, spirit, and letter of the Constitution, and that it should not even be assumed that the rights of citizens and the guarantees regulated by this Constitution could be totally or partially suppressed. Well, with this bill, you present us with an Article 65, which is directly linked to Art 64, in which it is said, during a state of public danger the prefect can adopt the provisional measures necessary to the protection of public order and safety limited to the period strictly necessary. And he adds, such measures, where they concern individual persons, are communicated to the public prosecutor within 48 hours for validation and, if the latter does not intervene in the following 48 hours, they are considered revoked and remain devoid of any effect. Therefore it is clear that these are measures that refer to the annulment or suspension of the freedoms, rights of citizens, their organizations, their parties, and all the prerogatives enshrined in the Constitution. Everything could be done since nothing is specified. If there is any doubt in this regard, simply read the Articles 214 and 215 of the fascist PS law still in force and the Articles 64 and 65 of the draft law presented to us by the center-left government. The Articles 64 and 65 replace in form, but leave fully alive in substance, the aforementioned 214 and 215. What do these articles say? Do we want to read them again? The Art. 214 established that in the case of danger or disorder, the Minister of the Interior with the consent of the Prime Minister, and here we all see the difference, or the prefects by delegation, can declare the state of public danger by decree. But where does identity consist? The Art says. 64, in extraordinary cases of necessity and urgency, here we are not talking about danger or disorder, the fascist law was clearer and more explicit. The government provides with a decree law pursuant to the second paragraph of the Article 77 of the Constitution to protect order and security, declaring a state of public danger and adopting measures to deal with it. What did the Art. 215? During a state of public danger the prefect can order the arrest and detention of any person if he deems this necessary to re-establish and maintain public order. The Art. 65 today says, during the state of public danger the prefect can adopt the provisional measures indispensable for the protection of public order and safety, limited to the 491. Strictly necessary. Such measures, where they concern individual persons, are communicated. It is clear that once again we are talking about the freedom to arrest. We are not talking about just any person here, but I will say later that this is of no importance. Any comment on these articles is superfluous. However, it cannot be overlooked that the only difference lies in the fact that the articles 214 and 215 of the fascist law said explicitly and frankly what the articles say with modest deceptive veils. 64 and 65 current. None of us are interested at this moment in asking whether, among the people from whom the constitutional guarantees and personal freedom could be taken away by the prefect, there are included those parliamentarians who should be called to declare a state of war or to express decisively the will to peace of our people. We don't care, it's de minimis. It wouldn't even seem dignified to ask such a question. The Constitution and the laws that comply with it guarantee certain very specific freedoms, certain rights, clearly established, to all citizens without distinction. They safeguard everyone's freedoms, without any discrimination. And there is no government, there is no prefect who has the right to suppress or seriously limit Italian citizens, unless they are criminals, people who have committed specific crimes, these rights and freedoms for reasons of character, politics and so-called public order. However much we examine the issue, we are unable, Mr. President, to hypothesize another danger that could present itself in such a serious, sudden, and urgent way as to justify granting the government and the prefects such exceptional powers. Only two serious hypotheses can be made: war or an attempted coup d'état to impose war or to impose a regime contrary to our Constitution. As regards the public danger caused by the state of war, the Constitution has explicitly provided that only the chambers can decide on the state of war and confer the necessary powers on the government. In this hypothesis, therefore, the question is clear and cannot be questioned except by amending the Constitution. The coup d'état. Let us examine the other case, that of a serious public danger caused by an attempted coup d'état, subversion. 492. Of our democratic institutions. But that danger must be very serious and such that it would involve the entire country if it even prevents the convening of the chambers. In fact, if it were a matter of a few people or small groups, this hypothesis could not arise. Suppose someone attacks the headquarters of your ministry, Hon. Taviani. I believe that whoever is proposed for the defense will not wait for the decree law to react adequately in the face of coups organized by anyone. I don't think a state of public danger is foreseen for these cases. The presumed danger must be of a much different gravity if it is such as to prevent the immediate convocation of the chambers. Now, an attempt at subversion, at a coup d'état so serious as to prevent the convening of the chambers, can only be organized with the direct complicity of the government or part of the government. And if the government was also a victim, then this would mean that that coup was organized with great forces, directly by the foreigner, naval landings, air landings. But, in these cases, if, that is, we were victims of sudden aggression by the foreigner, it is not the prefects who should be given full powers. All powers in such cases should be given to bodies representing all the Italian people, not to the prefects. Applause from the far left. There was some indignation last night, a sort of indignation mixed with an allow me so attitude, Hon colleagues, of false naivete, of naive candor, that candor which in ancient times had a very high, authoritative definition which I do not want to repeat here. But as we said, do you suspect that someone wants to attempt coups d'état, wants to annul constitutional guarantees, wants to undermine the Constitution? Honorable colleagues, we are just today, after 20 years, discussing the PS law. 20 years after the Constitution, we still find ourselves having the PS law and the fascist codes, albeit with the modifications made and, above all, we find ourselves having to implement a whole part of the structural reforms strictly foreseen within the terms of our Constitution. And does it surprise you when we expose our well-founded suspicions that the security of the democratic order could be attacked? But doesn't this failure to implement the fundamental parts of our Constitution already constitute in itself a violation of the Constitution? Pretend to be shocked because we suspect that they want to violate the Constitution even more seriously than has already been done, because we are thinking of coups d'état. But he didn't. 493. We may have had the confessions, the explicit declarations made repeatedly even in recent days by the Vice President of the Council, the Han Nani, on what was being plotted in 1964 to bypass Parliament. The Han Nani is Vice President of the Council. He is not just any citizen and not just any, albeit authoritative, journalist. But perhaps we did not have the public declaration from the Han Phanphany, currently Foreign Minister, on the danger faced by our country in the 60s. But perhaps we have not had the public statements made to the press by the former Prime Minister and our colleague Sen. Ferruccio Parri, whose seriousness, sincerity, and honesty are unanimously recognized. Perhaps we do not have declarations and testimonies from political and military authorities on certain nearby attempts to bypass Parliament. Haven't we had the Commission of Inquiry into Safar? The report is largely known, the statement made by the Minister of Defense the Han Tremoloni. Haven't the debate that took place in Parliament perhaps provided proof that a whole series of guilty acts have been carried out which constitute serious attacks on citizens' freedoms, on constitutional guarantees, on the Constitution? Those illegal actions were carried out, the proof has been provided to us here. How dare you come and ask us, but how, do you suspect? Frankly, we have more than a suspicion, we have evidence, and this evidence has come from your side, from a part of you. The thing that is important to underline is that over the course of these years, from the liberation onwards, as had already happened before fascism, democratic freedoms have always been put in danger by the dominant classes. Attacks on the Constitution have always come from certain groups of power of the Christian democracy. I am not saying on the part of the entire Christian democracy, or even by groups of other orientations, closely linked to big industry, Italian monopolies, and American imperialism. If we then want to take a look outside our borders, it is sufficient to look at what happened in Greece a few weeks ago, and for the sake of brevity I won't add a word, since we understood each other equally well. But it is precisely in the face of these eventualities that we do not want the executive, by whoever it is represented, whatever its label and color, to have certain powers. My friend and comrade Perna already responded brilliantly last night on this point. It is not enough to be a Democrat, it is not even enough to wear the ace badge. 494. Participation of the partisans or participate in the commemoration of the fallen of the resistance or celebrate the resistance on television, remember the fallen of the Ardeaton, etc., to provide guarantees against certain eventualities. Therefore, whatever its label and color, we do not want the executive of today or tomorrow to be able to attempt coups d'état with impunity using the written law, using the Constitution itself. We cannot make laws by relying on this or that government. It seems completely normal and wise to us that the constituents wanted the Constitution and the rights of citizens to be respected, especially in the most serious and decisive moments for the future of the country, in moments in which the people are called to decide on their future and that of entire generations. It would be very strange if the constituents had decided that the Constitution and democracy must be respected in normal times and can, instead, be repealed with impunity, trampled on in crucial moments when certain decisions can send the entire nation into disarray. It is precisely in crucial moments that the people must be called to decide, the people who must bear all the consequences of wars. It is above all in these moments that it is up to the people to be able to decide freely, at least through their representatives. This is why we ask for the suppression of the Articles 64 and 65. Until a few years ago everyone agreed on the repeal of the entire Chapter 9 of the consolidated text of the PS laws. Unity in the struggle. Not many years ago, but on June 18, 1958, a bill signed by the Hon. Luzzito Leonido, Ferri, Giacometti, Pertini, and others in which, in Art. 1, it was said, the Articles 2, 9, 20, 21, etc. and the entire Title 9, including Articles 209 to 219, are repealed. One may ask what are the second thoughts that led some of the signatories of this bill to become supporters of these very articles which they still intended to abolish in 1958? I am not animated by a polemical desire towards my socialist comrades, in fact I don't see FON here. Amadei, I would have wanted to tell him, if he had been present, that he knows well what the bonds of the resistance are that have united us and that unite us, because governments pass, the center-lefts pass, and will pass. 495. But above governments there must always be something that remains and unites the men who truly believed in the resistance, in its supreme values of freedom and democracy, of safeguarding the freedom and independence of all peoples. But this unity to which we call is not a unity only in celebrations nor a unity in concentration camps and prisons. Among the signatories of this bill which provided for the abolition of the entire Art. 9 there is one, I won't mention his name because he belongs to the other chamber, who had then or a few years earlier forged the slogan, better with the communists in prison than with the Christian Democrats in government. But that's not what it's about. To unity in prisons we immensely prefer unity in the fight for independence, for peace, for the freedom of our country. Loud applause from the far left. We want unity in the struggle for the freedom and independence of the Greek people, of Vietnam, of the Arab peoples and of all peoples who have the right to live independently in their own home. To unity in the prisons, we prefer unity in the fight, that unity which saw men of every political faction fighting and falling united in Cephionia, in Leros, in the concentration camps where Comrade Amadei was from ideals of freedom. Excuse me for this parenthesis, not only the men who were not in government a few years ago, but authoritative men of the Christian Democrats, since 1948, were for the complete abolition of the articles that we are discussing. It has already been remembered as the Hon. Sibo presented his PS bill in December 1948 and proposed the abolition of Title 9 of the Consolidated Text of 1931 with these precise words, Title to be repealed because it contains rules that contemplate functions and particular powers connected with the state of war and with the state of public danger that they have no reason to exist. But it is equally true that Minister Schiebel later retraced his steps and in March 1930, when the bill was discussed in the House, he suddenly presented the amendments to his bill, those amendments which provided that the government could declare the state of public danger, adopting measures to deal with it. We must ask ourselves, what had happened, from December 1948 to March 1950, that the Hon. de Gasperi and Siba and the government to change their opinions, to retrace their steps, on such an important and decisive issue for the future of our country and our Constitution? 496. Against foreign military bases, for the country's independence. Not only had we witnessed, as has been recalled during this discussion, the development of the struggles for work and for social reforms in our country, but something immensely serious had happened for the independence of our country. On April 4, 1949, the Atlantic Pact was signed in Washington, from which then arose that mammoth war and military organization, called NATO, with its thousands of land and naval military bases, scattered across every continent and unfortunately actively present and operating in our country, military bases equipped with thermonuclear weapons, supplied by both the land and air forces, with missiles of different ranges, of which the American commands have control, have the right to use and with which above all they intend to carry out all those actions, including the use of military force, to maintain security and restore order in all those security zones which they call the North Atlantic. The Americans do not even deny this view, and even recently an admiral of a fleet that we all know made those well-known declarations which do not reveal anything new, that is, he said that this fleet is present to intervene in every country where order was threatened. Which order? Why didn't this fleet intervene in Greece, to re-establish what little democratic order there was in that country? We have seen the character of their intervention to defend and safeguard the freedom of the democratic order. Here lies the question. We have the Art. 78 of our Constitution, which establishes that only the chambers can declare a state of war and confer the necessary powers on the government. The American imperialists don't like this article of our Constitution, the NATO commands don't like it, perhaps our government doesn't even like it. And then we want to find a legal loophole. We want, with an article of the PS law, to give the government or the executive the possibility of being able to declare war or, at least, a state of public danger, and to adopt all the measures to deal with it and, that is, to cancel or suspend at a certain moment the rights of citizens enshrined in the Constitution. Someone pointed out to me, but, if this were the case, the government would not need to present a new PS law, given that the one currently in force gives it this possibility. Yes, it is true that the law currently in force gives this possibility, but it was not made by the Senate of the Republic. It is a law. 497. GE which was not approved by us, it is a law made by Mussolini, by the fascist regime, and which, together with the others developed by that regime, contributed to taking away the freedom of millions of Italians and bringing our country to ruin. Instead, this bill we are discussing is presented to us by the center-left government, in a democratic and republican regime. This is the big difference. Others observed, do you believe that the American imperialists, who have already installed their land and naval bases in our country, are concerned about an article of the PS law, and do you perhaps believe that this or that article could constitute an obstacle, an impediment to those who wanted to impose their will for war on our country? Do you believe that all or part of our executive, faithful to obedience, to the injunctions of NATO commitments, linked to an alliance, would stop before an article of the PS law which establishes that for no reason, without the deliberation of the chambers, can the government declare a state of war, a state of public danger, nor can it attribute to itself powers that only the chambers can grant it? No. I am not, and we are not so naive as to think that the wording of an article, a piece of written paper, can stop the hand of those who were determined to use violence, and of those who, for years, have been demonstrating it with criminal bombings, with the extermination of an entire people, of the consideration and respect it has for all the international conventions signed and for all the constitutions based on respect for human rights and human civilization. We have no illusions about it. In the same way that no code has ever prevented the occurrence of crimes and criminals, so we are the first to be convinced that no constitution has ever served on its own, as I have said before, to save citizens' freedoms and democracy, if these freedoms and this democracy are not safeguarded by the conscience and democratic faith of an entire people. But it is precisely this faith, this conscience that in the meantime imposes on us the duty to develop laws that correspond to the dictates of our Constitution. It is precisely this conscience that requires us, in the meantime, to begin by not tearing up the Constitution. If it is true that a well-made law perhaps will not be sufficient to detain someone, Italian or foreign, who intends to resort to a coup d'état to impose war on our country or to declare a state of public danger, we nevertheless reject this argument because we in the meantime we have the duty to make laws that do not favor coups d'état or, even, Sol. 498. So they do not legitimize them or can be used to justify later or to absolve or to protect those who have given or even those who have obeyed orders that are illegal and contrary to our democratic and republican constitution. The problem I posed to the minister, when I intervened in the general discussion, was precisely this: if tomorrow they came to arrest you with a coup, would those who were ordered to carry out this action have to obey the order or not? Certainly not. But we said that what applies to the country's high authorities must apply to all Italian citizens. Guarantees of freedom can save democratic institutions if they apply to a whole people, and not just to the executive. We do not want these articles. 64 and 65 can cover with immunity those who attempt, under the veil of public danger, these coups d'état, that is, We do not want to make laws with our own hands that could lead the country to ruin once again. This is why we presented the suppressive amendments to the Articles 64 and 65, we want, in other words, not only the responsible politicians, the responsible commands, to know these things clearly. The politicians, the commands responsible for the armed forces of today or tomorrow know them, but we want them to know them, everyone to know them, the officers, the soldiers of the armed forces, of the Carabinieri, all the police agents and soldiers. We no longer want to have, as happened in the past, trials of men who said, "I obeyed." Those men must have known that they were not obeying the laws of the state, but usurpers. Everyone must know that it is not lawful, it does not comply with the laws of our republic, indeed it is a crime, to obey orders that are in conflict with our constitution, with the democratic order of the state, with the republic born from the resistance. Everyone must know that only the Italian parliament can declare a state of emergency, no other Italian or foreign body can do it, no other Italian or foreign body has the right to do it. A possible invasion of our territory by any army or its use for war purposes, of a war not declared by our parliament, or for the supposed maintenance of public order must be considered an aggression, and all citizens, everyone, officers and soldiers, police, including Carabinieri, have the duty, in such cases, to contribute to the defense of the Republic, to the protection of freedoms, of the rights of the citizen against aggression, against subversive measures, unlawful. 499. Sight, of any force, Italian or foreign, against whoever organized the attack. We want to hope that it will never happen and that, if it were attempted, it would find an adequate and prompt response. But in the meantime I'll repeat it and I'm done, Han. President, we have the duty to make laws that do not undermine or violate the Constitution. We do not want to violate the Constitution and we are convinced that the Italian people, all workers, peasants, students, intellectuals, officers and soldiers of all arms, safe garrison of our democratic republic, will never allow our Constitution to be violated and that foreigners or who for it suddenly imposes a state of war or a state of public danger on the country without the decision having been taken by the Italian people and Parliament on the basis of our Constitution. These are the reasons why we ask for the suppression of the Articles 64 and 65. 500. 1968. Commemoration of Che Guevara 1. Comrades and friends, young and old, I bring you all the warm and fraternal greetings of ANPI, the association that unites former partisans of the various democratic anti-fascist currents. Speaking on behalf of a unitary association, I express to you the thought that corresponds to the unitary orientation of the ANPI. I thank you, young comrades and friends, for your warm demonstration, for the enthusiasm that animates you and which has made me relive the times of my youth when we too were exuberant and sometimes intemperate, but above all determined in the fight we waged against fascism. A year ago, one of the brightest heroes of our time was cowardly murdered. A real man. We lack the words to speak worthily of him. Every time I found myself having to write or talk about men like Che Guevara, I always felt the shame, almost the immodesty of having to do so. Comrade Che Guevara dedicated his entire life to the cause of freedom and independence of peoples. He was able to abandon the direction of a government, of ministries, of a state. He was able to renounce everything, ambitions, honors, all vanity linked to any form of power, to resume action, armed struggle, giving a sublime example of courage and moral purity, virtues that have become so rare in our times. Every action of ours, he wrote, is a war cry against imperialism. It is a vibrant appeal for the unity of peoples against the great enemy of the human race, the United States. One speech given by Pietro Secchia in Milan on October 12, 1968, on the occasion of the demonstration organized by the ANPI with the participation of all the youth movements of the PCI, the SI, the CUP, the university students, in commemoration of Eco Beto Che Guevara. 501. Of America. Wherever death surprises us, it is welcome as long as our war cry reaches a receptive ear and as long as another hand reaches out to take up our weapons. They seem like words of death, friends and companions, yet they are words of life. They tell us that certain men, real men, exceptional men are worth immensely while alive, but their value increases even more because they died in that way. A great poet of the Resistance wrote, "An idea that has been confirmed with the death of the person who professed it acquires through the sacrifice a force of persuasion and truth that it did not have before, a force of life almost that thought of those who sacrificed themselves are mysteriously transformed and multiplied 100-fold in it." This is how it was, this is how it is for Che Guevara that he became the idol, the symbol of youth and of all freedom fighters. Never as in the legendary life and heroic death, sublime because foreseen, consciously felt, of Che Guevara, has the statement been proven that the truth of ideas is demonstrated only with the sacrifice of life, the only valid testimony that serves to distinguish faith of martyrs from the filth of charlatans. Wherever death surprises us, we are welcome as long as others continue our fight. These are the same, similar words that our partisans, our Gapists, uttered in the years in which they attacked the Germans, the Nazi fascists, an enemy enormously superior in number and means, in these streets of Milan. Was Comrade Che Guevara perhaps deluded, a dreamer? No, he was not deluded, he was not a dreamer as our partisans and our Gapists were not when they attacked one or more German tanks with a machine gun and sometimes even just with a pistol or a Molotov cocktail. Theirs seemed madness to some, but our partisans, our Gapists, were not mad. Thus Comrade Che Guevara was not deluded, a dreamer, but a true man, a whole man, thought and action, an adamantine moral conscience whose words corresponded to the facts. It is rightly said that men, like parties, are judged not by words, but by facts, not by their faces, but by what is inside them. Well, Comrade Che Guevara was one of those men who could be judged by his face and words because his face expressed the truth and he always followed his words with deeds. 502. No, he was not deluded, but a true revolutionary and not only an extraordinary man of action, but a politician. More than one said, yes, he was a great, a wonderful fighter, but not a politician. I do not share this opinion, since Che Guevara was also an exceptional politician, gifted with great intelligence, a far-sighted politician who was even able to foresee that his tragic death would not mark the end, but a new starting point, a stronger drive to develop, on the basis of a new experience and a more mature conscience, revolutionary movements for the independence of peoples in Latin America and in other countries of the world. Of course, if by politicians someone means the masters and chefs of low parliamentary cuisine, Che Guevara was not one of them. He was not an expert in electoral alchemy, he was not one of those traffickers that one encounters, especially in parliament, ready for all the bartering, all the compromises, all the transactions, all the transformations. He was one of those men who, breaking certain old patterns and mechanical, dogmatic interpretations, made the most of the element of action, bringing a new, vital breath where bureaucratism and dogmatism had generated inertia. Without a doubt some critical questions arise, I would say that it was himself, Comrade Che Guevara, who asked them with his life and his heroic death. He had placed as a basic principle of guerrilla warfare in Latin America the permanent connection between the vanguard and the popular masses, between armed struggle and political struggle. Now, this connection between the vanguard and the real movement of the masses, this connection between the two forms of struggle, the political and the military, which he himself had indicated as necessary, was missing in his last battles, and this too is a teaching, a problem that he left us to explore, to deepen, together with the rich positive experience. He was one of those men who, through moral coherence, audacity in action, full dedication, through the form of their ideas, their faith, and example, aroused in peoples those renewing currents which alone create history and push the world towards progress, freedom, socialism. It's been a year since Comrade Che Guevara fell, and it has been a year of struggles of the oppressed peoples, not only in Latin America, but we can well say in all the continents, it has been a year of struggles, especially of the studious youth who want and he must connect with the youth of the workshops and the countryside. 503. Time does not allow us to remember these struggles. I will limit myself to mentioning the last one. In these same hours, while we are gathered here, the Olympics have opened in Mexico City, a traditional celebration of sporting youth from all over the world. But this year the Olympics were marred by one of the most barbaric and tragic massacres which had young people as its victims. There is something very revolting in this shameful cynicism of the Mexican government, which wanted to simultaneously organize an international celebration and a national massacre of youth. And there is something very revolting also in the insensitivity shown by governments, politicians, and managers of international sports organizations, in the indifference shown for the dead, for their families and for all the living who, in many countries of the world, they fight for the great cause of freedom, against imperialism, and for social emancipation. The young people who fight for their future in schools, in the workshops, in the countryside, and all the men who have preserved the meaning of life and humanity cannot help but consider it an atrocious insult that the Olympic Games are held precisely where the violence and massacre of the defenders of the society of oppression and injustice have shed the blood of many simple men and ended many young lives with lead. It is a truly macabre spectacle at these Olympics, which should be a great celebration of joy and instead take place in a setting of blood and violence. The Olympics should be a great celebration of youth, since sport is an essential manifestation of the life of the masses. It is celebration, strength, health, and a revolutionary promise. Everything that is a manifestation of health, of strength of the working masses who are exploited and oppressed today, but are sure to be triumphant in the future, is highly revolutionary. Even the Olympics of our times, of the times in which the war still massacres the Vietnamese people, of the times in which the war is becoming increasingly threatening also in other sectors, the Olympics are concrete proof that young and old, men and women from all over the world, of different races, languages, and customs, they can meet and understand each other for peaceful competitions. The Olympics are a demonstration of joy and peace and, in a certain sense, an anti-war demonstration. But precisely for this reason the Olympics should not have been held where violence was unleashed and youth were shot as if in war. An Italian journalist, Oriana Felici, was injured in the spot. 504. Rayteri, and to which we send our best wishes, stated, it looked like the massacre of Sant'Anna in Versilia when, in 1944, the SS entered the church and killed everyone they found there. These words remind all the men of the resistance of the years of unleashed Nazi barbarism, the years in which it seemed that certain men and an entire people, once civilized, had fallen back into the darkest Nibelung nights. There was something in that triumphant bestiality of the SS that no longer seemed to belong to human society. But in the fascism of the time, as in the exterminating bombings of US imperialism in Vietnam and in the machine gunning of the Granaderos in Mexico, there is a renewed demonstration of what can happen in the world when imperialism and reaction are unleashed to keep peoples in servitude. The university students, machine-gunned by the police, are a great force fighting in Mexico against the dangers of the coup dictatorship and against the large American monopolies that are plundering their country. Young students in Mexico are not only fighting for university autonomy, but for the freedom of political prisoners, against corrupt unions, against the paid press, against authoritarianism, and for a new society. The young Mexican university students have gone into battle, joining the great movement of protest and renewal that has already exploded in other American and European countries, in Italy, France, Germany, and in other countries where the fundamental contradiction between the drive for education, for a real culture, and the class discrimination which is the characteristic hallmark of capitalist society. The reality of the ruling classes is the same everywhere. It is the choice of not only ideological coercion, but of violent repression when the student and worker movement look beyond the school and the workshop and attack the archaic class structures that impede the progress of modern society. The youth movement that is before us and that has exploded with great force in recent years is the largest revolutionary movement that has occurred in the last 30 years, I would say from the Resistance onwards. The resistance in Italy and Europe was also a large movement of young people, but with different characteristics. The resistance, even though it was young people who contributed the largest number of fighters, was not characterized as a youth movement. Today, at the bottom of the great movement of university, student, and worker youth in Europe and other continents, lies 505. The struggle for a new power, lies the struggle for the renewal of society, lies the struggle for the future not only of young people, but of human society itself, lies the fight for peace and against imperialism. Freedom, like peace, is indivisible. We are and fight for real, effective freedom and independence in our homeland, and therefore we consistently stand for the right to effective freedom and independence of every people. This is why our demonstration this evening did not only want to remember a great fallen partisan and with him the others who fell for peace and freedom, from Martin Luther King to Muley, to the dozens and dozens of young people burned in the prime of their lives by the fire of machine guns, but ours wanted to be a demonstration of international solidarity towards all young and old, towards all peoples fighting against imperialism and for their future. Our demonstration aims above all to be a commitment to carry forward in our country the fight against imperialism, which has its military bases here, in our homeland, against NATO, against imperialism which increasingly extends its tentacles over the economy, on the industries of our country to subjugate and dominate it. We must continue the fight for the profound renewal of Italian society. It is a struggle that requires the broadest unity of all the forces of the resistance of yesterday and today, of the young and the elderly, of the world of culture and work, of the secular and Catholic forces. But the basis of every unity must be action. Since unity without action would be useless, everything would be reduced to chatter and time wasters. Also in this regard, Comrade Che Guevara left us a great teaching. It is time to moderate, he said, our differences to fight together against the common enemy, that great controversies agitate the world that fights for freedom, we know it very well and we cannot hide it. We also know that these differences have reached such a character and bitterness that dialogue and conciliation seem extremely difficult. But the enemy is there, he strikes every day and threatens us with new blows, and these blows will unite us today, tomorrow, the day after tomorrow. Those who are the first to understand this need and prepare for this necessary union will have the recognition of the people. Let us listen to the advice, let us unite, comrades and friends, young and old, against the common enemy which in Greece, Portugal, and elsewhere is called fascism, which in the Germany of Bonn is called Nazism, and revanchist militarism, which in Vietnam, America. 506. Latin pussy, and everywhere it operates with American violence and terrorism, trying to keep the people still in subjection, it's called imperialism. In the name of our dead and for the future of the new generations, let's unite, stand up and move forward, with the same flag as always, the flag of the resistance. Long live the European and international resistance. 507. The Constitution and relationships between citizens and the state too. It so happens that I find myself writing these pages at a time when democratic and civil Italy has once again been shaken and moved by a serious massacre, one of the many that were once so frequent in our country, which conquered its freedom and its independence at the price of so much blood, shed above all by the working classes, by the workers, by the peasants, from the unification of Italy onwards. Point 3. Coincidence has decided me to set aside some of the more general problems that are widely debated today and respond to that critical reflection to which we were invited, in light of the experience of the last 20 years on the work accomplished by the Constituent Assembly and on the new constitutional order of the Italian state, to limit myself to just one of them. That of the police and the armed forces, with their regulations which make them, in essential aspects, independent bodies within the state. Even if this is only one aspect of the more general problem that everyone is discussing today, the inadequacy of the current cumbersome state structure and its functioning, and the new authoritarianism that has been developing through the existence of centers of effective power outside those provided for by the Constitution. These are problems that deserve to be addressed and which have now taken precedence over the complaints made on the occasion of the 10th anniversary of the Constituent Assembly, regarding the Constitution being unapplied and disregarded in its fundamental parts. Not that those complaints had no reason to exist, on the contrary they can be repeated today, almost entirely, due to the lack of will to apply the Constitution demonstrated by the political forces that have effectively monopolized power even in this second decade. This bitter observation immediately leads us to ask ourselves whether the two extract from you were not also responsible. Thereof studies for the XX anniversary of the Constituent Assembly, Secchia, 1969. 3. The massacre alluded to is that of December 2, 1968 in Avola, Syracuse, where, during a demonstration of laborers, Giuseppe Sibilia and Angelo were killed. Sir. 508. Constituents, if there were no serious gaps in the work of drafting the Constitution itself. What catches the eye at first glance is that there was at least, on the part of all the democratic forces, an excessive confidence in what would be the will and ability of future legislators to translate the principles that the Constitution solemnly affirmed. It was almost as if it were sufficient to once again rewrite the great principles of human rights, together with the sovereign ones of the people, with the addition of some fundamental workers' rights for the new democratic state to arise as if by magic. It arose, and it could only be like this, given the internal and international situation created in the years 1945-46, not as some claimed on the rubble, but rather on the pillars of the old state. It is true that already then, especially on the left, there were those who criticized the fact that the Constituent Assembly did not also have legislative functions, was only called upon to reconstruct the structures of the state in a republican form and not also to decide on at least some social reforms. Economic that represented the beginning of a progressive transformation of society. Even this assembly, despite being by its nature constituent, should have started moving along this path. In fact, it was elected by the people in the hope that it would take the first necessary measures to introduce, or at least begin profound transformations in the economic organism of the nation, in the interest of the working masses and all citizens. For this basic observation has been taken up again in recent years and even recently, almost as if it were a modern discovery. However, it is highly significant and an indication of the maturation of citizens' consciences that need, felt 20 years ago only by the most advanced democratic forces, is today considered indispensable by the great majority of the country, by the young and the elderly, convinced that it is the entire system of state structure and relations between the state and citizens, between political power and large business formations that needs to be transformed. What 20 years ago appeared as a criticism of the left-wing opposition, as a shortcoming of the Constituent Assembly of little importance, has today become the criticism of the majority, and there are rare anti-fascists and Democrats who do not recognize today the serious consequences resulting from the fact of having deprived the Constituent Assembly of ordinary legislative powers. 4. From Pietro Togliatti's speech at the Constituent Assembly, March 1947. 509. Likewise today there is no one who does not recognize as a serious mistake the failure to set deadlines at least for the most important constitutional obligations. It is true that those for whom the deadlines were set were not then respected. The elections of the regional councils, to name just one, have yet to take place, nor can we swear that they will take place during the year. In any case, everyone thought that at least the fascist laws or those inspired by principles diametrically opposed to those of the Constitution would automatically expire with the coming into force of the Constitution. Faced with the almost general criticism of the current survivals of everything that should have been repealed, in the face of the increasingly strong and justified criticism directed at the current institutions themselves and first and foremost at Parliament, now devoid of effective decision-making powers, it does not seem to me it is also out of place to recall, generally for a long time only the undeniable positive aspects were recalled, the critical judgments clearly expressed since then not only on the limits, gaps, and errors of the Constituent Assembly, but also on the value and meaning of the constitutional charter itself. Pietro Togliatti said at the PCI Congress in January 1948, "With this I do not want to justify the weaknesses that there have been in the activity of the CLN, the weaknesses of the Italian democratic parties and also of our party. However, I want to recall all the elements of reality so that the judgment adheres to reality itself. Perhaps there was an excess of naivete on the part of the Italian people. A part of the Italian people undoubtedly thought that the slowness with which they allowed the democratic movement to develop could be tolerated almost as a contribution to the cause of the unity of the great democratic nations and therefore also to the peaceful reconstruction of the world. Today we realized that, in front of us, there were no authorities who were concerned not to disturb the cause of peace. All this does not take away the fact that this weakness and timidity of the Italian democratic movement existed. Furthermore, it is reflected in our constitution, which for one part, especially for the first part, is a constitution of a new type, which does not limit itself to recording political transformations that have already taken place, but indicates a path that should be followed to operate profound economic and social transformations, indicates the need for industrial reform and agrarian reform. It no longer speaks only of the abstract rights of freedom of man and of 510 citizen, but of the new right of all men and women to work, to a salary sufficient for the needs of existence, to education, to rest, to social insurance. All this is contained in the first part of our Constitution. However, in the Constitution itself there are no articles which concretely indicate what the means and institutions are through which the indicated reforms will be carried out and the new labor rights implemented. Indeed, when we move on to the second part of the Constitution itself, which organizes the new democratic regime in a concrete way, there is no doubt that in this second part the connivance of the conservative forces of the right with those of the Christian Democrats has managed to pass a series of provisions with the exclusive intent of placing obstacles and barriers to the action of that assembly of representatives of the people which truly and quickly wanted to march on the path of a profound economic and social renewal of the country, applying in practice the promises of the Constitution. For this reason, our political and even constitutional future is uncertain because serious clashes can be foreseen between a progressive part, which will rely on one part of our constitutional charter, and a conservative and reactionary part which will look to the other part for the tools of its resistance. The criticism is substantial, fundamentally, and its value consists essentially in the fact that it was exercised then, 20 years ago, with acute foresight of the dangers that would be encountered and the cost that certain errors would have had in the course of development of our society. Today many can easily show off who knows what new discoveries and they are nothing but coachman flies 20 years too late. But the problem is not this or even how we arrived at that result or that compromise deemed unsatisfactory and full of dangerous consequences, even after its conclusion. How that result was achieved, despite firm intentions and joint efforts, not just by one party, is known. At the Constituent Assembly the right-wing parties, which essentially supported the restoration of the pre-fascist liberal state, were a small minority. The united alignment of the mass parties, Communist, Socialist, Christian Democracy and other left-wing democratic forces, Action Party, etc., then initially found themselves in agreement in believing that the advent of fascism had been made possible by the serious lack of liberal state and the old Italian ruling classes and therefore a was necessary. 511. Democratic renewal fund of the country's economic and social structures. The Constituent Assembly included 556 deputies divided into 10 parliamentary groups which, overall, formed a left and a center that were balanced and a right with limited weight. Under the pressure of the consequently democratic forces expressing anti-fascist unity and the resistance which had been a political struggle and an insurrectionary military struggle, a series of new citizens' rights were introduced into the constitutional charter and with them the indication, as an essential task of the new democratic state, that of removing the economic and social obstacles which, by effectively limiting the freedom and equality of citizens, prevent the full development of the human person and the effective participation of all workers in the political, economic, and social organization of the country. But the agreement, which had been achieved in principle, failed when it came to moving from the enunciation of principles to the elaboration of concrete rules that would guarantee the development of democracy and freedoms, When it came to introducing structural reforms, it was not possible to go beyond the generic indication of guidelines regarding industrial reform, agrarian reform, and the planning of economic activities. And the contrast became even more acute when it came to the definition of the organs and functions of the state, both because the Christian Democrats, at least in its dominant groups, fought for a reform of the state with a clearly corporate orientation, and because, when the discussion on the draft constitution took place in the chamber, the breakdown of the anti-fascist unity had already occurred. And if in the constitution there remains no trace of the corporatist conceptions of the DC, since it affirms the absolute prevalence of representative bodies, direct expression of the popular will, it is possible to achieve on paper a broad democratic articulation of the state machine, but in reality that corporate concept was rooted outside and inside the state organism, which was just emerging from 20 years of fascist regime. It was too easily written then that the corporate state had been defeated. However, some centers of effective power survived from it and continued to function and exist even after the disappearance of the fascist regime, of the corporations, and even after the approval of the new constitutional charter. There was a complete lack of indication of the measures to be adopted immediately to prevent this. 512. To say that certain centers of economic and political power continued to exist outside and above the state and indeed became fundamental pillars of the party or parties in power. Just as there was a lack of concrete measures to be adopted immediately to democratize those non-elected bodies which constitute an important part of the state machinery and instrument of the party or parties in power, armed forces, police, etc. The introduction is already too long to address the single topic I mentioned, but it was necessary to avoid the easy criticism that the armed forces and the police are just one of the many unresolved problems. We know it. However, at this moment, the tragic events in Ebola have brought it back to the foreground, to our attention and that of public opinion. 20 years after the Constituent Assembly and the coming into force of the Constitution, the organization of the PS forces is still the same as in 1931, placed to safeguard a state created on the radical denial of democracy, rights, and political freedoms, to safeguard of an order based not on popular sovereignty, but on dictatorship, on hierarchy from above, on the strictest political and administrative centralization. While the laws and authorities of the PS are and should be called upon to protect the order of the democratic state, the fundamental rights of the citizens of the Republic founded on work. If there is a law that should have been immediately adapted to the Constitution, it is the PS law. This has not happened, and 20 years have passed, due to the manifest will of the executive and also due to the fact that the country feels and acts on this as well as other needs, only in times of emotion or danger. As happened, for example, in 1933, 1960 and 1967 after the coup d'état in Greece, and as has happened in recent days after the shootings without trial in Ebola. Then everything goes back to how it was before. It is superfluous to tell the history of the bills presented in Parliament from the first legislature onwards, on the reform of the PS law, and regularly archived one after the other. We are 6 months away from the start of the 5th legislature, and there has not been a single hint from the governing parties and the rumor government itself to address such a burning problem, even though since July 19, 1968, 1 month from the start of the parliamentary works, a group of communist senators, from the CUP and from the independent left, hastened to represent the draft for the new PS law. This obstinate refusal to respect a precise constitutional dictate is a source not only of profound anxiety and belief. 513. Growing distrust in democratic institutions on the part of the popular masses and young people in particular, who every day measure the incredible distance existing between the precise provisions of the Constitution and the practical reality of the relations between the state and the citizens, still based on the observance of the provisions of the consolidated text of PS, June 18, 1931, provisions consistent with the logic, nature, and objectives of the fascist regime and therefore in conflict with the Republican Constitution. Even the mistrust towards workers' legislation, the Statute of Workers in Factories, whose projects are pending in Parliament and are never approved, and it is already thought that when they were approved they would never be applied, has the same point of origin in the non-application of Constitution. We must stop having two states, one legal and one real, one written on paper and one different and contradictory, one living in the institutions. We must put an end to the divorce between legal formalism and the operating reality of social forces. The liberticidal state was the first to give the example of the systematic failure to comply with its constitutional commitments. These are the indignant words uttered by the Hon. Guido Gonella in his report to the First National Congress of Christian Democracy, 24–27 April 1946. They were addressed to the liberticidal state of the past, but these words, if the date and name of their author were removed, could be assumed to have been pronounced today, December 1968. The liberticidal state, against which the Hon. Gonella launched his invective, it was that state that the Constituent Assembly intended to bury together with the old, archaic myth of the sovereign state. On paper it was buried, as the Constituent Assembly solemnly proclaimed that sovereignty belongs to the people, who exercise it in the forms and limits of the Constitution. This article does not say that sovereignty emanates or derives from the people, it says that it belongs to the people. At the Constituent Assembly there was much discussion about the formulations and also about this one, and certainly not for lexical reasons. Unless you consider the art non-existent or devoid of any legal value. One of our Constitution, unless we consider this article merely as a rhetorical phrase, it must be recognized that something fundamentally new had arisen at the moment the Constitution was approved. From that moment a new sovereignty arose, solemnly recognized in Italy, and arose as a constituted, juridically determined sovereignty and as a sovereignty, if not unique, certain. 514. Preeminent mind. But, at that same moment, it would have been necessary to harmonize the sovereignty of the people with the authority and powers of the state, on the basis of constitutional principles. The PS law, for example, if it is to be in harmony with the Constitution, must be such as to serve to protect the order of the democratic state and to safeguard the rights and freedoms of the citizens of the democratic republic founded on work, of a republic in which sovereignty belongs or should belong to the people. According to the Constitution, the primary force, the driving force that should give impetus and clear direction to everything is represented by popular will and sovereignty. In a state founded on work, the police should always be on the side of the workers. But the workers, farmers, workers, and students do not ask for much. They ask that the police force remain extraneous, not be employed, not intervene in any way in labor disputes, and not intervene armed during trade union and political demonstrations which are legitimate and foreseen by the Constitution. Article 17, citizens have the right to assemble peacefully and without weapons. Art. 21. Everyone has the right to freely express their thoughts through speech, writing and any other means of dissemination. On the other hand, not a day goes by, and we recently demonstrated this in the Senate by documenting the interventions that occurred every day over the course of 3 months, without there being violent attacks during worker or student demonstrations. Every time a trade union or political demonstration is called, there is immediately a deployment of police forces, ready to intervene to break up the groups of demonstrators. When these police and military deployments do not take place, no major incidents have ever occurred. The Honorable observed. Pietro, in his speech to the Constituent Assembly, December 12, 1947. The display of force that we witness is at the origin of the deplored incidents and is part of the technique of provocation. In the mentality of those who govern, of those who direct the police forces, and also of that part of the moderate and conservative public opinion, the idea has finally entered, but it took years of work and struggles, that the law to strike is legitimate, it must be recognized, but not the right to demonstrate. Every demonstration of opposition in the streets is considered from its inception an act of sedition rather than the exercise of a right. 515. That of being able to freely express the thoughts, will and aspirations of the popular masses. In fact, workers and students, all citizens, have no other way to directly express their will, to draw public attention to their economic, trade union, cultural and political demands. From October 1966 to June 1968, nearly 10,000 workers and students were convicted or, at the time of the October 1968 amnesty, were awaiting trial, and precisely for trade union unrest, 125 convicted and 5,169 awaiting trial; for political unrest, 84 convicted and 847 awaiting trial; for student unrest, 9 convicted and 3,170 awaiting trial. Practically it is the right to demonstrate which does not exist in Italy. Preventing the exercise of such a right means preventing and hindering the right to strike itself. It means striking and violating a fundamental part of the Constitution. The Art. 1 of the Constitution not only says that the authority and activity of the state must be expressed in the interest of the people, but it says that sovereignty belongs to the people. It is certainly not easy to create this awareness in men accustomed to commanding, in whom the authoritarian mentality of the past regime is inherent, when the state was everything and in front of it there were only subjects, but also nourished afterwards during the last 25 years old. It is not easy to make prefects and police commissioners understand that the new sovereign is the people and that therefore their duty is to defend and guarantee the freedoms of citizens and the rights of workers enshrined in the Constitution. It is to defend and guarantee the full explication of popular freedom and sovereignty. The problem of relations between citizens and the state cannot be solved even and only with the non-intervention of armed police forces during trade union and political demonstrations, even if this measure is now established as urgent and inviolable. But it's not enough. You can kill a protester even without shooting him. A stick or a jeep thrown at the demonstrators can lead to the same result. It happened in Milan, 2 years ago. A young student crushed against a column in the Milan gallery. In the report to his bill number 1206, Discipline of the Use of Firearms by Police Forces, Sen. Feno-Altier rightly observed, the popular masses have now reached such a level of political and civil education. 516. To be able to take care of order themselves. Proof of this is the fact that for a long time the slightest disorder has never been complained about when the masses have been free to demonstrate in a composed manner as is now their custom, subject only to their own high degree of responsibility and that of their leaders, while blood was shed every time the police intervened by exercising brutal violence without any truly adequate reason requiring it. Justifying the intervention of armed police forces by predicting possible incidents means admitting that they can be quelled with the use of firearms, i.e. by shooting at the crowd. This entails attributing to the police forces an indiscriminate power to sentence to death and kill on the spot, which would be illegitimate even in a system different from ours which prohibits it and which provides for the death penalty to be imposed, however, always with a sentence of judge, against the guilty party. But it is not enough to remove the machine guns, it is necessary to disarm the spirits and put at the head, among the executives and in the ranks of the police forces and military forces, men of sure democratic conscience. Officers, soldiers, police officers, and carabinieri must know that they are safeguarding the republic and democratic institutions and not at the service of a party, economic and political groups or bodies that place themselves above the state. Officers and soldiers, prefects, police commissioners, police officers, and soldiers of the carabinieri have a greater need for democratic education than military instruction on the use of weapons. The organization of the armed forces is based on the democratic spirit of the republic does not only mean that those who direct and are part of the armed forces must not shoot or order to shoot demonstrators, or to shoot them on the spot, but it means that those who are part of these armed forces, and above all those who direct them, must be democrats, they must come from the world of work and production. There must be an ever closer link between the armed forces and the country. In this direction, a rapid process of democratization of the police forces and the armed forces must be promoted. The problem was posed immediately after the liberation and it was underlined by many that it could be resolved by introducing new cadres into the armed forces, officers who had demonstrated their democratic faith and by renewing the regulations with modern and democratic criteria. On the wave of the victorious resistance and the recognition of the partisan struggle, Al. 517. Some thousands of anti-fascist and former partisan fighters were placed as officers in the armed forces and police forces. A certain number of prefects and quaestus were chosen not from the bureaucracy, but from among the men who came from the resistance and the CLN. But, even before the unity of the anti-fascist parties was broken, even before the exclusion of the left-wing and more consequently democratic forces from the government was completed, officers and soldiers coming from anti-fascism and the War of Liberation were excluded from the armed forces and the police. The reverse operation was carried out. The men who had served the regime of the fascist dictatorship for 20 years returned to their posts with full authority, acquitted from any trial or purging investigation, even forgetting that many of these men had betrayed their oath and they were guilty of real crimes against the loyalty and military defense of the state. This is not about indulgence, about pacification measures aimed at reuniting the country after 20 years of dictatorship and fascist crime. These measures of unprecedented generosity were supported and approved by us and by the democratic forces. There was full awareness that the reconstruction and renewal of the country could proceed much more rapidly the sooner the Italian people rediscovered their unity in a policy that marked the end of the hatred and resentment aroused by the terrible wounds dug by fascism and war. We always agreed on the pacification measures, but that wasn't what it was about. He rather to rebuild new armed forces, not linked economically and politically to the old structures still standing, but closely connected to the new reality of the country, faithful to the Constitution and the Democratic Republic. General Giacomo Zanussi wrote in 1946, "If we really aspire to finally possess a serious, solid, and healthy army, we must resign ourselves no longer to rebuilding some piece of the shaky edifice, but to knocking it down from the foundations and doing it all over again." 5. Nothing was done about it. In fact, we worked in the opposite direction, and the big problem still needs to be resolved today, both with the change of men and with the development of new regulations of the armed forces that guarantee the development of democracy. Officers of the armed forces, officials, police officers, and CA5G Zanussi, Save the Army, Corso, Rome, 1946. 518. Rabbis must be scrupulously recruited and educated on the basis of the democratic principles of the Constitution, without ever forgetting that they are entrusted with one of the most important and delicate functions of social life, the protection of citizens' freedoms and rights, the protection of public order in a civilized and democratic country, and the defense of national independence. Sometimes it is objected that objective difficulties and the weight of deep-rooted traditions hinder the renewal of men, customs, and regulations. But it is precisely because our country is burdened by a past and traditions that are certainly not democratic that it is necessary, indispensable on the part of everyone and of the governments first and foremost a stronger, more decisive commitment to the recruitment, training, and education of the armed forces of the state on the basis of the principles of the Constitution and on the basis of the elementary rights of man and citizen. The democratization of the armed forces requires, among other things, a new regulation for the discipline of the armed forces. The last one dates back to October 31, 1964 and was approved in its 108 articles by the Minister of Defense of the time, the Hon. Giulio Andreotti. There is no need to examine the 108 articles which, as a whole, do not even remotely propose to create new democratic relations between soldiers and officers and between the armed forces and the country. As already in the new PS bill presented by Minister Taviani and discussed in the Senate in May-June 1967, so also in the disciplinary system of the armed forces there is not even a single direct or indirect reference to the Constitution and the Republic. The writer had the opportunity to observe, during the discussion in the Senate of the Taviani bill for the amendments to the consolidated text of June 18, 1931, that in the entire text the word Republic did not appear just once, the word Constitution never occurred, never the word democracy. We always and only talk about the state without adjectives, we talk about public order without ever specifying that we are talking about public order in the democratic republic founded on work. We were told that this was completely useless and superfluous. Which isn't true. If there is a law that more than any other requires it to be formulated in clear and precise terms, this is precisely the PS law, since it establishes, fixes, and regulates the relationships between the state and citizens with certain rules. To be clear, this law must say in its very formulations to all citizens and authorities, to the simple worker, to officers and soldiers, to every police officer or soldier of the Carabinieri. 519. What is the state, what is the order that they are called to respect or protect? The fundamentally democratic character of the Constitution and of the Republic, of our institutions, must emerge clearly and unequivocally from the very formulations, from the expressions used in drafting laws and regulations. In the Tirocini, Secchia, Gianquinto and others project for the new PS law, presented to the Senate, it is explicitly said that the PS's authority depends on the government of the Republic and not on a government that could peradventure have taken office against the Republic. But the formulation "it depends on the government of the Republic" was rejected by the majority with the malicious and specious argument that the clarification was superfluous. However, it is not superfluous, since all the officers, soldiers, police officers, carabinieri, etc., they must know who they depend on. All citizens without distinction must know who they must turn to, who they must listen to, who they must obey. They must also know that their duty is not to obey in every case, even the reckless order of a superior who, having lost his head or having gone mad, orders them to shoot at the demonstrators, but that there may be circumstances and situations in which the duty commands them not to obey. Military and civilians must know that in the event that a group of officers or civilians, even with high ranks or holding high positions, attempted, as happened in Greece in 1967, to violently seize power by trampling on the Constitution and freedoms, their duty would be to not obey, to rebel against such orders, to provide aid to the legitimate democratic authorities. The function of the armed forces and the PS authorities is to guard and protect the democratic state. The adjective always refers to the republic founded on work, to protect the rights of the citizens of the republic, who according to the Constitution must also know what their duties are. These principles must be reiterated at all times in schools, in barracks, in life and, first and foremost, in the laws that are developed, and it is on these principles that relations between the state and citizens must be based. Our country has paid too dearly for the lack of civic education of citizens and the armed forces. It has paid too dearly for obedience not to the laws of the state, but for blind obedience to the arbitrariness and violence of tyranny. It must never be had. 520. Fear of being too clear about rights and duties and relationships between citizens and the state. What we speciously considered superfluous was instead considered necessary even in the Federal Republic of Germany in Bonn. The regulations of the German armed forces were, after the tragic Hitler experience, profoundly modified. I limit myself to quoting just one article, the 14th, which says, "The military's duty is to denounce any illicit action and, if democratic institutions are called into question, to take a position in their defense." Likewise, the regulation of the French armed forces states the preeminence of the civic spirit over the military one and specifies, respect for the law based on blind obedience must no longer exist, but the citizens' respect for the institutions must exist of the state. In other articles of the same regulation it is explicitly said that the superior cannot order his employee to act which constitutes crimes or misdemeanors against the state, the Constitution, and public peace, or which affect the life, integrity and freedom of people. If the employee does it, carries it out, he assumes criminal and disciplinary responsibilities. All rules of which in Italy there is a sacred terror on the part of governments and established powers, and which, on the pretext that they are useless and superfluous, are systematically rejected every time their introduction into the regulations of the armed forces is proposed and in the PS law texts. It is true that here today we clash not only with internal power groups, but also against international forces. Italy's accession to the Atlantic Alliance, made ever more serious by NATO commitments which become heavier every day, has complicated and continues to complicate the problem of the organization and education of the armed forces, of their fidelity to the principles of the Constitution and of national independence. The Safar scandal has brought to light serious interference between NATO services and those of the Italian General Staff. They are also multiple due to the centralization of different functions in the same people. The subordination of these national services to the NATO commands is such that some officers, who privately, in the days of July 1964, had asked for explanations regarding certain preparations, were told that they were part of the development of the internal security plan established within the framework of NATO agreements, in agreement with the American forces stationed in Italy and as part of a national operation. 521. Without making assumptions about the secret agreements that also exist, those denounced by the French government are irrefutable proof. It is sufficient to examine the open agreements to note that they include police functions and collaboration in the information and so-called security services between the NATO member countries. It is sufficient to read, for example, the report given by General Lioze, former Army Chief of Staff, at the International Study Conference on NATO held in Pavia. In it he stated that, for the first time in history a military alliance has been created between nations governed by a democratic regime, which, despite having a defensive nature, is capable of intervening promptly and with full effectiveness in the event that one of the member states is attacked. Effectiveness essentially derives from the integration of commands and forces. Further on, General Lioze makes even more serious statements, namely, NATO does not foresee having to face only the hypothesis of a total conflict. Against the possibility of minor threats, note, here we no longer even use the term aggression. The threat is sufficient. A mobile shape force was created a few years ago, which is air-land and is made up of units from different nations. It is airborne and can intervene immediately in any threatened region, particularly on the northern and southern flanks of the Allied deployment, to counter infiltrations, incursions, and local aggressions. Italy, he concluded, is participating with various departments. 6. It is superfluous to underline the extreme gravity of these declarations and the degree of Italy's commitment to NATO with the consequences that may derive from them. On the defensive nature of these commitments, Leo Valiani already acutely observed in a speech to the Constituent Assembly, March 1947, we are truly entering that field in which we always end up stretching the facts, to demonstrate that freedom is safeguarded of a country by intervening with weapons, or that, vice versa, it is saved by not intervening. Recent history is full of contradictions in this regard. Just think of the latest major event in international politics, Truman's message, which places the strategic fronts of the United States in Greece and Turkey, with the aim, as the American president says, of defending the freedom of those peoples. I might also think that the freedom of those peoples cannot be defended. 6. L. Lioze, the military function of NATO, in NATO, Problems and Prospects, Giuffre, Milan, 1967, pages 197 to 199. 522. Effectively sending military instructors to support governments that are not democratic or even liberal. Nor is it necessary to stop to demonstrate, which goes beyond the topic we have proposed, the incompatibility of the Atlantic Pact with the Charter of San Francisco, with the UN Statute, and with our Italian Constitution itself. Numerous jurists and international law experts have done so in their time in theory and on a doctrinal level, from Schick 7 to Calamandrei 8, and again recently at the NATO International Study Conference held in Pavia. Prof. Ludovico Matteo Bentivoglio, professor of international law and organization, while declaring himself one of the supporters of NATO and of its cautious reform, explicitly stated, "It must be frankly admitted that the founding treaty of NATO is outside the United Nations. In a certain sense it can even be said that the organization of the Atlantic Pact is opposed to the United Nations." 9. There, the Atlantic Pact and the NATO commitments are unconstitutional because they seriously undermine the sovereignty of the Italian people. They deprive their governments of the power to autonomously direct their foreign policy and vast sectors of internal politics, and transfer this power to another body, and more precisely to another country, the United States of America. When dealing with the Supreme Defense Council, Pretieri already observed 10 years ago, it must not be overlooked that the constraints of political military alliances have diminished its powers, integrating Italian defense with those of the treaty establishing NATO and the Protocol October 23, 1955 of joining the Brussels Pact. NATO bodies, however the nature of NATO may be configured, issue directives to individual state governments. And this would already lead to serious de facto limitations on the powers of the Supreme Defense Council. 10. But, returning to our topic, what we wanted to underline are the difficulties that today stand in the way, even of an international nature, to the reform of the legal system's military and PS law. The first condition should be the independence of the 4-7 Schick, the North Atlantic Treaty and the problem of peace, in the Juridical Review, 1950. 8. P. Calamandrei, the Italian Constitution, in Dieci Anni, La Terza, Bari, 1960. 9. L. Matteo Bentivoglio, Institutional and Organizational Structures of NATO, in NATO, Problems and Prospects, OPCIT, p. 65. 10. A. Pretieri, Supreme Defense Council, in Studies on the Constitution, Giuffre, Milan, 1958, p. 263. 523. Z. Italian armies. When national general staffs and the services entrusted to them are integrated into foreign general staffs and services, it is inevitable that they tend to lose sight of national interests which do not lie in military strengthening, in NATO commands, insofar, but in the development of democracy, of freedoms, of the well-being of the country, in the policy of social reforms and peace. These problems relating to the state, its relations with the citizens, its structures, and the structures of the armed forces were discussed first in the National Council and in the Constituent Assembly afterwards, but the discussion, in addition to not engaging the country, cannot be said to have fully engaged even the Democratic and left-wing parties. Perhaps there was not, and rightly so, excessive trust in the written paper and the regulations. Perhaps it was thought that it would be the structural reforms that would determine the change in social relations and relations between the state and citizens. But if it is true that fundamental structural reforms determine the change in social relations, it is also true that civil, democratic relations between the state and citizens facilitate, help, and encourage the implementation of other reforms which can instead be delayed or prevented by intervention, authoritarian and coercive nature of the state or of centers of power that overlap with the state. It's not a question of having more or less trust on written paper. History has long taught that not only the regulations, the orders that govern and inspire the armed forces, the PS laws, but the constitutions themselves have lasting value only when they are the expression of real relationships between the vital forces of the country. But it is precisely these real forces that we need to look at. Today, two trends that manifest themselves openly in Italy and in all capitalistically developed countries collide and are destined to collide ever more harshly. A centralizing, authoritarian tendency, an expression of large monopolistic concentrations that clashes with the need for a policy of greater freedom, democracy, and self-government. On the other hand, we are witnessing a powerful development of democratic consciousness, an increasingly felt need for effective participation of citizens in the management of the life of the country, in workshops, schools, municipalities, local authorities, economic and trade union associations, and in the parties themselves. The young generations are rebelling against the old myths and imposing on the world an evolution and more rapid, radical changes, the transformation of old structures and archaic principles that have had their day. 524. Today there are powerful new forces in the country, in the workshops, in the fields, in the universities and in the schools, pressing, coming forward, wanting and having the right to count. It would be a serious mistake if anyone deluded themselves into thinking that they could push these forces backwards with violence and authoritarianism, or that they could hold them back by promising self-government, autonomy to local authorities, universities, municipalities, regions, and reforms of economic, political and social issues that never come to fruition. The Constituent Assembly worked with intensity, I would say with passion. In Parliament there were none of the daily absences and voids of today. Many felt the urgent need to give a new structure not only to the state, but to Italian society. Unfortunately, despite the hopes of the CLN and the democratic parties, the constitution was born limited, incomplete, and contradictory. Undermined by the initial compromise, it was only half applied and not in its fundamental parts. One could say that it was born late with the times and in comparison with the rapid economic, scientific, and cultural development of modern society. What was urgent to do yesterday has today become extremely urgent and cannot be postponed. Any delay in adapting the relationships between the state and citizens, between the state and the needs of today's society could be extremely dangerous. It is not a question of making demands for the revision of the Constitution, but of working decisively and consistently for its application. Despite its limits, its gaps, its hesitations, it is still one of the most advanced constitutions. Even if it does not envisage a democracy directly articulated on the basis of production, it contains essential elements of a program of development of society and the state towards a new power which is certainly not the socialist state, but is not and cannot be the bourgeois state dominated by big property and capitalist monopolies. 525. 1969. Fight against fascism. Democratizing the Armed Forces. Comrade Boldrini's report, with which I think we all agree, was so broad, concrete, and embraced all of today's political issues that it does not seem necessary to me to add other topics. It is rather a question of examining how to bring out of this theater, each one in our cities, in the provincial and local ANPI, our intentions and our directions, so that we do not remain, as often happens, unrealistic intentions, only to then find ourselves on the next occasion complaining about some other Evola, or some other comrade, like Comrade Lino Zocchi, to whom we renew all our solidarity and affection, wounded by the fascist mob. It is superfluous to insist on the gravity of the national and international situation. There is no one who does not realize this gravity, of a situation that has now become intolerable and which, if it were to continue, would seriously jeopardize not only the values of the resistance, but the future of our country. A country cannot lie permanently under the risk, threat, and blackmail of coups d'état, be they plotted, kept ready and updated, in one of those envelopes with a conventional name, by one of those 1,000 generals, about whom he spoke to us Boldrini, who have never learned what a democratic republic means, or are threatened by politicians who believe they can get rid of the obstacles to their greed for power, effectively suppressing parliament, the autonomy and any power of the local bodies. Denying the workers and to the workers any power in the factories and outside the factories, organized or dreamed up by politicians who believe they can break down the dams to bad government, to unbridled corruption, to the subservience to one speech by Pietro Secchia at the ANPI National Conference, held in Padua on June 29, 1969. 527. Foreign, eliminating all constitutional legality and effectively setting aside the Constitution. It is true that we have no reason to be pessimistic since powerful pushes forward come from below, especially from the worker and student youth who demonstrate that they have understood what there was and what still is that is alive and renewing in the resistance. The young people understood, without perhaps having been fully aware of it at first, that the resistance fought and has fought not only against the foreigner, but to contest the whole of the old Italian society, not only in its last expression at the time which was the fascist one, but also in its pre-fascist matrix which was that of the so-called liberal Italy which had opened the doors to fascism. Youth today, in its great mass, tends to become a great renewing force. Once upon a time we would have said revolutionary, and we must not be afraid to repeat it, and are not satisfied with the word resistance because the name sounds to them like something defensive. Resist what? Maybe defend what exists? No, what exists must be changed. Do we want to fight within the system or outside, against the system? Yesterday Comrade Ariel Do Banfi mentioned a dilemma: do we want to fight within the system or outside, against the system? It seems to me that the dilemma does not exist. We fight within the system but, at the same time, to change the system. We fight in the system because we live in society as it is organized today, but we fight to implement the Constitution in its fundamental parts, to implement social reforms and therefore to profoundly renew the current system. Boldrini's report was entirely a searing denunciation of the system made up of old, archaic, ruined institutions, made up of bureaucratic, ankylosed bodies which no longer function and which are still largely the old bodies of the fascist bureaucracy in all sectors of the state apparatus, from the pension one to the healthcare hospital one, to the fiscal one, to the diplomatic one, etc. What is it that young workers and young students contest, what we ourselves contest, what the resistance contests? Are these outdated and anachronistic fascist and pre-fascist structures? It is the current organization of society with all its 528 injustices, its hypocrisies, its deceptions, the double dealings of under-government and over-government. Is this civilization soulless? Is it the morality of profit, of unbridled speculation, of corruption, of gambling dealers and their assistants? It is all this that young people contest. But these are the same things we dispute. These are the same things the resistance fought against. This is why the resistance, perhaps more than any other movement, understands the voice of young people, knows how to understand young people in their generosity, in their enthusiasm, in their impulses, and also in their exasperation, which sometimes explodes. The resistance has no enemies, it has no opponents on the left. We can discuss, disagree, argue perhaps with this or that other youth movement, with this or that other party whose positions we do not share, but the resistance, today as yesterday, does not. He has adversaries, he has no enemies on the left. Our adversaries, our enemies are all on the right, they are in the backward and reactionary right who didn't want the resistance yesterday and don't want it today. Ours is a unitary association, we are a great unitary movement because all our experience is a unitary experience. We obtained all our successes with unity, but it was a unity based on action, for specific objectives and with a clear perspective. We wanted to destroy fascism from the roots, we wanted to renew Italy. This perspective, these objectives of ours immediately clarified that ours was not a mythological and borderless unity, they immediately clarified which side our friends were on and which side our enemies were on. With this reference to unity, I wanted to welcome as positive the episodes recalled here and the results obtained with tenacious work done by comrades, friends from Milan, Florence, Padua, and other places. Those signatures obtained from all the democratic parties under those protest posters against the hooligan fascist demonstrations are highly positive, as long as those signatures signify a real and effective commitment to fight against every form of authoritarianism, reaction, rebirth of fascism. As long as those signatures are not affixed to bills that will never be paid. We cannot be satisfied with having obtained a signature that someone sometimes grants us. 529. To cover an alibi for misgovernment operations for which he is co-responsible or directly responsible. Those signatures are certainly important, they are a first step in the common fight against fascist resurgences, against reactionary ambitions, but they acquire a real value when, for example, Comrade Aniazzi, mayor of Milan, joins personally and as a representative of the city to the protest and indignation against fascist events and the complacency of those who tolerate them, and when this protest he makes it heard, together with us, by the supreme authorities of the state and the republic. I intend to say the same thing for all the parties that affixed their signature to those manifestos, from the Christian Democratic Party to the Communist Party. For example, this morning we were all disappointed and surprised when we opened El Unita and P. Avanti. And in noting that one of these newspapers dedicates a few lines and the other not even a word to this national conference of ours promptly convened following facts and events which seem to threaten to overwhelm national democratic life itself, exposed to increasingly open attack by fascist forces. The signature under a manifesto has value if it means a commitment to initiatives and action, if it means a commitment of each of us within the parties and organizations of which we are part, within the government, if it is a party at the government, within the municipalities and provinces of whose administration we are part, within the trade unions and mass organizations. Joining an anti-fascist demonstration and protest cannot and must not be limited to a signature. Unity cannot be limited to the top or around a round table. It must be a unity that extends and is achieved at the base, from the workshops to the schools, to all places of study and work, a unity that you truly embrace the world of work and culture. No, the resistance is not dead, nor without prospects as long as it knows how to be actively operating inside and outside the existing mass organizations, including, indeed, first and foremost, the trade union organizations, which are autonomous and independent from the parties, but are not and they can neither be autonomous nor indifferent to the politics being conducted in the country. They cannot be indifferent to the resurgences of fascism and the attempts to slow down the development of democracy with authoritarianism, with the use of armed forces and with massacres. And when serious events like those that happened in Rome, in Verba 530, Nia, in Navarra and in other places happen, even and above all the unions have something to say, not with a telegram of solidarity, but with an act, with an immediate initiative that expresses the workers' decisive will to never let it rise again, fascist squadrism, to no longer allow ourselves to be deprived of freedom and to do away with those who are nostalgic for coups d'état and fascism. When we say that it is time to get out of this grip, I repeat, we must be aware that we assume commitments of work, unity and action in Parliament, but above all in factories, schools and the country. Some comrades who intervened in the debate called for the dissolution of the MSI. We do not have excessive confidence in an initiative which, as you know, has already been taken at the time. Point 2 In the best case scenario, another bill would be discussed in a year or who knows when. Apart from the fact that fascism and subversive dangers are not contained only in these three letters, MSI. We must ask and demand the application of the laws that punish the exaltation, the apologia of fascism, the squad demonstrations. We must ask for the application of the existing laws that prohibit the reconstitution of the fascist party in any form. There is no need for new laws, it is sufficient to apply the existing laws which target fascism in its manifestations, which target aggression, violence against people and associations, which target anyone who attacks citizens' freedoms, to democratic and constitutional institutions. We must make everyone feel, from the highest state authorities to the largest industrialists, that democratic freedoms and citizens' rights will be defended, that there will never be a return to fascist gangs, and that we will make those who pay, those who organize and those who finance directly responsible. These scoundrels. The last thing I want to mention, albeit briefly, is the armed forces. 2. A law for the dissolution of the MSI was presented to the Senate in 1960 by Sen. Ferruccio Parri, Sr. was the minority speaker, together with the socialist Sansone Pietro Secchia. The bill was rejected in the chamber with 124 votes and approved by 93. Parri, the communists and the socialists voted in favor of the bill. They voted against Christian Democrats, liberals and fascists. 531. The armed forces. We cannot remain indifferent to what is happening in the armed forces. At a time when workers and students are fighting for greater power in factories and schools, it is necessary to develop a broad campaign for the democratization of the armed forces, and this is particularly our task, the resistance. The armed forces, which should be informed by the democratic spirit of the Republic as prescribed by the Constitution, have instead been restructured into forms, frameworks and special bodies suitable for defending authoritarianism, the bosses, the residues of fascism, the arbitrariness of the privileged groups that dominate our country. The democratization of the armed forces requires, among other things, a new regulation of discipline of the armed forces. We cannot here examine the 108 articles of the current regulation which, as a whole, do not even remotely propose to create new democratic relations between soldiers and officers and between the armed forces and the country. The function of the armed forces and the PS authority is to guard and protect the democratic republic founded on work, to protect the citizens of the republic and constitutional freedoms. These principles must be reiterated at all times in schools, in barracks, in life and, first and foremost, in the laws and regulations that are developed, and it is on these principles that relations between the state and citizens must be based. Our country has paid too dearly for the lack of civic education of citizens and the armed forces. It has paid too dearly for obedience not to statutory laws, but for blind obedience to the arbitrariness and violence of tyranny. We must never be afraid of being too clear about rights and duties, about the relationships between citizens and the armed forces, between citizens and the state. What we have heretofore speciously considered superfluous, by our government of course, has been considered necessary even in the Federal Republic of Germany in Bonn. The regulations of the German armed forces were, after the tragic Hitler experience, profoundly modified. I limit myself to quoting just one article, the 14th, which says, the military's duty is to report any illicit action and, if 532 democratic institutions questioned, to take a stand in their defense. Likewise, in the regulation of the French armed forces, it states, the preeminence of the civic spirit over the military one, and it is specified that, respect for the law based on blind obedience must no longer exist, but respect for the citizen must exist and respect for state institutions. In other articles of the same regulation it is explicitly said that the superior cannot order his employee to perform acts that constitute crimes or misdemeanors against the state, the constitution, public peace, or attack the life, integrity and freedom of people. If the employee does it, carries it out, he assumes criminal and disciplinary responsibilities. In the same way that the unions took and carried forward the initiative of the Democratic Statute of Workers in Factories, I propose that ANPI take the initiative to elaborate, urgently present in Parliament and immediately popularize it in the country, a democratic statute or regulation of armed forces. A statute of the armed forces in which in Art. 1 is said clearly and precisely, the armed forces, all the armed forces, have the precise duty, the obligation to defend the Republic, the democratic institutions and the sovereignty of the people. They have the precise duty to protect the freedoms and rights of citizens. The ANPI has what it takes to speak to the armed forces, because if these armed forces have been able to represent themselves on the political scene of the country and on the international stage, they owe it above all to the resistance which has redeemed the honor of the army, and of our armed forces, which had been dragged through the mud by fascism, by a cowardly monarchy and by mollusk and traitor generals. Not all traitors, not all mollusks. We know well that some of those generals and officers knew how to do their duty. They fought and fell heroically in Colonia, in Corfu, in other lands fighting against the Germans. They were with we in the resistance, showed proof of ability and courage. Many heroically fell fighting against the Germans and fascists. This is why the resistance has the right to speak to them and has the duty to speak to the officers and soldiers. We must remind them, as we already did on September 8, 1943, and even after, what their duty and their categorical imperative are. The resistance did not reconstitute the 533 armed forces so that they are subservient to reactionary wills or internal or foreign subversive groups. The armed forces were not reconstituted in democratic Italy because someone would try to make them an instrument to govern with machine guns, truncheons, or summary shootings. We know that, the stronger the push for the renewal of old structures and the development of a real democracy, the more the reactionary groups tend to increase the role of the armed forces, to entrust them with other functions such as, for example, those which they call defense of the established order, but not constitutional. When conservative and reactionary parties feel powerless in the face of situations that require urgent measures and fundamental reforms, they abdicate their function in favor of the armed forces, or, more precisely, in favor of some groups that find themselves occupying delicate positions at the head of the armed forces. Posts that they should not occupy due to their fascist past or their connections with neo-fascist movements. Thus the armed forces are called upon to carry out tasks that are no longer those of national defense and the defense of democratic institutions. We cannot limit ourselves to denouncing violence, abuse, arbitrariness, and illegality. We need to speak to the armed forces, to the officers and soldiers, we know that many of them are sincere Democrats, we must speak to them frankly with all the sense of responsibility of men of the resistance. We must break a barrier that exists and that reactionary groups try to raise between us and the armed forces, between the armed forces, the police, and the people. The statute of workers in factories, the statute of students in schools, the democratic statute of the armed forces, here are three basic objectives, and for the latter it is above all the resistance, it is above all the ANPI that must commit itself to operating. Only if we, with the strength and struggle of the masses of workers in the factories, of the youth in schools and factories, of the trade union organizations, are able to unite the armed forces of the Republic, associated, close-knit with the world of work and culture, aware that their first duty is the defense of freedom and democracy, only in this way will we make coups d'état impossible, certainly not easy to implement, but always organized, always dreamable by those who are powerless to face with reforms the movement that rightly demands the renovation. 534. Of society, thinks of resorting to authoritarian blows. Attacks which in Italy are in any case destined to fail, but which we do not even want to be attempted. We cannot satisfy ourselves by repeating the word, be vigilant, we cannot be threatened every summer by certain gentlemen who seem to suffer from the July or August sun. Certain gentlemen must know from this moment that they will have to answer to the country for what they are plotting. The armed forces, from the highest officer to the last soldier, must know that their duty is to defend peace, freedom, and the democratic republic founded on work. But we must help all members of the armed forces to become aware of a reality that is not only in front of us, it is in front of them, and these are the real interests and the future of peace and progress of our country and of the young generations. For this reason, the appeal that has been proposed here and that we must launch to the country must address workers, youth, and also the armed forces. 535. 1970. The History of the Kings. I have had more than one opportunity to express my opinion on some of the problems of the party's history, debated around the Round Table last January, and above all to try to apply it. I have never been fascinated by the stories of kings or even those written for kings. My thoughts at this moment turn to our readings, our critical notes, and the lively discussions of prison and confinement. Indeed, without underestimating the function of great personalities, I believe that the driving forces of history are the popular masses. This was the starting point of all my modest and artisanal work as a militant which, without any pretense, sometimes tried to bring the contribution of his testimony and some research. Because, and here Amendola is right, there is always a starting point, what you want to find is already present as a problem in the researcher's conscience. In other words, wrote Mark Bloch, every historical research presupposes a direction of travel from the first steps. In the beginning there is the spirit. Never in any science has passive observation, always assuming it is possible, produced anything fruitful. Starting from I Communisti and Vincerizian, 1953, where I underlined from the first pages the leading role of the working class and its vanguard in the resistance, then Monte Rosa came to Milan, 1958, which gave me the opportunity to remember, alongside the names of the most famous protagonists, the legendary actions and also the original political and military initiatives of hundreds and hundreds of fighters. Partisan warfare especially is rich in initiatives by individual units and numerous combatants, captains or simple partisans. 11 El Unita, February 14, 1970. 537. Much has already been said about the leaders I wrote in the preamble. Most of the publications published so far on the War of National Liberation are personal essays by commanders and leaders of the partisan movement. Without underestimating their value, which for some is considerable, what is often missing or not sufficiently documented in them is the action of the working class, of the peasants, of the masses, of young people, of simple men. Frassati and I gave the same approach to our volumes La Resistenza e gli Aliali, 1962, and La Storia della Resistenza Italiana, 1965. Until the recent first volume of the Encyclopedia of Anti-Fascism and Resistance, 1968, in whose introduction I wanted to explain the main reason that had driven me to such ambitious and hard work. Ours wants to be a history of ideas and men. This is why, alongside the leaders, the great heroes of thought and action, the tens of thousands of men in flesh and blood will appear in the foreground, with their name and surname, with their individuality whether great or modest, with their personal contribution which, for many of them, was summed up in the supreme sacrifice of their lives. We are convinced that ideas become a force and personalities perform a decisive function only when they are understood, supported, and followed by the masses. I have proposed the same direction. How to succeed is another thing, in the work I have just finished on the action carried out by the PCI in Italy, 1926 to 1931, against fascism, which is about to be published by the G.G. Institute. Fultrinelli. With this testimony, I have tried among other things to demonstrate that, contrary to the authoritative and even passionate opinion of worthy historians, the internal struggles and events of the Communist International had little impact, in those years, on the Italian situation and on the PCI activity. There was much attachment and great trust among communist militants in the Soviet Union and in the Communist International, but, in their great majority, they ignored the essence of the problems that were being debated and were the subject of bitter struggles within the communist parties of other countries, from the Bolshevik one of the USSR, to the German, Polish, Chinese, etc. Those problems, little known in Italy, were not nagging for communist militants. In the PCI's own leading bodies, debates on the differences and issues that troubled other communist parties, starting with that of the Soviet Union, were not frequent. The Tosca case was more unique than 538. Rare, taken as we were by our problems of the fight against fascism in Italy. At the time of the exceptional laws of November 1926, the PCI wanted to continue developing its action in Italy and called all its militants to engage in the fight, to face the risks of the special tribunal, etc. He made this decision autonomously without the pressure or external intervention of any sister party, nor of the Communist International, even though the principles of Leninism, the fundamental charter of the Communist International and all the practice of the communist parties that before us had engaged in tough and heroic struggles against regimes of ferocious reaction, whether they were called fascist or not. The workers, the Italian workers and their vanguards, the communists went into battle or were held back from it, moved by their needs, by the living and working conditions created by fascism, stimulated by the degree of development of their class consciousness and by the initiatives that our party and they themselves took, by the slogans that were launched to achieve certain objectives. The history of the PCI, like the history of every revolutionary movement, is not only the history of the leading group and of the great personalities, but it is the history of tens of thousands of fighters, of men alive in the flesh, who fought against fascism, sacrificing one's life or fully dedicating it to that struggle. It is the story of sacrifices, of pain, of blood of many men who were not spare parts, the wheels of a machine, but felt they were a living part of the party and the working class. They felt they were protagonists, thinking brains fighters, each with their own personality, however modest it may be. The same turning point, about which so much has been spoken and written, was not at all imposed by the Communist International, by Stalin or by the CPSU. Certainly the analyses, the perspectives, the decisions of the Sixth Congress and in particular of the turning point in Italy was decided by the PCI. Based on the analysis of the international situation and certain perspectives, the Communist International had decided that the communist parties had to achieve a turning point in their activity and forms of struggle. These were indications and general directives on the main tasks which were summarized in 1. 539. Word. Conquest of the majority. But what were those formulas and general indications supposed to translate into for Italy? What were the tasks to face for us Italian communists? These were indicated and established by the PCI and not by others. Among the new and fundamental tasks to achieve the turning point, the PCI proposed to reconstitute the internal center and to shift the axis of all its activity to Italy and within the fascist organizations themselves. All these problems were not posed by, for example, the French Communist Party or the German Communist Party, for which achieving the turning point meant facing other problems, carrying out other tasks. The Communist International approved, but there is not a single document of the Communist International, before the leading bodies of the PCI had decided it, which states and establishes that achieving the turning point must mean for the PCI moving its main activity, commit its forces to it, propose to organize fight committees, defense teams, political strikes, etc. In the same analysis of the Italian political situation, the leaders of the Communist International were in some important respects more cautious and prudent than we ourselves were, than the leading bodies of the PCI were. In a speech of his in July 1930, Manuelski, criticizing some parts of a report that Comrade Togliatti had made on behalf of the Italian delegation, said, Ercole characterized the current situation of fascism as the beginning of a political crisis. 10. I think this formula is a bit generic. First of all, it is necessary to clarify what is meant by the beginning of the political crisis of fascism. By examining certain articles in the press, he refers to the clandestine press of the PCI, one can be convinced that the elements of disintegration and crisis of fascism are greatly exaggerated. It would be more correct to say that in Italy we have the first symptoms of an early political crisis, symptoms which for the moment are still weak. But naturally those who wanted to support another thesis did not consider these and other documents. Further proof that the truth is always a very concrete thing, but the truth for a communist is never, on the basic problems, the same as for a social democrat. And here I would like to mention other topics you raised in the round table, but space forces me to postpone it to another occasion. 540. 1971. The reality of 1943 M5. Our choices in 1943-45, as is the habit of Marxists at any other time, were made on the basis of the examination of a real and objective situation and not as a consequence of complicated intellectualistic constructions that are being devised 25 years later. To those who asked us certain questions, to those who asked us for explanations about our choices at the time, we have always responded, from Togliatti to Longo, to many others of us often called to give testimonies, with only relevant and valid reasons. The truth is simple and never needs too many explanations and arguments, much less those that arrive many years late. If today, for the sake of the new or for reasons of current politics, we want to invent or particularly underline other arguments, it does not seem right to us, nor useful for the purposes of clarifying the reasons for our policy at the time and of persuading young people to today. With the new topics that Comrade Sereni wanted to discover and underline in N5 of Rinascita, January 29, 1971, I believe that he will not be able to persuade any young person, if this is really what it is about. If anything, he will make the question even less clear and confused. It goes without saying that I agree with Comrade Sereni on a whole part of his article, and I will not take up the arguments he deals with regarding the national question, the liberation struggles and the national insurrections, which I agree with. But it is the starting point itself that seems wrong to me. 11. Rebirth, February 9, 1971. 541. It is very probable that today there are young people who ask us communists why we didn't carry out the proletarian revolution. Which and how many questions are not asked today. But that wasn't the question we were called to answer 25 years ago, that wasn't the choice that lay before us. In 1943-45 we found ourselves having to choose not between national insurrection and proletarian revolution, but between the return to a bourgeois democracy of the pre-fascist type and a democracy of a new, progressive type, based on new structures, on a renewal of the state which opened Italy's path to further social developments and socialism. The national insurrection did not set itself the objective of socialism, it was not a fight for the socialist revolution, but a fight for the conquest of democratic freedoms for the workers, for the peasants, for the workers, for the oppressed classes. It was a fight for the direct participation of the working masses in the new power, without which profound social reforms would not have been achieved. Progressive democracy does not only serve to ensure that the working class and the popular masses have a preeminent place in the new society purged of fascism and trusts today we say monopolies. Progressive democracy is an essential condition of economic and social progress. 2. Not that there has been a shortage of occasions in which it has been necessary to explain to rank and file comrades, in some meetings and in some articles, why the problem of proletarian insurrection did not arise. Indeed, we even argued lively against groups of dissidents who were conducting a public defamatory campaign against the PCI, against its policies and against the partisan war which they considered a service we rendered to the bourgeoisie. But no communist leader at the center or on the periphery ever thought that in that situation it was a question of choosing between national insurrection and proletarian revolution. The politics of unity, of the Popular Front, of the anti-fascist alliances which had then led to the rise of the National Fronts and the CLN had not been born in September 1943, but since the 7th Congress of the Communist International. Not had suddenly rained from the sky, but since 1933, after the Nazis came to power in Germany, a review of the policy had immediately begun, imposed by the serious situation that had been created. And 2. Why do we want progressive democracy? In El Unita, August 1, 1944. 542. From the dangers that threatened Europe and the world. Over the course of 10 years that policy had been acquired and assimilated by the communists, even by those who had spent years and years in prisons and on islands of confinement. The discussions that took place between us and the representatives of the other parties belonging to the CLN were never about whether the choice should be national insurrection or proletarian revolution. None of us ever thought of proposing to the other parties other policies, other objectives than those of creating a regime of progressive democracy, and not only because doing so would have broken the unity of all the democratic forces, but also for the fact that neither the conditions nor the possibilities existed to set other and more advanced objectives. Today we are fighting for national liberation and for a regime of progressive democracy. But also on an ideological level, the campaign that wants to make people believe that the proletarian dictatorship, inscribed in the communist program, has something in common with the desecrated fascist dictatorship, is false and shameful, because no one today is allowed to ignore that the proletarian dictatorship is synonymous with the widest democracy for the great masses. But, let us repeat, today we are fighting not for proletarian dictatorship, but for progressive democracy, which differs from that not so much in its democratic substance, but above all in its social content. 3. The discussions that took place at the time inside and outside the CLN between us and the other anti-fascist parties were whether we should act immediately or not, whether we should fight before the arrival of the Anglo-Americans or not, whether the strikes should be weapons of national liberation struggle or not, if the CLN were to be merely top bodies of the representatives of the various parties, or representative bodies of the broad popular masses, if the objective for which we were fighting was to simply be the expulsion of the Germans, the defeat of the fascists and the restoration of the old pre-fascist democracy, or the establishment of a regime of new and progressive democracy. And by democracy of a new type, by progressive democracy, I certainly won't remind Comrade Sereny, who knows this well, but I also write for young people. We meant 1. A democratic republic with a constitution which 3L Longo, excerpt from the political report presented to the Conference of the Insurrectional Triumvirates, in our struggle, NOS 19, 20, November 1944. 543. Guaranteed all Italians all freedoms, freedoms of thought and freedom of speech, freedom of the press, association and assembly, freedom of religion and worship, and the freedom of small and medium-sized property to develop without being crushed by the groups of plutocracy, i.e. large monopoly capitalism. 2. The democratic and progressive regime that we propose and in the construction of which we want to collaborate and will collaborate in all forms, must be a strong regime, which defends itself with all weapons against any attempt at the revival of fascism and reaction, against any attempt to suppress or trample on popular freedoms. This new democracy will have to outlaw any and all remnants of fascism, and will also have to take measures to eradicate the roots from which fascism arose in the past and from which it could be reborn in the future. 3. For this reason we will propose that, after the war, a profound agrarian reform be decided by the Italian Constituent Assembly, which creates a new situation in the countryside in favor of the small and medium-sized farmer, destroys every feudal residue, via the land and the means to cultivate it for farmers who today lack it. The plutocratic groups, which are responsible for the establishment of the fascist regime in Italy and the direct authors of today's national catastrophe, must be struck and made unable to do harm. The state will have to prevent, by means of measures decided by the people, that a small group of greedy, selfish, corrupt men can still concentrate in their hands all the riches of the country and use them to suppress freedoms and impose a policy contrary to national interest. 4. We ask that the democratic and progressive Italy of tomorrow forever renounces every policy of conquest, every adventure, every imperialist intrigue. This in fact was the keystone of the whole building, the primary origin of all our evils. Italy will have to follow a policy of peace with all peoples, of collaboration with the great democratic powers and on the front line with the great Soviet Union, which is the bulwark of democracy and peace in the entire world. For these are the main points of Ita's program for the future. 4. P. Togliatti, Report to the Leaders of the Neapolitan Communist Organization, April 1944, reproduced in Comunista Politics, in El Unita, 1945. 544. Leah, exposed in broad terms, by Comrade Togliatti iti April 1944. In Naples, a few days after his return to Italy. These points were widely illustrated not only in liberated Italy, but also in German-occupied Italy. Still in his report of March 12, 1945 to the enlarged Direction for Occupied Italy, Comrade Longo recalled those points, concluding, "These are the objectives, these are the plans, these are the programs with which we march towards the liberating national insurrection and the construction of the new democratic and progressive Italy." To be truly democratic and progressive, this new Italy also had to change its political and administrative structures, and we communists in the North fought, and we did not limit ourselves to fighting in the discussions with the representatives of the other parties in the CLN, but everywhere where we succeeded, especially in the free zones, we moved on to the practical implementation, to extend the CLNs widely in the factories, in the villages, in the neighborhoods of the cities, to extend in number and composition the CLNs which we considered as four structures on which the new state should be based. It was one of the problems on which we clashed with the representatives of the other parties within the CLN. Only the representative of the Action Party supported our same positions. Indeed, at a certain moment, on November 30, 1944, the Action Party took the initiative to address an open letter to the other parties of the CLN in which the problem was posed in a clear and open manner and invited others to comment on the matter. The PCI was the first to respond clearly, also with an open letter published in La Nostra Lotta, NOS 21-22 of December 15, 1944. In it he declared, "In the CLN our party has never seen and does not simply see a sort of inter-party committee, the body of a temporary coalition of parties for the purposes of the national liberation struggle. The particular situation in which the Italian people found themselves after 20 years of fascist illegality meant that the CLN was born as an initiative and coalition of the parties that were the promoters and organizers of the anti-fascist struggle and of this coalition of parties. We certainly do not want to deny the very important function, but a people reborn to democratic life and struggle could not have entrusted the exclusive representation and direction of the liberation struggle to any party coalition. The reality is that the CLN must respond to a democratic and national need far superior to that of any coalition." 545. Of parties, a need that is not temporary and ephemeral, nor subject to the changing events of the groupings of political and social forces. There is no democracy where participation in the governance of public affairs is reduced to that of the vanguards of the parties, to the game of their balances, without the daily, active, and decisive intervention of the great masses of the people. The letter continues by arguing with those parties that resist and oppose giving representation in the CLN to young people, youth front, women, women's defense groups, factory agitation committees, partisans, illustrates their function as organs of power that they must effectively exercise, especially in the liberated areas, but also in those still occupied by the Germans. Supports the Action Party's proposal for an immediate and formal declaration of the assumption of power by the CLNAI as the secret government of northern Italy. All the other parties took a position against this conception of the function of the CLN as bodies of power. The liberals even made an apologia for the pre-fascist liberal state. The alleged authoritarian state is the Italian liberal state that first governed Piedmont and then united Italy on its glorious journey from Novara to Vittorio Veneto. 5. This they wrote in their letter, which continued to demonstrate how the Italian Liberal Party did not see the CLN as the bodies of the new democratic Italy. For the liberals, the authority of the CLN derived exclusively from the investment it had received from the government of Rome, and they conceived it as representative of the power of the crown and expression of the legitimacy of the continuation of the liberal state. They stated that, once the liberation had taken place, power should have passed exclusively to the central government of Rome, which would have governed with the prefects, the quaestors, and all the bodies of the old state structure. No CLN. Even the DC, albeit with more convoluted and articulated language, clearly spoke out against the CLN considered as bodies of power and participation of the masses in the direction of the life of the country. After having stated that the DC had no tenderness towards the old liberal state, of which it condemned at least 2 points, the theoretical religious agnosticism which on the political terrain becomes distrust and hostility towards the Catholic Church, and the 5-letter of the PLI. CLN Archive, v/19. 546. Non-intervention in the economic and social world, the DC letter continued. In no way does the DC think of dedicating itself to the resurrection and perpetuation of the old body of the pre-fascist state, but from this recognition of the need for even radical reforms of the old Italian state institution, to the sudden, total, and immediate abandonment of it, there is an immense distance that the DC party, aware of representing a balancing force in national life, will never cross. 6. Even more serious was the fact that the Socialist Party itself did not understand the importance of the proposals put forward by the Communist Party and the Action Party, and in fact took a position contrary to them. Although starting, and ostentatiously, from an apparently more left-wing position, emphasizing the need to fight against the monarchy, reproposing the Republican prejudicial, which he seemed to have overcome after the CLN's acceptance of the Salerno turning point, in essence he declared himself clearly against the structural reform of the CLN. Concerns about prestige and party interest, above all the fear that the PCI would take advantage of the new structure of the CLN, had the upper hand over what was the fundamental interest at that moment, laying the foundations and creating the instruments of the new democratic and progressive. In their letter the Socialists wrote, the direct admission of these mass organizations into the regional and provincial CLNs, as has been proposed, apart from the difficulties of having responsible representation of them, could only cause unrest within the CLN themselves. 7. Their SI in its response even avoided taking a position on the Action Party's proposal to immediately transform the CLN into an effective secret government of occupied Italy. When reading especially the last part of Comrade Serini's article, one gets the impression that, if we wanted, we could also have chosen to make the socialist revolution, but we did not make this choice due to internal considerations, avoiding the division of the Italy in 2 parts, and international, avoiding a serious crisis, in the middle of the war, in the Allied and front-line deployment of the United States and the British Empire, as well as for decisive considerations inherent to our analysis of the national character of the framework general, etc. 6. Letter from the DC. CLN Archive, Milan. 7. Letter from the SI. CLN Archive, Milan. 547. Instead, I believe it is necessary to highlight and underline, first of all, that never, for a single moment, Did any of us think about the non-existent possibility of fighting for the socialist revolution? The best way to be defeated from the start would have been to isolate ourselves in a restricted unit, limited to the socialist forces and the avant-garde forces, placing preconditions that would have prevented the strengthening of the political and military struggle and of the war of liberation. Secondly, it must be underlined that our objective was the national struggle to expel the Germans, defeat the fascists and establish a regime of new, progressive democracy. Finally, even to create a democratic and progressive regime it was necessary to have power, and this is what we failed to have. We failed to gain power because we didn't have the strength to do so. Conquering power is worth repeating to achieve not the proletarian revolution, but a regime of progressive democracy meant being able to free important areas, entire regions of our country, to give a vast territory to the Clan, to ensure it has the necessary means so that it could effectively exercise its power, develop its activity, strengthen the national liberation struggle, prepare the local CLNs as effective bodies of the new democracy and direct participation of the masses in power. It is true that we managed to free several areas, temporarily, for 2 or 3 months at most. For the most part they were limited territories. We never managed to extend them, to establish ourselves permanently, to ensure that we had some regions in Italy entirely liberated and governed by the CLN, Piedmont, Lombardy, Veneto, or all 3 regions together. We rightly exalted the resistance because it was the largest people's movement there was in our country. The largest above all in the sense of autonomous participation of the working class, of farmers, of workers as well as leaders. But there has also been and still is, on the radio, on television, in many publications, a lot of rhetoric about the resistance and the partisan war, especially from those who did not join the resistance and are interested in hiding or underlining the decisive contribution made by the communists and the working class. They love to present a spontaneous resistance in which all the Italian people would participate, even forgetting that on the other side of the barricade, at the service of the Germans, were the fascists who, using all means, managed to bring together 548. Among the Black Brigades, various departments, and the Republican exercise, there was a considerable number of ragged men, insecure as one might say, but who played their part in the raids, the repression in the cities and in the campaigns against the patriots. Perhaps we too contributed a little to creating these myths by not having highlighted, especially in the early years, sufficiently, together with the greatness, the objective limits that the resistance had, and this was to the detriment of a knowledge objective reality of the time. Today, young people who read certain fictionalized stories of our war of liberation have the impression that we had the power and that we were unable to hold it or did not want to hold it, who knows why, not even to create a regime of progressive democracy. While in reality, due to the conditions in which the liberation struggle developed in Italy, we, when I say we I mean the anti-fascists, JL Clan, have never had effective power, with the exception of short periods in some areas, since we always lacked the strength and means to conquer it. The resistance in Italy was a fact of great political and social importance. It had a much more marked social character as a result of the 20-year anti-fascist struggle than in other countries where the struggle had only a national character for the expulsion of the foreigner. The partisan war was an important and heroic event in Italy, but there was not an entire population under arms. We were always dissatisfied with the number of fighting partisans. Our effort from the first to the last day was always aimed at increasing it. We openly denounced the unsatisfactory results of the insurrection draft. The same mass movements, the strikes that we have rightly exalted as a peculiar characteristic of the Italian resistance, had serious limits, which we also underlined with criticism and self-criticism, including the same general strike of 1.9 to 44. Which was also the largest mass movement in Europe during the Second World War. Our partisan formations always fought only with light weapons, heavy machine guns and ammunition were always scarce, and they always lacked tanks, armor, and aviation. The only tanks that paraded in the squares of our cities in the days of liberation were those taken from the retreating enemy, forced to surrender because they were pressed by Allied troops and partisans, forced to sign the surrender pacts. 549. The conditions in which the resistance operated in Yugoslavia and the means at its disposal were very different. We have spoken and written about it often, and we have no space to repeat it. It had thousands of cannons, mortars, heavy weapons of all kinds, tanks, and even an air group of 350 aircraft. With these means we understand how the Yugoslav partisan army, thanks to the heroism of its fighters, managed to liberate large territories and firmly build its power before the end of the war. On the other hand, we managed to liberate our cities with the popular insurrection, but this preceded the arrival of the Allied divisions by 2, at most 3 days, in certain provinces, such as in Bologna, by only a few hours. In the conditions in which we operated, we were unable to make the resistance a larger, more robust movement with partisan formations more numerous, powerfully armed, capable of permanently liberating entire regions and ensuring that, upon their arrival, the Anglo-Americans found themselves faced with an organic Italian army and a popular, democratic power, effectively and firmly conquered. These are the things we need to explain to young people. The contribution of the Italian people to their own liberation was notable. The resistance as a political, military struggle of the working masses and for its results must be valorized, but we must warn young people against falling into the mistake of conceiving our war of liberation in terms only of anti-fascists and national struggle, independently of the other forces operating and fighting on the Italian front and on all the battlefields of Europe, which made possible and at the same time conditioned the development of our resistance and the victorious April insurrection. Nor should the profound divergence of interests that was at the basis of the dissent between the Italian resistance and the Allies be kept secret from young people, a dissent that had its clear reflections in the strategy followed, in the Italian campaign, by the Anglo-Americans. These did not adequately help the strengthening of the partisan and patriotic resistance, both due to its prevailing left-wing democratic orientation and due to the fear that Italy, freeing itself with its own forces, could then claim the right to more favorable peace conditions. When all these elements, magnitude, possibilities and limits, we highlight them, young people understand us. If instead we go in search of complex, complicated, and irrelevant elements, we end up adding water to the thesis of those who support we. 550. We could have won, but we wanted to lose, or that to win it would have been sufficient to give more advanced perspectives, socialist slogans, or put the red ribbon on the barrels of the machine guns instead of the tricolor one. Comrade Sereni also asks himself whether the Allies would have intervened or not if the Italian proletariat had attempted to take power. Evidently here he is referring to post-war situations and supports the rather original thesis that they would have been watching. During the war the Germans stood in front of and against us, while the Allies advanced at their leisure, following a strategy in line with their interests. In the post-war period and until 1946, the Allies had no need to intervene since they were present and occupied Italy by force. After 1947? We have talked about it many times, and the arguments brought forward by the 6th Congress of our party are, in my opinion, always valid. 551. 1972. The Armed Corps of the State after Freedom. TION. During the event of the election of the President of the Republic, all the newspapers, as a reminder to the citizens and the electors, recalled what his powers are. These powers are many, even if they are ultimately the powers of the executive, and are indicated in the Art. 87 of the Constitution. Among others, the President has command of the armed forces and presides over the Superior Council of the Judiciary. We limit ourselves to mentioning these two fundamental powers that interest us for the effects of the theme we intend to develop. The above-mentioned powers are of serious responsibility, especially when the bodies in question, the armed forces, police, and judiciary, still have an old, closed, bureaucratic, authoritarian structure and, at their head, men, fundamental codders for a conservative political and ideological orientation. For quite a few of them we should speak of a fascist mentality. There would be too much to say about the three separate bodies. I will focus on the armed forces, both because it is the problem of the day and because the democratic forces themselves have paid too little attention to them in the 25 years that have passed from the approval of the Constitution to today. 1. Anti-militarism in the tradition of the workers' movement. It is not the case, within the limits of this writing, although it would be of undoubted interest, to go in search of why the Italian workers' movement and socialism, unlike in other countries of Europe, have taken little interest in military problems, and, to the extent that they have been interested in them, have done so only from a propaganda point of view, often in the wrong way, in Parliament in the form of interventions on military budgets. 11. Marxist criticism, Notebook No. 5, February 1972. 553. Terry, to limit as much as possible the allocations for unproductive expenses, and in the press exceeding, in the past, a crude, simplistic, often inconclusive anti-militarism. In a country where even 50 years ago religion was supported with the arguments of the blood of Saint Gennaro boiling as a sign of a miracle, and panticlericalism with no less vulgar arguments, such as that of the parish priest who goes to bed with the housekeeper, not it is surprising that anti-militarism accepted the Herweist slogan of the flag in the dunghill. The same socialist and then communist youth, who took the fight against militarism and imperialism into a much more serious form, limited their action to an interest in the economic and disciplinary life conditions of the soldier, to petty demands, to propaganda for peace, don't shoot, they are your brothers, to the collection of soldiers' money and so on. However, it must be said that from 1917 to 1921, and even after, the Youth Federation was characterized by its tenacious and courageous anti-militarist struggle against war and for peace. This was the underlying theme of the political action of the FGS, an action carried out not only in peacetime, but during the Libyan War and during the First World War. Activities in which the PSI, an orderly party, was almost completely uninterested. The anti-militarist activity then took place in conditions and forms completely different from those of today. Today we are fighting for the democratization of the army and the armed forces, for the elimination from their midst of fascist commanders and officers or those enslaved to foreigners, of the enemies of the Republic and of the Constitution. We are fighting for the democratic renewal of these bodies and their structures, for the abrogation of old fascist, authoritarian, anti-democratic regulations, to make these separate bodies an essential part of the nation and of the life of the people. It was then a frontal attack directed against those institutions seen exclusively as instruments of internal repression, of threats towards other peoples. The young socialists and communists were not against military service or even desertion, but they incited the soldiers to disobedience, to revolt in certain situations, in the face of certain orders. Don't shoot at your brothers, shoot at your officers who order you to do so, were the watchwords. And in that situation, despite their limitations, they had their effectiveness, and it would be a mistake if we ignored the weight that they had in the formation of a class and internationalist consciousness, in the formation of a true community. 554. National science that knows how to grasp the real interests of the country. That and other slogans, spread with periodic launches of leaflets, with the distribution of the newspaper La Caserma, with meetings of conscripts and soldiers, brought the young socialists, and later the young communists, numerous trials and years of prison. The discipline companies, special units of soldiers under punishment, were fed largely by young socialists who were thus punished and separated from the mass of the army. In 1916 the distribution of an anti-war leaflet drawn up by the International Conference of Bern brought about a trial for the leaders of the FGS. Federico Marinazzi, the National Secretary of the FGS, Italio Toscani, Giuseppe Sartelli and Luigi Marrare were sentenced to 5 to 6 years in prison, and Federico Marinazzi died in prison. The young socialists, due to their immaturity, had not arrived at Lenin's slogan, transforming the imperialist war into a civil war, but they actively fought against the war by attacking the social patriotism of Turati and the reformists and the agnosticism of many part of the PSI, caged in the opportunist formula neither join nor sabotage. Amedeo Catanese, the secretary of the FGS who succeeded Marinazzi, Gerardo Russi, Giovanni Furlan, Engels Pulcini, and other leaders fell in the bloody battles of the First World War. Over 800 young socialists fell to attest that if the revolutionary youth opposed the imperialist war, he didn't do it out of cowardice, out of dismay, out of fear of death. The young socialists, like the young communists later, fought against the war, but they did not desert, they knew how to fight and die. Nor can we recall here the anti-militarist battles supported by the FGC, before and after the March on Rome and in the long 20 years of clandestinity, but the sacrifices they cost cannot be underestimated, the harsh sentences of the special tribunal and the military tribunals, the long years of prison, torture. It was those struggles and those directions that then led the youth to the resistance. While September 8 brought to completion the process of disintegration, which had been underway for some time, of the Italian army, left without orders, that army collapsed, the resistance was born, as a people's war, as a guerrilla war in which the workers and the peasants, in contrast to every military and nationalist tradition, were able to demonstrate what, without Greeks and academies, they were capable of doing to free Italy from the foreigner and 555. From fascism, to regain its independence and freedom. All this does not erase the serious limitations, the real shortcomings of the socialist movement and then the insufficient interest, even in the 25 years after the Second World War, of the entire left-wing movement towards military problems and the armed forces. The traditions of old-fashioned anti-militarism had a negative impact, as did a poorly understood conception of national politics. Almost as if the Italian path to socialism involves renouncing, for fear of being accused of defeatism and anti-militarism, to seriously concern ourselves with military and armed forces problems which are also essential for the very security of democratic and republican institutions. What is certain is that in addressing these problems we find ourselves 70 years late compared to the revolutionary movement in the Russia of the Tsars and the socialist movement of neighboring colonialist France, where military questions were addressed promptly and seriously even if, in France, with reformist objectives. In June 1905 Lenin wrote, "The revolutionary army is necessary because the great historical problems can only be solved with force and the organization of force in the current struggle is military organization." No social democrat who knows more or less history, having learned it from that great expert on this question who was Engels, could ever doubt the enormous significance of military knowledge, the enormous importance of technique and organization military, as instruments which the popular masses and classes of the people use to resolve great historical conflicts. 2. Outlining the minimum program of the party, the complete program of transformations that can be carried out immediately, within the framework of the democratic, i.e. bourgeois, revolution. Lenin maintained that, in every attempt to establish the provisional revolutionary government, what mattered was to advance the fundamental demands to show all the people, even the most backward masses, with clear lines, the aims of this government, its national objectives. And Lenin listed 6 fundamental points that had to become the political banner and the immediate program of every revolutionary government. 1. Popular Constituent Assembly. 2. Arming the people. 3. Political freedom. 4. Have freedom for the oppressed nationalities. 2 V. I. Lenin, Opere, Editori Reuniti, Rome, Volume. Villi PC 22. 556. 5. 8-hour working day. 6. Peasant revolutionary committees. 6 months later, at the time of the Sevastopol uprising, Lenin returned to the problems of the armed forces by highlighting and exalting the demands made by soldiers in various army units in Petersburg. "What a magnificent document this list of demands is," exclaimed Lenin. "The soldiers of Petersburg want to obtain improvements in rations, clothing, housing, an increase in pay, a reduction in service and daily hours of exercise. But the demands that occupy a greater place are others, they are demands that could only be presented by the citizen soldier. The right to attend all meetings in uniform, on an equal footing with all citizens, the right to read and keep all newspapers in the barracks, freedom of conscience, equal rights for all nationalities, the complete abolition of every greeting to superiors outside the barracks, the abolition of orderlies, the abolition of military tribunals and the subordination of all military judicial affairs to the ordinary tribunal. Military tribunals still exist today in Italy, and not even the Constituent Assembly was asked to do so. Abolition, the right to present collective complaints, the right to defend oneself at the slightest sign from a superior, to proceed to beatings. These are the main demands of the Petersburg soldiers. 3. In France, since the early 1890s, Georges did not limit himself to thundering in Parliament against militarism, to denouncing its misdeeds, to defending Dreyfus, 1898, with all his energy, to making use of scandals such as that of Panama, 1893-94, to attack with violent indictments capitalist corruption, the injustice of the laws, the crimes of military tribunals, to vehemently attack the lowest salariates that attacked freedom of thought, but he presented bills and amendments that aimed at the complete reform of the organization of the army and the armed forces. He dedicated an entire volume to military, national defense and army problems, L'Armée Nouvelle. To Jules Guesde, who reproached him for intervening in the name of bourgeois legality in favor of an officer, Georges replied that legality was made up of two parts: moon, given by a set of laws intended to protect the fundamental iniquities of capitalist society, and the other, made up of the laws that summarized the modest guarantees gained little by 3 vi Lenin, Au Pair, Editori Reuniti, Rome, Volume X, p. 45. 557. Democratic movement and the popular masses. We defend legal guarantees against gallant judges who break them, in the same way we would defend republican legality against generals who organize coups d'état. 4. And to those who were surprised by his thesis on the need for trade unions and proletarian organizations to intervene in the training of army cadres, Georges replied that an army is only strong when it expresses living social reality. It is with organization that the working class force asserts itself and prepares a new destiny. There will be no truly national and popular army other than the one that welcomes the new forces. The army will not be strong if it does not support its entire being and its hierarchy also on the organized proletariat, and not even the proletariat will be powerful if it is not able to assume in the new army the creative and at the same time revolutionary and organic function that belongs to a rising class. 5. Georges asked that officers be educated in universities and not in military schools and academies. The same parliamentary commission for schools had then come to the conclusion that in schools there was a suffocating discipline, a hierarchy discipline which does not contribute to creating free spirits for a truly popular army of a democracy in movement. In military schools the teacher is first and foremost a leader, a superior. It does not teach, it commands, and its teaching itself is a command, an order. To fully understand the same issues of military art, it is essential, Georges insisted, that officers study them in full freedom of spirit, free from caste prejudices and professional routine, and that above all they are accustomed to a truly general culture and intellectual familiarity with young people of every profession, to take into account all the elements of human nature and all the forces of history. It is necessary that from the beginning of the education of officers, the barriers of military schools that separate them from the nation fall. The army regards itself as an institution apart, with its own special code, and its own special honor. Bourgeois governments seek a diversion from the workers' drive and the social question in the patriotism of words and in the exaltation of militarism. If the military institution is not renewed by means of a kind of social and moral revolution, the bourgeois French army, without 4 Fchalai, Georges, Mellet, Paris, p. 255. 5 J. Georges, Pages Choices, F. Reader, Paris, 1922. 558. The automatic discipline of monarchies, without the impetus of popular democracies, will be nothing other than an enormous administration without a defined purpose, without a soul. 6 It is not the case, since it goes beyond our topic, to examine critically here, from the point of view of Marxism and Leninism, the positions of George, which were the expression of an advanced and pacifist social democratic conception. His ideas on the importance of the nation, on the value of the homeland, on the need to organize an effective national defense tell us enough about the objectives that George set for himself. And although he never failed to underline the importance of internationalism and the necessity of the struggle for peace, he made the organization of national defense and the organization of international peace two links in the same chain. The system he proposed under a capitalist regime seemed to him to maximize the conditions of national security and reduce the risks of warlike militarism to a minimum. For him, the armed nation necessarily meant the just nation. Almost as if there could be a just nation in a society dominated by big capital and imperialist groups. Despite these and other limitations mentioned, it must be recognized that George was one of the few social democrats to seriously deal with military issues, and to fight not for trivial demands but for fundamental reforms of the army which, if implemented, would have constituted a democratic instrument and efficient to advance towards a progressive and socialist democracy. To the armed forces after the liberation, it cannot be said that during the resistance the problems of the armed forces and their reorganization were far from the minds of the partisans and the men of the CLN, even if specific discussions on the matter, if I remember correctly, were not they were made. At that moment the immediate problems were different. But in numerous documents, both of the PCI and of the CLN, especially after the Constitution in Rome, following the liberation of the capital, of the democratic government, the problem was mentioned. It will be through the national liberation struggle that the national liberation committees will create the cadres, the forces, the organizations capable not only of overthrowing fascism and expelling the Germans, but also of Sixibid, p. 136. 559. Then replace the corrupt fascist state apparatus and help the progressive forces and the national union government to maintain administration and order even in the most difficult period of reconstruction and creation of the democratic institutions of the new Italian state. 7. There is no doubt that in the struggle fought between the left-wing forces and the moderate conservative ones during the liberation struggle and especially on the eve of the insurrection, the fundamental problem was that of how the Italian state, the new state, would be organized. Democracy that arose from the resistance. On the eve of the insurrection, see the letters exchanged between the parties adhering to the CLN in December 1944 to January 1945, the left-wing democratic forces prepared government schemes and guidelines indicating the basis on which the new Italian state should be structured. In the open letter from the Action Party to all the parties adhering to the CLN, with which the Communist Party fully agreed on the fundamental points since they were presented along a line that corresponds to that which our party has long advocated and advocates in its Action General Policy, you can read in Chapter 4, in rebuilding the Italian armed forces alongside the United Nations, we must ensure that a corps of officers is not reconstituted which is a seedbed for future guards of reaction and candidates for military dictatorships. The Italian armed forces must be the best contribution that Italian democracy gives to the common struggle of the United Nations and must therefore themselves be animated by a democratic spirit. The Minister of War must therefore be a man capable of making partisan formations the central nucleus of the Italian armed forces and of establishing a corps of democratic officers. 8. Neither the liberals nor the Christian Democrats held this opinion. The latter, while declaring themselves in agreement with many points of the renewal program, warned that it would be necessary to proceed with caution and expressed explicit reservations about the prospect of considering the CLNs as basic bodies of the structures of the new Italian state. The fact is that the moderate and conservative forces, on the eve of the insurrection which they opposed to the end, opposed other government schemes with which, under the pretext of whereas the government of national union is the government of all Italians, in our struggle, N9, May-June 1944, p. 8. 8. Marxist criticism, N2, March-April 1965, p. 57. 560. Drain and order. The new power acquired, in fact left the old order of the state unchanged, the old structures of the so-called separate bodies unchanged, judiciary, armed forces, police, with the whole entourage of generals, prefects, police commissioners, inherited from the old Italian state. While on the one hand we worked to renew at the roots those instruments and those organizations that had contributed to bringing Italy to ruin and national disaster, even then certain high officers who left the ranks of a defeated, disintegrated, corrupt army in its high hierarchies and who didn't think about anything other than saving a few stripes on an old jacket, they intrigued so that things would go back to the way they were before. The reactionary and disintegrative maneuvers also attempt to penetrate the core of volunteers of freedom by trying to sow discord among the patriotic forces, to detach the partisan forces from the leadership of the CLN, to bring them onto a terrain of anti-democratic and anti-popular action, aimed at preserving, under new forms and new names, the detested fascist regime. The animators of these maneuvers are said to be some high-ranking officers who have always remained prudently aloof from the national liberation movement, who, throughout this year of war, have been careful not to do anything against the Germans and the fascists, and who would now demand in the name of their Greeks to get their hands on the Freedom Volunteers Corps itself, to remove it from the direction of the CLN, to turn it against the very reason for its existence. They expect to find support in the Allied commands themselves. 9. Throughout the War of Liberation, the action of the monarchist and conservative political and military groups was linked to that of the Allies, who intervened heavily in all questions concerning the conduct of the war and the partisan movement, which they tried to limit as much as possible, to prevent the governments of anti-fascist national unity from reorganizing the armed forces with new structures and forces, with modern and democratic directions. Raffaele Cadorna, former commander of the Corps of Volunteers of Freedom, just appointed Chief of Staff of the Army, sent El Longo, on May 5, 1945, a telegram in which among other things it was said, "I have been entrusted with a new task for the reconstruction of the National Army. This task is not possible." 9. From the speech by El Longo delivered at the conference of the insurrectionary triumvirates in Milan, in La Nostra Lotta, NN. 10-20, p. there. 561. It is impossible to acquit without the close support of the CLN parties due to the risk of falling prisoner of the Roman bureaucracy, which for me is equivalent to suicide. In this work I therefore count on the support of your party and on the contribution of your personal experience and your friendship. 10-11. On May 18, 1945, the CLN meeting in Milan unanimously voted on an agenda in which it asked, 1. That the composition of the government be designated by the Central CLN, 2. That the CLN, which promoted, directed and brought to an end the insurrection, had the free representation it was entitled to in the government in recognition of the contribution made to the expulsion of the Germans and fascists. Other requests followed, such as the creation of a provisional representative assembly, which would immediately proceed to the elaboration of the electoral law for the convocation of the Constituent Assembly. The fourth point asked that the valiant freedom volunteers, at their request, be welcomed into the Italian army and the police force, and that they constitute the renewing seat of the armed forces of the homeland. In fact, several thousand partisans were placed, with stingy parsimony, in the police and army forces, but they did not take root there. With the breakdown of the anti-fascist unity, they were almost all eliminated by the subsequent governments of De Gasperi, actively assisted by the ultras of anti-communism, the ministers Seba, Pacciardi, etc. Already in the first half of 1945, while on the one hand the limited inclusion of partisans in the armed forces was requested and obtained, the reactionary elements plotted and acted in a diametrically opposite direction. So Togliatti wrote, "If there are combat groups in the army which have reactionary generals at their head who can cherish the foolish illusion of using the weapons given to them by the country to foment reactionary coups against the vanguard democratic forces, we demand that these units be disarmed, that these generals be removed from their posts. We want the army to be profoundly renewed, we want the police forces to be profoundly renewed." 12. Comrade Luigi Longo repeated the same concepts in his speech to the National Council on September 28, 1945, stating 10 L Unita, May 15, 1945. 11 L Unita, May 19, 1945. 12. Disarm the reactionary forces. In L Unita. June 1945. 562. We want our army, our soldiers to be surrounded by the caring and trusting love of the entire population. It must therefore not be contaminated by the shame of fascist officers who still lurk in it. We must expel from the ranks of the army as many fascist officers and agents as are found there, those who fail in their duty to honestly serve the nation and not the reactionary cliques and castes. Give the government this show of strength and the trust of the patriots, and the people will return to what it was in the best days of the insurrection. 5 months had just passed since the victorious insurrection, and we could already feel how disappointment and mistrust were spreading. Worrying facts were taking place. On September 20, 1945, General Brunetto, commander of the Carabinieri, in a circular address to the various peripheral commands, accused the PCI of preparing an insurrectional movement for the month of September, at the head of which there would be L. Longo, organizer of the partisan bands. All this happened while F. Parry was Prime Minister and P. Togliatti was Minister of Justice. For his part, on September 1, Admiral Bianchieri had addressed a secret ministerial circular with which he recommended to the dependent commands to grant, after the liberation of Venezia Giulia, to all Republican soldiers with anti-Slavic behavior, mitigating circumstances, and to keep them in service using them for anti-communist propaganda and in favor of the monarchy. 14 The tyranny of space prevents us from reporting other circulars from military commands and police forces inviting subordinate commands not to use them in special services and public order, the soldiers and agents from the partisan ranks and the resistance. Without a doubt, as we have already said, there were delays, disinterest and shortcomings on the part of the left-wing democratic parties on these problems, but today certain protesters, and even serious critics, for the sake of controversy or ignorance of the situation at the time, somewhat exaggerate the actual possibility of operating rapidly and in depth. They even forget that the Anglo-Americans occupied our country militarily and did not leave until 1946, after having given the help of 13 L. Longo, speech to the National Consulta, in a T. della Consulta, September 28, 1945, p. 54. 14 L. Unita, October 17, 1945. 563. Critical to monopolist groups and big capital so that they could recover and restore their positions of political and military power, which had been hit by the hard blows of defeat and the resistance. It has recently been recalled that Ferruccio Parry, in a conference held in Turin in February 1968, declared that he had been ousted from the National Unity government immediately after the war, precisely for having wanted to put the problem of the new organization of the Italian armed forces. 15 But when he was still in government, in a press conference held on November 10, 1945, he did not fail to specify certain aspects by making some revelations about the conditions of the armistice. We cannot change the composition of our military forces, we cannot dismiss the classes, we are not free as regards the economic treatment of the military forces, we cannot move, according to our needs and our views, military units from one place to another, we cannot demobilize them, we are prohibited from civil aviation. The armistice conditions also limit us in the field of sanctions against collaborationism and fascism. 16 In fact, the Anglo-Americans had vetoed the purge of a whole series of political and military men co-responsible for fascism. They had prevented the arrest or at least the elimination from the ranks of the armed forces of guilty generals. Carabinieri General Taddeo Orlando, responsible for having made General Rota escape, whom the Anglo-Americans wanted to save at all costs, already at the end of 1946 presided over the Advancement Commission for Junior Officers. General Berardi, who had sponsored a monarchist coup d'état before June 2, 1946, was appointed president of the Central Advancement Commission for Senior Officers a few months later, just as General Porzio Biroli had been promoted and employed in high positions. War, criminal and massacre of partisans in Montenegro. The same thing had happened to other army generals. These things must not be forgotten by anti-fascist men and movements who were then much closer to the Anglo-Americans than the communists were. It was certainly not the communists who put the brakes on the renewal and democratization of the armed forces. In more than 15 AD Orsi, the military machine, Fultrinelli, Milan, 1971, p. 65. 16 L. Unita, November 1945. 564. On one occasion they stimulated the Parry government itself to do more. When Longo exclaims in Parliament, "Let the government give this show of strength," he exerts pressure, he wants the accelerator and not the brake. The day before, El Unita carried an article by Valio Spano in which, commenting on the speech program presented by Parry in Parliament, it was said, "Parry did well to talk about the need for disarmament, but how could he not accentuate the danger that on this ground does it come today from the industrialists and landowners who proceed according to a plan to arm fascist squads, hoarding weapons from the remnants of the Black Brigades and from the Polish fascists? How can we fail to accentuate the need for the government to decisively appeal to the popular masses, in order to defeat this dark enemy, who ask only to give their enthusiastic consent to the CLN government on the sole condition that the government proves energetic, determined for the democratic struggle, eager to draw his strength directly from the people. Marching on the right path traced by the Prime Minister, but marching with greater speed and a firmer purpose to rout the reactionary forces and destroy the remnants of fascism, this is undoubtedly the will of the Italian people. And this is why the sincerely democratic currents will comment on the Prime Minister's speech by exclaiming, "Well done, Parry." And yet adding to this approval and incitement, "Wake up, Parry." 17 That was the moment in which the need to reorganize the armed forces was placed on the agenda, with democratic structures, new cadres, modern regulations, connected directly with the people, with the social life of the country. It was the moment to break with the past, to break up the old unitary structures, to make the armed forces not separate bodies, but closely united, fused with the nation. It was the moment to introduce into the armed forces not small sample numbers, but thousands of cadres trained in the experience of partisan and insurrectional struggle, to promote the officers who after September 8 had fought on the side of the resistance, in the fighting groups, in Navy, in the Air Force against the Germans and the fascists and had demonstrated their attachment to democracy, the freedom of the people and the independence of Italy. 17 El Unita, September 27, 1945. 565. It was the moment in which General Giacomo Zanussi wrote, "If we really aspire to possess a serious, solid, and healthy army, we must resign ourselves no longer to rebuilding some piece of the shaky edifice, but to knocking it off its foundations and doing it all or almost all over again." 18. It was the moment in which Parry thought that to do it all again he had to start by closing the Ministry of War in via XX September. 3. The Constituent Assembly. The question of the military structures of the state, which had already found a beginning of discussion, albeit in general and propagandistic terms at the Consulta, was debated at the Constituent Assembly. Here we must self-critically recognize that it was a debate without wide echo in the country and faced with little competence on the part of the left-wing parties, unlike what had happened in 1849, when it was a question of rebuilding the Piedmontese army after the defeat of Novara, in 1859-60, when the foundations of the national army had to be laid, and in 1919-20, after the First World War. In those three historical contingencies, in fact, Parliament, the press, and public opinion were particularly busy. 19 There were quite a few shortcomings of the Constituent Assembly, but the most serious was certainly that of not having dealt, except very superficially, with the structures to be given to the armed forces, the police, and the other separate bodies of the state. Many problems of an economic and political nature, and not only the relations between the state and the church, were widely debated and dissected, but as far as military problems were concerned everything was resolved in 2 articles. The art. There, Italy repudiates war as an instrument of offense against the freedom of other peoples and as a means of resolving international disputes, and the art. 52 Which is worth reproducing. The defense of the homeland is the sacred duty of the citizen. Military service is compulsory within the limits and methods established by law. its fulfillment does not prejudice the citizen's employment position, nor the exercise of rights under 18 Zonacy, save the Army, Cerso, Rome, 1946. 19a Boldrini, the armed forces and military commands in the Italian state and in NATO, in Marxist criticism, N2, March-April 1968. 566. Lytics. The organization of the armed forces is based on the democratic spirit of the Republic. In this last paragraph of absolute generality, we wanted to summarize the entire renewing spirit. All the projects of democratization of the armed forces thus fell into oblivion, all that remained was a phrase. Yet even that sentence raised doubts and opposition. Some right-wing deputies, Coppa, Colito, Selvaggi, and others, proposed the suppression of this last paragraph, stating that the wording used could have authorized interpretations contrary to the traditional spirit of the Italian army, for example, allowing the invasion of the barracks by part of politics, with the possibility of free discussions, propaganda, etc., or the establishment of internal commissions in the barracks, or the elective system for the appointment of officers and non-commissioned officers. The Christian Democrat Umberto Merlin, Speaker, explained in the Assembly why the majority of the Commission had wanted to maintain that paragraph. The Commission did not intend to allow politics to penetrate the army. This was far from our minds in the most absolute sense. No, we want the army as an institution outside and above politics, made up of men dedicated solely to the service of their homeland. But democracy in Italy is not a party, it is the regime that the Italian people have given themselves with full freedom, and in democracy numerous parties live and fight among themselves. Now asking that the organization of the army be informed by the democratic spirit that must inform the whole life of the country is asking what is legitimate. Democracy is the state not of fact, but of law in our country. Asking that the army recognize him is working towards union and harmony, not towards political division. The formula also means that the army, without failing to respect the principle of dignity and discipline, in its organization and its regulations must not fail to respect human dignity and freedom, which is a fundamental element of civil progress. 20. There were then those who, in line with this article, proposed the abolition of military tribunals, but the conservative current prevailed and by covering the reactionary substance with the fig leaf of hypocrisy managed to keep them alive. The Minister of Justice of the time, the Hon. Grassi, said that even suppressing peacetime military jurisdiction was perhaps at 20 acts of the Constituent Assembly, p. 4129. 567. Error, since the ordinary judiciary would have been burdened with a heap of work such as that of all military crimes that can occur in peacetime. That the Constituent Assembly was opposed to military tribunals is proven by its refusal to accept an amendment proposed by the Christian Democrats Becciel and Codexi Pisanelli, who wanted to entrust military judges with jurisdiction over military crimes both in times of peace and in times of war. This amendment was rejected and instead the rule contained in the art. Was enshrined. 103 of the Constitution, which keeps military tribunals alive, but with two precise limitations, one objective, that is, that they are military crimes, and the other subjective, that these crimes are committed by members of the armed forces. At the same time, the Court of Cassation deemed it necessary to establish that under no circumstances can a civilian be tried by a military court. But a few years later, and precisely on January 2, 1951, the Ministry of Defense, then headed by the Hon. Pacciardi, issued a statement in which it was said, "The Military General Prosecutor's Office has considered the fact of direct incitement to soldiers on leave not to receive, return or destroy personal notice cards of destination in case of call-up to be the responsibility of the military courts to arms. Condoning the fact constitutes indirect incitement. If the perpetrators of the crime do not have military obligations, they must first investigate, for the purpose of holding the proceeding or transmitting it to the competent public prosecutor's office, whether the crime is committed by a member of the armed forces, meaning members of the armed forces, in accordance with of the art. 80 of the military penal code in peacetime, even those who are on non-absolute leave. Thus, to comply with the provisions of Minister Pacciardi, the military judges overrode the constitution and, exhuming Par. 7 of the military code of peace that the fascists had issued in 1941, considered all male citizens capable of carrying weapons to be judged by military tribunals. Those were the years in which the leaders and activists of the peace movement were condemned for contempt of the armed forces and, in 1955, the sensational Renzi Aristarco case was reached, which the military judicial authority took advantage of to establish that criticism of the fascist war and the methods with which it had been conducted was a crime, since there would have been no continuity between the fascist army and that of the Democratic Republic. There is no need to return to criticism and self-criticism here. 568. Already repeated several times about the weaknesses, the timidity that occurred immediately after the liberation on the part of the anti-fascist parties and the democratic movement. One of the basic criticisms was aimed at the fact that the Constituent Assembly did not also have legislative functions. It was only called upon to elaborate the great principles, to reconstruct the structures, and not even all, of the state in a republican form. We limit ourselves to recalling what Comrade Togliatti said on the subject at the 6th Congress of the PCI in January 1948. All this does not take away the fact that this weakness and timidity of the Italian democratic movement existed. Furthermore, it is reflected in our constitution, which for one part, especially for the first part, is a constitution of a new type, which does not limit itself to recording political transformations that have already taken place, but indicates a path that should be followed to operate profound transformations of an economic and social nature, indicates the need for industrial reform and agrarian reform, speaks no longer only of abstract rights of man and citizen, but of the new right of all men and women to work, to a salary sufficient for the needs of existence, education, rest, social insurance. All this is contained in the first part of our Constitution. However, in the Constitution itself there are no articles which concretely indicate what the means and institutions are through which the indicated reforms will be carried out and the new labor rights implemented. Indeed, when we move on to the second part of the Constitution itself, which organizes the new democratic regime in a concrete way, there is no doubt that in this second part the coexistence of the conservative forces of the right with those of the Christian Democrats has succeeded in passing a series of provisions with the exclusive intent of placing obstacles and barriers to the action of that assembly of representatives of the people which truly and quickly wanted to march on the path of a profound economic and social renewal of the country, applying in practice the promises of the Constitution. For this reason our political and even constitutional future is uncertain, because serious clashes can be foreseen between a progressive part, which will rely on one part of our constitutional charter, and a conservative and reactionary part which will look for the tools in the other part of his resistance. 2121 P. Togliatti, 3 Threats to Italian Democracy, Edizione di Rinascita, Rome, 1948. 569. Under the pressure of the consequently democratic forces, an expression of anti-fascist unity and of the resistance which had been a political struggle and an insurrectionary military struggle, a series of new citizens' rights were introduced into the constitutional charter and with them the indication of the essential task of the new democratic state, remove the economic and social obstacles which, by effectively limiting the freedom and equality of citizens, prevent the full development of the human person and the effective participation of all workers in the political, economic, and social organization of the country. But the agreement, which had been achieved in principle, failed when it came to moving from the enunciation of principles to the elaboration of concrete rules that would guarantee the development of democracy and freedom. When it came to introducing structural reforms, it was not possible to go beyond the generic indication of guidelines regarding industrial reform, agrarian reform, and the planning of economic activities. The contrast became even more profound and acute when it came to the definition of the state bodies and their functions, both because the Christian Democrats, at least in their dominant groups, were fighting for a reform of the state with a clearly corporate orientation, and because, When the discussion on the draft constitution took place in the chamber, the breakdown of anti-fascist unity had already occurred. And if no trace remains of the corporatist conceptions of the DC in the constitution, since it affirms the absolute prevalence of representative bodies, direct expression of the popular will, a broad democratic articulation of the state machine can be achieved on paper, but in fact that conception corporate was rooted outside and inside the state organism that had just emerged from 20 years of fascist regime. It was too easily written then that the corporate state had been defeated. However, some centers of effective power survived from it and continued to function and exist, even after the disappearance of the fascist corporate regime and even after the approval of the new constitutional charter. There was no complete indication of the measures to be adopted immediately to prevent certain centers of economic and political power from continuing to exist outside and above the state and indeed from becoming fundamental pillars of the dominant groups, monopolies, and big capital, pillars fundamentals of the parties or the party in government. As well as 570. There was a lack of concrete measures to be adopted immediately to democratize those non-elective separate bodies which constitute an important part of the state machine and instrument of power of the dominant groups, armed forces, police, judiciary, etc. Once again we had seen fascism in the badges, in the scarves, in the Greeks, in his clownish choreography, instead of fighting it and eradicating it in the structures of the organisms that he had forged to keep the dictatorship regime in place. The constitution had not yet been approved when, once the anti-fascist coalition was broken, at the beginning of 1947, first with the Social Democratic split in Palazzo Barberini, then with the exclusion of the communists and socialists from the government, the wave of repression and the ongoing movement began. Opposite sense. Even if little, something had been done by the anti-fascist governments. Some of their actions had underlined new directions in military policy. On November 16, 1944 with Bill No. 409, the General Staff had been dissolved, as the body of centralized power of the armed forces, which had supported the Mussolini dictatorship, and the return of all the General Staff officers to their original force had been ordered. The SIM, Military Information Service, as an instrument of the fascist regime, had also been accused and liquidated. Finally, committees for discipline, for the control of the canteen and for the libraries were established with the conscripts. All this ended, it was cancelled. The few thousand anti-fascist and former partisan fighters who had been placed as officers in the armed forces and police forces were all excluded and chased away. They returned to their posts with full authority, acquitted from any process or purifying investigation, men who had served the dictatorship regime for 20 years, even forgetting that many of these men had betrayed their oath and had stained themselves by adhering to the Republic of Salo of real crimes against the loyalty and military defense of the state. Persecutions, trials, and unfair sentences against partisans began for war crimes which, as such, according to the law, did not and should not constitute a crime. It's superfluous to tell the story. And now, almost 25 years after the Constitution came into force, the organization of the PS forces is still the same as in 1931, placed to safeguard a state created on the radical denial of democracy, rights, and political freedoms, to safeguard of an order based not on popular sovereignty, but 571. On dictatorship, on hierarchy from above, on the closest political and administrative centralization. While the laws and authorities of the PS are and should be called upon to protect the order of the democratic state, the fundamental rights of the citizens of the Republic founded on work. It would take too long to tell the story of the bills presented in Parliament starting from the first legislature, by the PCI and other left-wing forces, on the reform of the PS laws and regularly archived one after the other. There has not been a single legislature in which a bill to reform the PS laws was not presented, and every time they ended up in nothing. This obstinate refusal to respect a precise constitutional dictate is a source not only of profound anxiety and growing distrust in democratic institutions on the part of the popular masses and young people in particular, who every day measure the incredible distance existing between the precise provisions of the Constitution and the practical reality of relations between the state and citizens, still based in fact on compliance with the provisions of the consolidated text of the PS Laws of 18 June 1931, provisions consistent with the logic, nature, and objectives of the fascist regime and therefore in conflict with the Republican Constitution. A lot of water has passed since the First National Congress of Christian Democracy, 24 to 27 April 1946, when the Hon. Guido Gonella forcefully stated, "We must stop having two states, one legal and one real, one written on paper and a different and contradictory one living in the institutions. We must end the divorce between legal formalism and the operating reality of social forces." The liberticidal state was the first to give the example of the systematic failure to comply with its constitutional commitments. The indignant words of the Hon. Gonella were aimed at the liberticidal state of the past, at the fascist state. He argued that it was necessary to give the country a democratic constitution as soon as possible. But if those words were to remove the date and the name of their author, they could still be spoken today. The same considerations could also be made with regard to the army and other armed forces. That army that they wanted to rebuild from scratch was rebuilt as before, it operated in the opposite direction to that desired by the men of the resistance and anti-fascism, in a direction contrary to the democratic spirit of the Republic. An instrument of regime has been created at the service of monopolies, the ruling classes and American imperialism. Italy's membership of the Atlantic Alliance, increasingly made 572. Burdened by NATO commitments, has complicated and complicates even more the problem of the structure, organization, and education of the armed forces, of their fidelity to the principles of the Constitution and of national independence. The Safar scandal has brought to light serious interference between NATO services and those of the Italian General Staff. They are also multiple due to the centralization of different functions in the same people. The subordination of these national services to the NATO commands is such that some officers who, in the days of July 1964, had privately asked for explanations regarding certain preparations, were told that they were part of the development of the plan of internal security established within the framework of NATO agreements, in agreement with the American forces stationed in Italy and as part of a national operation. The alliance in which Italy finds itself encapsulated, its strategic position of capital importance for the United States of America, which is increasingly heavily present economically, politically, and militarily in our country, the growing power of the secret services and overt NATO and in particular the CIA, the function of certain specialized bodies, which have become in many respects autonomous centers of power that overlap with the government and parliament, these are the most serious threats and dangers for democracy in our country. Since the current American strategy, of which NATO is one of the main components, also involves the Mediterranean and the Middle East and therefore also involves Italy, it is clear that the Italian government and the commands of the armed forces must submit to continuous requests and pressure from American imperialists, which increases the subversive and reactionary dangers in the country. The presence of these multiple bodies of NATO and the U.S. government and the function of certain national military commands and corps, which we have mentioned, constitute a permanent danger for the security of the democratic republic and its free institutions. Who do these services depend on? Who controls them? What guarantees does Parliament have? What guarantees does the country have? None. The Italian Parliament has no power to intervene in matters concerning the armed forces. The Ministry of Defense has always opposed the left's requests for information and fact-finding investigations, even if limited to problems that have nothing to do with military secrecy and which parliamentarians from other countries, from Germany to England, to the 573 United States, they can have with extreme ease and as a recognized right. All assumptions of responsibility within the framework of NATO take place without debates in Parliament and in parliamentary commissions, without public decisions by the Supreme Defense Council, of which, among other things, no opposition representative is a member, and here arises another problem that would take us far but which deserves to be asked. Parliament is only called upon to put the duster on military allocations already decided at the outset and without being able to have the necessary explanations on their destination and the type of weapons purchased. Officers and soldiers of any arm cannot, not even in the case of superior officers, turn to a parliamentary commission, for example, the Defense Commission, to report what happens in certain commands and offices, perhaps in conflict with the Constitution and with the democratic spirit of the Republic. A parliamentarian can attend the places of honor at military parades if he wants, but he cannot seriously visit a military academy to ascertain the technical, cultural, and civic preparation of the officers and non-commissioned officers of the armed forces, and the education given to them. Yet, the problem of training the armed forces is anything but negligible. If we want to be sure that officers and soldiers of the police, carabinieri, and armed forces are faithful to the Republic, to the freedoms, to the democratic institutions and to the independence of the country, it is essential that they first of all have a civic, moral, and democratic and anti-fascist politics. The police and the armed forces still have a Bourbon structure, they are islands, separate bodies detached from the nation and the country. Officers and soldiers are required to blindly obey any order coming from above, which has the consequence that they can be exploited not for the defense of the Republic and democratic institutions, but for the defense of the interests of the dominant groups, the large monopolies or, if this were the case, for the execution of subversive plans of the type of those hatched by General de Lorenzo in 1964. The lack of civic and democratic spirit of many senior officers, prefects, and police commissioners makes them consider everything that happens in the police and the armed forces as an internal matter of the body, and this spirit is validly supported and justified by disciplinary provisions and old authoritarian regulations who in essence are still the fascist ones. Even in the German Federal Republic of Bonn, later ago. 574. Hitler's tragic experience, the military regulations were changed. To cite just one article, the 14 says, the military's duty is to denounce any illicit action and, if democratic institutions are called into question, to take a position in their defense. To the Italian Parliamentary Commission that went to Germany in 1971, senior officers of the Bundeswehr declared, here the soldiers elect, with the same methods with which the workers designate the Internal Factory Commission, their delegates who have direct access to all ranks of the hierarchy, including the Parliamentary Commissioner for the Armed Forces who has the specific task of ensuring that the fundamental rights of the human person are respected in the military system. The military regulations of the French armed forces were also modified after the Second World War. It states that respect for the law based on blind obedience must no longer exist, but the citizens' respect for the institutions of the state must exist. In another article it is explicitly said that the superior cannot order his employee to perform acts that constitute crimes or misdemeanors against people's freedom. If the employee does it, carries it out, he assumes criminal and disciplinary responsibilities. Here, the government and the established power have a sacred fear of such or similar democratic norms, which have always been systematically rejected every time the left-wing opposition has proposed their introduction into the regulations of the armed forces. In fact, military tribunals that function even in peacetime, the most scandalous discrimination, and information folders for every soldier and officer continue to exist in our country. Each of them has, next to his name, the party to which he belongs or for which he sympathizes, indicated with an acronym, nor is it necessary to list what the consequences are for those who are or are suspected of being members of a left-wing party or of being friends of militants of this party or even just readers of the left-wing press, of El Unita, of After You, etc. The officers who are sincere Democrats and anti-fascists have had their careers blocked, when they have not been expelled from the armed forces, while those who for many years had faithfully served the monarchy and fascism have been able to go through all the career levels and today occupy senior positions. High responsibility. The civic education given to officers in schools and military academies is not at all compliant from the 6. 575. Is historical, nor from the political to the spirit of the Constitution. What have the left-wing democratic forces done in the past 25 years? Were they watching? No, they did not stand by and watch. The problems were seen and even posed, but without the action of the communist and left-wing parliamentarians having an echo in the country, nor being supported by the popular masses. It is sufficient to read the defense budgets to see how the communists intervened, and stubbornly, to introduce the most important problems, and not only those concerning individual allocations or the adoption, purchase of certain weapons, the promotion of groups of officers, the establishment of special bodies, the reduction of military service, the improvement of the economic and cultural conditions of soldiers, the respect of their rights and human personality. But it was mostly an action of denunciation, criticism, condemnation of a policy. It also involved concrete proposals, among others the bills for the reduction of conscription for the Army, the Navy, and the Air Force, the increase in the pay for soldiers and ranks of all the armed forces, the ban on the service of orderlies, various bills for the recognition of the rights of partisans and former combatants, for the increase in war pensions, etc. What has been missing over the course of more than 20 years is a fundamental battle supported by the country on politics and military orders. Only recently was presented in the Senate, on February 3, 1971, a project for the establishment of the Parliamentary Commissioner for the Armed Forces, which would ensure Parliament's constant connection with the armed forces. Parliamentary commissioners should have the right to investigate any matter relating to defense and the armed forces, and to be able to visit any military unit, office, command, or school without prior notice. The military personnel should be able to appeal verbally or in writing, without going through the hierarchical route, to the parliamentary commissioner when they intend to do so. In the chamber, the Communist Parliamentary Group presented an important agenda on the problems of the renewal of the armed forces last December. This agenda starts from the need to transform and renew the armed forces, to implement the revision of military codes and regulations, adapting them to the constitutional provisions. We want to commit the government to taking steps, also based on the findings of the SAFAR investigation, to restructure and control certain bodies, to 576. Review the legislation concerning military secrecy, to stamp out the practice of discrimination and political espionage against soldiers and young conscripts, hitting with appropriate sanctions those who promote investigations and the collection of information on the political and ideal orientation of soldiers and of their family members. We also demand the authorization of the sale within the barracks of the daily and periodical press without any exclusion, the modification of the current military discipline regulations, the right to make complaints and to contact superiors directly or in writing, and also to a specific parliamentary commission. However, all this risks achieving nothing if the left-wing parties are not convinced that the problems of the armed forces are not problems that affect certain categories of people, but are political, moral, and social problems of great importance for the present and the future. Future of the country. Economic reforms and political reforms must go forward simultaneously. The superstructures have a great weight, in certain moments even decisive. Carrying out economic reforms is certainly not easy, but it is not easy to carry out political reforms either. In the field of partial economic conquests, significant progress has been made since the post-war period. On the other hand, regarding the democratization of the armed forces, the same thing cannot be said, since up to now the left-wing parties have shown insufficient interest and, in a certain sense, a misunderstanding towards the armed forces and military issues. This facilitated the development of right-wing and fascist propaganda and action among the armed forces, which, in addition to the damage caused to the army and the armed forces, has caused serious damage to democracy by creating a clear separation, two different worlds, the political and the military, while a solid democracy needs there to be no separate bodies by the people and the state. The democratization of the armed forces will only progress if the action is not referred solely to Parliament. It is essential that anti-fascist parties, trade unions, democratic movements, workers, young people, workers, and students are willing to fight for these political reforms with the same enthusiasm with which they fight for the reform of housing, schools, healthcare, transport. These are goals that can only be achieved with broad united struggles of the broad masses throughout the country. 511. 1973. Unity and Fight Against Fascism 1. We met here exactly 15 days ago, and the past 15 days have been full of events, struggles and results that have filled us with joy and, at the same time, with pain, but which have all affected our association. Peace in Vietnam. We welcomed with joy the peace agreement in Vietnam which finally puts an end, to use the words of Le Duc, to a struggle for the independence and freedom of the Vietnamese people which lasted almost 30 years. The resistance of the last 13 years has been the most difficult of the centuries-old struggles waged by the Vietnamese people against foreign invaders. It was the deadliest in the history of national liberation movements and profoundly shook the conscience of men. The victory of the heroic Vietnamese people did not come by itself, it did not rain from the sky, criminals rained from the sky. Horrendous bombings of American superfortresses aimed at the annihilation of a civilized people who loved peace and freedom. The victory of the Vietnamese people and, we can well say, of the peoples of the whole world who love peace, freedom, and independence was the result first and foremost of the courage, heroism, superhuman tenacity of the Vietnamese people, of their firm unity, of the political and military capacity of its leaders. One report delivered to the National Council of the ANPI, Bologna, January 17, 1973. 579. Secondly, it is the result of the concrete and effective international solidarity which has seen the socialist countries and the progressive revolutionary movements united in this common objective, to give all possible help to the Vietnamese people, not to abandon them to what were the aims of the American imperialism. Thirdly, the political, military and diplomatic victory of the Vietnamese people is also the result of the growing solidarity expressed in the most diverse forms by the workers, their parties, their associations of all the countries of the world which have contributed to isolating imperialism American, to demonstrate that people today are willing to fight against every form of imperialism and neocolonialism, against every attempt to return to fascism and Nazi-fascist methods of oppression of freedoms. We know well that unfortunately the battle is not over. The struggle to make what Nixon defines the fragile peace concrete and lasting will be harsh and difficult, just as the work of rebuilding a semi-destroyed country will be hard. But today's victory is a great omen for tomorrow and, at the same time, it is a commitment for us, for all the men of the resistance, for the peoples of the whole world to strengthen the united struggle, international solidarity towards all peoples fighting to gain their independence, to free themselves from reactionary fascist oppression. And it is with this spirit that in recent days we have bowed before the thousands of victims who fell in Vietnam for a cause that was not only theirs, but our cause. Amilcar Cabral. We also bowed to give our final farewell to Amilcar Cabral, the fellow partisan commander who was able to put himself at the head of his people and win independence for Guinea-Bissau and the Cape Verde Islands, the man who, thanks to his political skills and military personnel, he had been able to gain authority and prestige not only in his country, but throughout the world. By fighting and dying for the liberation of our country we give our lives for international legality, for the ideal that the United Nations themselves have defined in their charter. These are the words with which Amilcar Cabral summarized the great national and internal goals last October at the UN. 580. Nationals of his people's struggle. These are the words with which many of our best comrades in the resistance fell, forced to take up arms to conquer peace, freedom, and independence. These are the words and ideals for which Francesco Scotti fought in Italy. Francesco Scotti. He had fought in Spain and Italy for those same ideals, our comrade, our friend, the vice president of our association, who fearlessly challenged death 100 times, fate wanted him to fall victim to an unforgiving evil after having dedicated his entire life to our association, to his struggles, to the struggles of the Italian and international resistance. After having fought for the unity of anti-fascism in the battle that is still being fought in the world today to overthrow the fascist regimes in Greece, Spain, Portugal, where their bloody dictatorships operate, and to eradicate their roots everywhere, as per we, try to be reborn. When we parted ways 15 days ago, we made the commitment to appeal to all popular, trade union and youth forces to unite in the common battle against fascism and its accomplices. We took on the commitment to isolate the MSI Congress by calling anti-fascists and Democrats, all young and old, to demonstrate in every city in Italy against fascism, its promoters, financiers, and supporters. It is a commitment we have kept. I will not list the demonstrations and initiatives that have developed in every part of Italy with a crescendo that we could call impetuous if the word didn't sound a bit rhetorical and didn't have a certain sense of self-satisfaction, which is far be it from us, because we know that our battle is just beginning. It will be hard and difficult. But the ANPI have moved, they have shown that no one wants to be absent. The MSI Congress, convened in Rome with great boldness by those who believed or deluded themselves that they were already masters of the capital, ended squalidly and in the most complete isolation, not only in the capital, but in the whole country, which did not notice the MSI Congress and saw large popular anti-fascist demonstrations. The one in Rome was one of the grandest and most unitary. It united the young and the elderly, the 581. Yesterday's and today's anti-fascists, the parliamentary and extra-parliamentary movements. It is not without a touch of pride that we can say that this unitary result was achieved thanks to the initiative taken by the FANPI. This association of ours has once again been able to demonstrate that it is not an association of veterans, of former fighters in slippers or retired, but an association that has a large national prestige, such that on certain occasions it can mobilize and unite young people and elderly people of every political and ideal current. But if the MSI Congress convened in Rome, the capital of the state, the seat of the highest authorities of the state and of the bodies that should guarantee the application of the Republican Constitution, conquered by the Resistance, which should enforce those laws that ban fascism in whatever form it presents itself, if it has raised a wave of disdain and indignation throughout Italy on the part of all the democratic and anti-fascist forces, this certainly does not make us think that our task is finished. We are only at the beginning. If anything, the result stimulates us to do better and more, to carry forward our initiatives, which are not few, and to effectively combat the dangers by which Italian society is threatened. None of us thinks that the fascist danger or a reactionary involution in our country consisted only in the MSI Congress that the fascists wanted to hold in Rome. There was not so much a danger in this as an insult that was intended to be given to the Resistance, to a city that 30 years ago gave rise to the Resistance with the fighting that saw soldiers and people united in S. Paolo. The fascist danger or the danger of reactionary involution consists in the too many silences that fascism encounters, where it should instead meet and clash with the force of the state determined to apply and have the laws applied. Today, in Italy, there is something more than the neo-fascism of the nostalgic. The neo-fascism of arrogance, provocation, MSI violence, or national right and its squad and paramilitary organizations are tolerated. Yesterday again we had one of the offices of our association in Genoa, one of the most active, invaded and looted. Nor does it apply that today the MSI has changed its name and is called the 582 National Strata, nor that in this Congress instead of the black pennants the tricolor was waved, that tricolor that the fascists had tarnished with their infamous aggressive enterprises, with the alliance with Hitler, with the horrendous massacres and the concentration camps and of death. It was up to us, the anti-fascists, the partisans, to redeem the honor of our army and the armed forces for the freedom and independence of Italy. It is not enough to change the name and the banners. The 12th transitional and final provision of our Constitution prohibits the reorganization in any form of the dissolved fascist party, which is why the Democrats, the anti-fascists, the great majority of the Italian people ask for the immediate dissolution of all fascist squad and paramilitary organizations. Instead, until today, plots that endanger democratic life and could threaten the very foundations of our republic have been tolerated. It would be a mistake to see, in what is happening and in the even more serious danger for the future, if a remedy is not addressed as soon as possible with the united action of all the democratic and anti-fascist forces, of the young and the elderly. It would be a mistake, as we said, to only see the return of those nostalgic for Mussolini, the regrouping of the remnants of the gangs that we defeated and dispersed 30 years ago. The authoritarian danger and neo-fascist arrogance are linked to social processes that were already at the origin of fascism, over half a century ago. It is the bosses who try to go on the counter-attack, it is the corruptors in their service who want to play on the misery and desperation of social classes without prospects. They are those who try to deceive young people and frighten the middle classes. Once again, behind the worn flags of nationalism, the most conservative and backward groups try to hide and smuggle the damaged and dirty goods of fascism. For this reason it is necessary to report the danger in time, unmasking the complicities, and beating the provocateurs and the financiers. We can do it today with more strength than yesterday and with the certainty of winning this battle together, precisely because of the battles we fought together and the defeats that the resistance inflicted on fascism. The situation today is very different from that of 50 years ago. If workers today are united against fascism, if the vast majority of young people are with us, it is also because of what the liberation struggle represented, for what? 583. Which was the resistance and the partisan war, is why we all did together then and afterwards to rebuild and renew Italy. Let us remember once again that grave responsibility for the advent of the first fascism is borne not only by those who became accomplices, but also by the fearful, the weak, those who were incapable of finding the path to unity and resistance, those who they got lost in recriminations, criticisms, philosophical discussions instead of acting in time and together. Faced with the attack of conservative forces, with the repression caused by the most corrupt part of the state apparatus, with the fascist resurgence, young people today respond by fighting united with us. Together with all the democratic and anti-fascist forces, because young people today know that with united action not only can fascism be fought, but we can move forward. We have read in the demonstrations of these days, on many signs, fascism will not pass. But this is not enough, we must pass, the popular democratic forces must pass, move forward, progress to change the current situation. We are certainly not exhibiting ourselves if we, as ANPI, can rightfully claim to have largely contributed to the awareness of the popular and anti-fascist masses of the importance of certain problems such as that of the administration of justice in a democratic state. These are no longer questions that only a certain number of lawyers and specialists were interested in. The popular masses have become aware of the link between government, power, and class relations and judicial structures and systems, of the link between democracy and the way in which the so-called separate bodies of the state are structured and organized, judiciary, police, armed forces. When a few years ago we, as ANPI, raised the problems of structural reforms, the democratization of the armed forces, the police, and the judiciary, few listened to us. Today these ideas have spread, today workers have become aware that these reforms are even more important than the economic ones, today a unity has been created which certainly must still widen and extend among workers, anti-fascists, trade unions, and magistrates. We have seen with what courage young magistrates participate in our demonstrations and intervene effectively. Anti-fascists, men of the resistance, young and old are and 584. They must be even more united because they know that fascism was the fruit of the society dominated by large industrialists, by the monopolist master, by the monarchical militarist apparatus, and that its return can only be prevented if the Republic and its institutions are truly based on work, only if those reforms are implemented that must give life to a new, democratic, progressive Italy. The gravity of the situation. There is no need to spend many words to reiterate the gravity of the current situation and the danger of the government that is now at the head of the country, the danger of this center-right government which is supported by the votes of the fascists. There has not even been a vote of any importance in Parliament in recent weeks that has not seen the fascists come to the defense of the government, and therefore it cannot fail to be influenced by the fascists, who do not address and do not resolve the problems that trouble the country and concern workers first and foremost, from the refusal of pensions to the dizzying increase in prices, to price caps which, rather than solving, have created and continue to create the black market, giving rise to a galloping devaluation, without a measure aimed at affecting exports of capital abroad, while high profits continue to thrive in many sectors of big capital, large farmers, and monopolies. We are witnessing the threat to the freedom of demonstrations and strikes and the return of the armed police in war gear in front of schools and factories, shooting and killing young students like Roberto Franceschi and young workers like Roberto Piacentini with impunity, who they add to the many victims paving the road to freedom in our country. We not only consider these fallen and wounded of today's resistance as our comrades, but we are committed to fighting to prevent these barbaric and infamous methods from being reinstated. Today we have a government that goes from bypassing Parliament to acting as if Parliament no longer existed or no longer counted for anything, up to action to urge municipalities not to recognize the powers of the regions, up to acts of repression in course in factories and schools, up to the sale of other military bases to American imperialism. 585. Kino, to the collapse of the school reform, and we could well say of all the reforms. I do not want to continue listing all the things done and not done by the current government to aggravate the situation even further, to aggravate the subordination of our country to the Atlantic military organization and to the policy of American imperialism, to the policy of NATO, to further limit what little remains of our country's independence, to make us responsible together with Portugal, Spain, Greece, Turkey, countries dominated by fascist dictatorships, for the certainly not peaceful initiatives of the military policy of the United States in the Mediterranean. Without a parliamentary base and support in the country, the current government tries to support itself by relying on internal and international power centers that are enemies of democracy, mobilizing and encouraging the most reactionary forces that exist and pollute the state apparatus, the police, the judiciary, the armed forces, public and private companies. There is an ever more evident tendency of this government to suffocate more and more de facto, not with words which are often ambiguous and persuasive, any democratic dialectic, to create a regime situation, to monopolize all the existing decision-making forces, to monopolize the press, the means of communication and mass information, to prevent any democratic reform, from the university field to that of agricultural contracts, to health care and urban planning. We have now arrived at the police arrest bill, which would take us back to the dark times of fascism, when Italians could be stopped and arrested on the street or at any time of the day or night, not for crimes committed, but for an alleged opinion of danger. There is no doubt that all the democratic and resistance forces in the first place, young and old, must employ all their energies, in united and fighting initiatives in Parliament and outside Parliament to prevent this bill is approved. 586. What are? But there are no doubts about the dangers of the current situation. If anything, doubts arise about what to do. Everyone feels that it is necessary for the country to have a direction, a government that governs on the basis of the principles of our Constitution in the interest of all the Italian people and of the working classes first and foremost. Ours is a republic founded on work. These words were not written at random, but had and have a precise meaning. Whoever dictated and approved that first article of our Constitution knew that it is impossible to govern a civilized country, it is impossible to govern democratically without and against organized workers, without and against the working class and united workers. The factories or schools of a capitalistically advanced country cannot be made to function permanently through repression. We know, the great Italian industrialists once chose the path of the harshest repression, the path of fascism, but history has shown that they did not choose the right path. They found themselves after 20 years with their factories ruined, destroyed by bombings, and the country brought to ruin. Democracy in our country has already perished once because it was unable to defend itself, because too many accomplices of fascism were hiding in delicate bodies of the state. Democracy and the Italian people have paid heavily with 20 years of dictatorship, with disastrous wars, with the ruin of the country for not having fought the danger in time, for having had a government that called itself liberal, but which did not know how to defend freedom, rights, and with rights the life of man and citizen. What to do? We are aware, said Boldrini, that the question of cutting the roots of fascism, which finds its origins in industrial and financial concentrations and in those large families that have dominion over social, economic, political, and social life, is still open. Cultural. I do not intend to repeat that today a large part of workers and public opinion feel the urgent need to achieve a truly democratic and progressive change as soon as possible. I would like to limit myself to recalling what we have decided to do, what we think we, as ANPI, can do to help make the broadest contribution to changing the current situation. We recently decided to mobilize all the ANPIs to carry out a permanent action, I.E. 587. Effective and adequate vigilance against fascist provocations. No provocation must be tolerated, every provocation must have a prompt and adequate united and mass response. We do not want either brawls or guerrilla warfare, but no anti-fascist, no man of the resistance is willing to tolerate provocations, the assault on our offices, to offer the other cheek to fascist provocateurs. We don't want a fight for the sake of a fight, but let it be clear that we are not willing to suffer fascist aggression and violence. We are committed to demanding a parliamentary investigation into those responsible for and financiers of the neo-fascist movement, and to request the immediate dissolution of the fascist squad and paramilitary organizations. Two such requests already existed in the chamber presented by the communists and socialists. The day before yesterday we presented a similar one to the Senate, in which we asked the government to fully apply the laws and the most rigorous repression of fascist squad violence, and to proceed with the immediate dissolution of all fascist groups and paramilitary organizations. Neo-fascism is outlawed, the Constitution prohibits it. However, neo-fascists are used by the surviving reactionary groups in the fight against left-wing parties and movements. The Republic and democratic governments are founded on the Constitution, and the Constitution arose from the resistance. Resorting to fascists and accepting their votes means violating the law, betraying the Constitution. The oath that men of government and statesmen take of loyalty to the Constitution cannot and must not be a formal right. There is an article in the Constitution that declares fascism illegitimate, which punishes anyone who is responsible for apologizing for fascism. Nor are confusions permissible. We cannot speak of two extremes until the Constitution is applied. We cannot speak of order until those who govern have the laws of the state applied by all the organs of the state. And it is a very sad example that has been given to citizens and young people in particular, in the past 25 years, by the governments that have succeeded one another in power, and perhaps also due to the weakness of democratic forces, by governments and state bodies that do not apply and they don't enforce the laws. Because those who have the duty to apply and enforce the laws and do not do so contribute to discrediting the laws, authorizing everyone to violate them. If democracy is not an effective reality in the country, if young people do not find it in the seriousness and serenity of their studies. 588. In the security of their future, in the daily reality of life, propaganda and words are useless. Nor can we wait for the parliamentary investigations to be completed. We are committed to promoting throughout the country the initiative of a popular petition for the immediate dissolution of fascist organizations and the immediate approval and implementation of a parliamentary inquiry into those responsible, promoters, financiers and supporters of the reorganization of fascism in Italy, and on the collusions that this attempt at reorganization finds in certain sectors of the state apparatus. What is the petition for? Some ANPI have already started collecting signatures for the petition and have done well. What is the purpose of the petition and the collection of signatures? It is clear that it must serve to mobilize Italian citizens even more widely, to make them aware of the serious danger facing our country. It must above all serve to isolate the fascists as plague victims, to make them and their accomplices feel that they are an ostracism from the nation, they are not part of the national community, it serves to point out the fascists and their accomplices to the contempt of every democratic citizen. It serves to broaden unity even further in the fight against fascism. Furthermore, the petition should not be seen as the only initiative to fight against fascism, nor as an initiative in itself. It is not the only initiative that the ANPI is proposing. I repeat, it serves to broaden unity even further in the fight against fascism. We are for a unity that is certainly not limited to a signature, but the signature against fascism must then serve to advance unity in practice, to achieve unity on the problems that most torment and worry the working and popular masses every day. The initiative of the petition must serve to develop widespread work, house by house, to create a unity in the fight against fascism which is expressed not only at the top of parties, trade unions, democratic associations, a unity of young people and the elderly in the fight against fascism and against those who encourage it, support it, and use it. Let it express itself in every home, in every neighborhood, in every factory, in every school. We are for a unit to fight against fascism that has its anti-fascist committees in every factory, in every neighborhood, in every village. 589. 30 years ago, during the resistance, we were the driving forces of the CLN, but we have always wanted and supported that the CLN, in order to truly represent the popular masses, arose in every factory, in every neighborhood, in every school, in every village, and they directly represented the workers, peasants, young people, women, intellectuals, and all the population who actively wanted to work against the Germans and the fascists. In this united struggle we do not exclude anyone, there is room for everyone. We are the first to want and applaud the students when they take the field together with the workers, and when the workers find themselves with the students in the fight for school reform and for their jobs. In this united struggle there is room for all those communist, socialist, Catholic, non-party forces that truly intend to work to put an end to the current situation and fight against fascism, fight for those reforms which alone can eradicate the roots of fascism. Obviously we do not agree and cannot agree with those who knowingly or childishly lend themselves to fascist provocations, or with those who, instead of attacking those responsible for the current situation, attack workers' parties and associations, with those who in any case tend to bring about new ruptures between the working class and the workers. Today, faced with the offensive of the reactionary right, the first and most important task is that of the unity of all democratic and anti-fascist forces, of all young and old anti-fascists. And we must try to convince and persuade those who are not for this unity. Everything that unites in the fight against fascism must be supported, everything that divides the front of the struggle must be rejected. Today it is a question of having an increasingly greater, ever broader force in defense of democracy. It is a question of moving this unitary force as a powerful lever to change the course of current politics, to pave the way for the effective participation of the working masses to the direction of the internal and international politics of our country. We have committed to holding a conference on the problems of justice and the judiciary, as well as a conference on young people and the resistance, during this year. Young people look at us with great sympathy. We want young people to be with us. We are among those who can best make themselves heard by them. Even when they hold opinions that we consider wrong and we criticize, even when they follow wrong paths, we must not consider them as enemies, we must rather ask ourselves if we have. 590. We did everything possible to make ourselves known, to make known what the resistance was, what fascism was. There is none of us who claims to possess the absolute truth, nor does he want to have a monopoly on struggles and initiatives. In work and in the fight against reactionary and fascist forces, there is room for everyone. But naturally there is also none of us who is willing to go on leave as if one generation could pass the task of initiative and struggle to another. We are committed to holding a conference whose theme is the problems and function of the armed forces in a democratic and anti-fascist republic. We are committed to holding a large national gathering of partisan, anti-fascist forces, young people and elderly people of the resistance. We are committed to holding a conference on culture, anti-fascism and the resistance. Since experience teaches us that in a country threatened by a reactionary political and social involution, the first to be affected is culture, it is the freedom of opinion and artistic expression in theater, cinema, radio, and television. The first form of freedom to be affected together with workers' rights is culture. The rest would come later if he let himself do it. These initiatives must not be limited only to large national initiatives, but must give rise to similar initiatives on a provincial and regional scale. Without expectations of who should do it first and who should do it later, without worrying about whether in one place it will be possible to hold the youth conference first and in another place the one on the problems of the judiciary, without the fear of proposing and implementing one or more initiatives that are not foreseen in our plan, but which appear to be useful and achievable in this or that province. Only due to lack of time, not out of forgetfulness, I did not talk about our international commitments. In recent days we have welcomed both the recognition of the German Democratic Republic, and the success of the Conference for European Security, and the solidarity initiatives with the countries still oppressed by fascism, and those to ensure peace in the Mediterranean, in the Middle East and for put an end to war and the aggressive policy of imperialism which increasingly threatens the independence, freedom, and peace of peoples. With this set of initiatives, we open the 30th anniversary of the Resistance, which must be a year not of celebrations. There will also be these, not of speeches to the dead, which certainly. 591. We will not forget, but of mobilization of the living. It must be a year in which we must commit ourselves to making an active contribution in initiatives and in the fight to attack the most stubborn roots of fascism. There is a living fascism that is not only expressed in those nostalgic for a past that can no longer return, but in the reactionary and conservative forces that, whatever their mask and their view, in woolen or double-breasted suits, want to prevent the renewal of the old structures of our country, the implementation of those political and social reforms essential to advance Italian society, to truly make it progress, to create an effective democracy that guarantees peace, freedom, and well-being for all Italians. Against this fascism, the ANPI will fight hard not with words, but with those united initiatives that contribute not to keeping an association alive, but to defending and advancing democracy in our country. 592. Appendix. Secchia's 50 Years. Biographical Notes by Maurizio Ferrara. For a biographical profile of Pietro Secchia we report in reprint the speech by Maurizio Ferrara given on the occasion of the celebration of the 50th anniversary of the birth of Pietro Secchia and published in a booklet edited by the Communist Federation of Biella and Valsesia on March 12, 1954 entitled, Secchia, A Life Serving the People. The booklet contains, the best wishes of the comrades of the party direction to Pietro Secchia, the best wishes of the party expressed by Luigi Longo, and Secchia's response, biographical notes of Pietro Secchia edited by Maurizio Ferrara, greetings from Guido Sola and by Orest Momhello, Secchia's speech, for a new direction in Italian politics, the demonstrations in Rome, Biella and Cassato, illustrations. Moments in the life of Pietro Secchia. Pietro Secchia in 1945. Comrade Pietro Secchia was born 50 years ago, on December 19, 1903, in Accuse Superiore, a town in the Biella area. His father Giovanni, a farmer, worked from morning to evening in a small rented field. In 1915 he left his family, was called back to war and returned like hundreds of thousands of farmers at the end of 1918, disillusioned, wounded, sick and penniless. He found the family impoverished, scattered, and ruined. Secchia's mother, during the war, had returned to her job as a textile worker and, already worn out, she had fallen ill from overwork, and shortly after she died. The greatest poverty had fallen on the family and Pietro Secchia, at the age of 13, had to abandon school and went to Biella to earn his living by working in the administration of a belt factory. At 15 he began to read books, newspapers, and political magazines. His father began to take him with him to the Socialist Club. And Pietro Secchia, 16 years old, on November 7, 1919, without asking anyone for authorization, immediately founded a youth club in his village. Someone from the Biella Federation went to see what was happening, and the club, which had 60 members, was immediately included in the Socialist Youth Federation. Pietro Secchia shortly after joined the Federal Committee of the city's Youth Federation, and since then Secchia's life has not ceased for a single moment to be dedicated entirely to party work. His father, at first, regretted it. Sometimes in the evening, when Pietro had not yet returned, before going to sleep he would leave a note on the table with his recommendations. He had peasant handwriting, wide and tall. His children said it was like D'Annunzio's, and often when Pietro returned late at night his brother would warn him, "Be careful, on the table over there is a proclamation from D'Annunzio." They were the father's notes: "Be careful, you will lose your job, I'm telling you, for your own good." And in fact Pietro Secchia soon lost his job. In April 1920, directed by the movement of Ordine Nuovo, the hand strike broke out in Turin and spread to the whole of Piedmont. Secchia also went on strike, and his job was lost. In 1922 he lost another job when he took part in the legalitarian general strike called by the Labor Alliance before the March on Rome. In February 1923 he had to emigrate to Milan in search of work. There, Secchia worked as a laborer and bricklayer, transported bricks and mixed lime on the construction sites that arose for the construction of the university. It was not that was the only time in which his existence forced him to work as a worker. He was a decorator in France, he worked in workshops in Paris, he was a mechanic in Turin, at Fiat Dietto. Even today he maintains that those experiences were fundamental for him. They helped him complete his education as a communist and revolutionary and understand better the life and needs of the working class. Meanwhile, the political struggle in Italy was becoming increasingly bitter. Between arrests and trials, Secchia continued on his path. He moved from city to city and from assignment to assignment. He was secretary of the FGC of Biella in 1921 and 22. Then in 1925 he was secretary of the FGC of Turin. In 1924, meanwhile, as a representative of the young people he had also participated in the V Congress of the Communist International in Moscow. In 1926, at the age of 23, he became a member of the CC and of the National Secretariat of the FGC. At that time he had already been in prison twice. Tried for the first time in 1923, he was acquitted during the preliminary investigation, arrested a second time in May 1925 on the threshold of a factory, while he was distributing posters against Mattatti's crime. He was sentenced to 3 months. But the third arrest, on November 6, 1925 in Trieste, where he had gone on a propaganda tour among the soldiers, earned him 10 months in prison. In November 1926, after the Bologna attack against Mussolini, the party entered into the most rigid illegality. Then began the second period of Pietro Secchia's life. After the exceptional laws, Longo wrote in May 1945, Secchia was the soul of the resistance and of the anti-fascist organization. He worked for the anti-fascist organization. He worked for the youth organization, for that of the party. He was a manager and inspector, he was a journalist and printer. Since 1928 he has been a member of the CC of the party, and from March of the same year he was representative of the Youth Federation in the party secretariat. He became part of this after the victorious fight he waged between 1929 and 1930 against opportunism. Secchia's vote within the secretariat was decisive in putting the 3 leaders of opportunism in a minority. Secchia in fact voted with Togliatti, with Longo, and with Greco against the 3, who, from that moment defeated, moved on to more blatant of factionalism and betrayal. The sense of the turning point given to the work of the party in that difficult and harsh moment was fully interpreted by Secchia. He remained in Italy throughout 1927, only in 1928 did he go abroad. But his trips to Italy were frequent and long. He was in Italy in 28 itself, in 29, in 30 and finally on his last trip on New Year's Eve in 1931. Looking back today, Secchia's activity in those years is something prodigious. What was Secchia's name in that period it's difficult to say, his documents and passports never stood still, like him. However, one nickname always remained with him, and it was the one under which hundreds and thousands of his companions knew him. It was the name that had already been found for him some time ago. Longo Bot, the diminutive of Bottecchia, the popular Italian runner who outpaced his opponents in the streets and always crossed the finish line on time. For 5 years, from 26 to 31, Bot spun the fabric of the party organization wherever he managed to get. The results of Secchia's patient and tenacious work, always based not on a dry manifestation of activism but on the clear Marxist vision of the problems to be solved, were seen above all in the first months of 1931 during the preparation of the V Congress of the Cologne Party. Dusseldorf. The delegates who then went to Cologne did not leave with their eyes closed, but after having participated in party discussions in which the party line, the internal and international situation, organizational questions, etc. had been examined, it was naturally a question of special congresses organized in an exceptional way. For example, in Turin, the Congress was held in 6 separate meetings. The same happened in Milan and Genoa, while in La Spezia the Congress was held in a farmhouse and lasted Saturday night and the whole Sunday. In other provinces, such as Emilia, it was instead possible in Secchia to hold larger meetings where the discussion was lively and where delegations were born after long debate, after regular votes. This was the political aspect of the preparatory work for the Congress. At the same time, Secchia directed the organization of the passage of delegates abroad. The work lasted, exhausting and extremely dangerous, for a whole 3 months. But the OVRA had managed to bring down a large part of the Turin organization in that period and had made numerous arrests. Before leaving for the Congress, Secchia decided to make one last effort to try to resume contact with Turin. He went to the city, found a group of delegates to the Congress who had come from Sicily and remained without contact due to the arrests made in those days. He supplied them with documents and money and gave them a final appointment for the same evening. But Bot missed that appointment. Having gone to another appointment in the afternoon in an attempt to resume contact with the Turin organization, Vovra arrested him, and that same evening Bot was already in the Turin prisons. It was April 3, 1931. The announcement of his arrest was dramatic to the comrades gathered at the Cologne Congress. Togliatti made the announcement from the rostrum and the Congress stood and listened to the news of the fall of Comrade Bot. His name was acclaimed among those of the honorary presidency of that V Congress for whose success Secchia had sacrificed his freedom. Having entered prison on April 3, 1931 at the age of 28, Secchia was to regain his freedom only on August 13, 1943, at the age of 40, after having spent 12 years, 4 months, and 10 days in captivity, between prison and confinement. Arrested in Turin on April 3, 1931, Secchia was sentenced in Rome by the Special Court in January 1932 to 17 years and 9 months in prison. In the full courtroom of the court, in the face of the militia general who acted as president, he made the following statement in a loud voice: "As a member of the Central Committee of the PCI, I declare that I take full responsibility for all the activities carried out by my party in Italy from the moment of the exceptional laws of November 1926 until today. Personally, I have participated in this activity in the widest possible way, fighting with all my strength for the overthrow of the fascist regime." He was later expelled from the classroom, and was carried away by the Carabinieri shouting, "Long live the Communist Party, long live the International." Secchia remained in prison in the penitentiaries of Lucca and Civitavecchia for over 5 years. The sentence was reduced to following the amnesties. He was released in April 1936. That is, he was assigned to confinement, first in Ponza and then in Ventoine. The memory of Secchia in these periods is still alive today of all his companions, who suffered with him and they fought. Secchia had contacts with the party's center and abroad by means of messages that left and arrived with the most fantastic systems. He received real telegrams from outside, having received, for example, a pair of socks, Secchia took them off and the socks became a large ball of thread, full of dots and dashes, which deciphered according to the Morse alphabet bore reports of congresses, party resolutions, news, indications, decisions. In imperceptible handwriting, on cigarette papers, Secchia wrote with the patience of a Carthusian all the necessary instructions and messages. During a stay in Regina Coeli, Secchia and Reali even brought out Unita, making the means for writing themselves. That rare example of the party organ had as paper some white sheets torn from a book, the ink had been obtained from a mixture of water and shoe polish, 2 nibs had been stolen from the infirmary and the inkwell had been made by modeling candle wax. This singular issue of Unita even bore the mark of the printer and the responsible director. Naturally the printing office was that of Regina Coeli and the prison director himself was indicated as responsible director. From 1936 onwards, during confinement, the organization of illegal political life was further perfected. In confinement, Secchia had become a great guarded person continually guarded by a guard who never abandoned him. Nonetheless, he managed to organize everything possible, from the escapes of some comrades, to real party schools equipped with pantries, real secret libraries, with deposits of books and magazines. Despite everything, throughout all the years of prison and confinement Secchia was always an example and guide for everyone, at all times. So his effort and his ability to keep abreast of the political situation meant that when he was released from prison on August 13, 1943, after 12 years of isolation, Secchia was not a survivor. He did not find himself disoriented in the new situation politics, but was able to immediately resume his leadership position in the workers' movement. This return to work immediately is not just a matter of speaking. Having left Ventotene on August 13, 1943, the following day he was in Rome where he resumed contact with the other comrades of the party direction. Then, having gone to Biella, he rested for 48 hours. He had been missing from home for 20 years and perhaps those were the only 48 hours of rest that Secchia allowed himself from 1919 to 1943, having returned close to his father, his sister, his old aunt, the party aunt. On September 7 he was in Rome with Longo and Scocimero and the other comrades of the direction, and here with his comrades, the day after the armistice the party organizations were mobilized. But truism of the people is frustrated by the flight of the generals. On the same evening in which the Germans entered Rome, on behalf of the Directorate he resumed the road to the north to bring the first directives for the partisan fight. He stops in Florence and Bologna and arrives in Milan on the 13th. Secchia traces the first lines of action on the struggle in Val Sesia. Then he returned to Milan and here with Longo who in the meantime had joined him in the north to take over the direction of the party in northern Italy, he quickly became the soul of the resistance. He is in fact the General Commissioner of the Garibaldi Brigades incorporated into the CVL, of which Longo is the Deputy Commander. In this period Bott no longer only organized meetings and conferences under the nose of the Vovra, but directed the Garibaldi Brigades under the eyes of the SS. In October 1944 and March 1945 he held the organizational report at the meetings of the insurrectional triumvirates. At the same time he participated in the elaboration and direction of Nostra Lotta, Del Unita and Il Combattente which became newspapers distributed in thousands of copies. Longo and Secchia directed the great unity movement of the communists in the CLN in the north, in contact with Togliatti who launched the great slogan of national unity. After April 25 Secchia returned to Rome. Once the single leadership of the party was reconstituted, he became a member, responsible for the organization. That was the period of construction by the new party. The party was born which in 1946 would put itself at the head of the people to overthrow the monarchy, which in 1947 would conquer hundreds of municipalities in the administrative elections, which would be able to resist and counterattack the reactionary wave unleashed from 1947 to 1948. From 1948 Secchia was Deputy Secretary General of the Communist Party. Furthermore, the party calls him to represent it in all the parliamentary assemblies that have taken place up to now. Secchia was a member of the National Council in 1946. He was elected deputy to the Constituent Assembly on June 2. He was a senator by right in 1948, and on June 7 he was triumphantly re-elected in Tuscany. Today Secchia, once again, is for the entire party, from the young comrades who came to fight in the resistance to the elderly of 1921, one of those comrades whose life is identified with the life of the party itself. But Secchia's biography is the biography not only of a party man, it is the biography of an Italian who brings with him, in his history as a man and a fighter, the lively and passionate representation of a large part of the history of Italy. When Secchia left confinement on August 13, 1943, he found on his path what not even fascism had ever managed to snatch from him. He found the party in the thousand and thousand new comrades that the sacrifice of 12 years before him had helped to create. This was perhaps the best reward for Bot, having rediscovered the party from which they had tried in vain to separate him, stronger than before. Maurizio Ferrara printed in July 1973 by Litografia Leschiera via Perugino 21 Cologno Monzese, Milan. It's a kind of 30-year story, wrote Pietro Secchia in a letter to the publisher. Having passed away a few days after completing this last work, Secchia lives again here through a unitary connection, a sort of red thread that runs through all his writings, the constant concern to carefully study, in the period between 1945 and 1973, the variations of contradictions, changes in the balance of power, to increasingly identify the main enemy and the best way to fight it, strengthening the broadest unity of the popular masses around the working class. From every writing, from every speech, this continuous concern emerges to conduct a concrete analysis of the concrete situation on the basis of the fundamental principles of Marxism-Leninism. The example of a fighter and revolutionary leader and the teaching of Pietro Secchia will live on after his death. He will continue to speak beyond the official silences, and this will be inevitable because the truth for a communist is never, on the underlying problems, the same as for a social democrat. p. 540. Pietro Secchia was born on December 19, 1903 in Accuse Superiore, a small village in the Biella area. Manual labor and political militia presented themselves to him together at a young age. I was not yet 20 years old and I was a militant of a great party and a great idea, he wrote in 1953. I worked as a bricklayer. My hands became covered in sores while unloading bricks, I staggered under the weight of the bags of cement. But then everything is a matter of habit, my hands developed calluses, my legs no longer wobbled, and I learned to easily climb scaffolding and walkways. I later worked in a workshop in Paris, I was a decorator in Vienna, and a mechanic at Fiat Dieto. Then came prison and the rest, for me and many other comrades. Secretary of the FGC of Biella in 1921-22, he went in 1924 as a youth representative to the V Congress of the Communist International in Moscow. In 1926, at the age of 23, he was a member of the CC. At this time he has already known prison 3 times. In 1931 he was arrested in Turin by the OVRA, and the following year he was sentenced to 17 years and 9 months in prison. He spent the rest of his youth in the prisons of Lucca, then in those of Civitavecchia, then in confinement in Ponza and Ventotene. But his action continues, as always, tirelessly and fruitfully. The prisons are transformed into party schools, thus forming the backbone of future communist cadres. On August 13, 1943, Secchia was freed. General Commissioner of the Garibaldi Brigades, he organizes the resistance with Longo, militarily and ideologically. After the liberation he became a member of the party leadership, responsible for the organization. In 1946 he was a member of the National Council. In 1948 he became Deputy National Secretary of the party. Member of the Constituent Assembly, in 1948 he was elected senator and remained Vice President of the Senate from 1963 to 1972. In addition to direct political action, Pietro Secchia carried out great work as a historian whose most important stages are, the Communists and the Insurrection, 1943 to 1945, Rome, 1954, Their Monte Rosa Came Down to Milan, written with Miscatelli, Turin, 1958, The Resistance and the Allies, written with Frascati, Milan, 1962, History of the Resistance. The War of Liberation in Italy, 1943 to 1945, written with Frascati, Rome, 1965, The Action Carried Out by the Communist Party in Italy During Fascism, 1926-1932, Milan, 1970, Italian Communist Party and the War of Liberation, 1943 to 1945, Milan, 1973. Also worth mentioning. G. M. Cerruti, Imperia, 1954, Capitalism and the Working Class in the Wool Center of Italy, Rome, 1960, Aldo says, 26 for 1. History of April 25, 1954, Milan, 1963, The Weapons of Fascism, 1921-1971, Milan, 1971. Pietro Secchia died on July 7, 1973 from the after effects of a poisoning suffered the previous year upon returning from a trip to Chile.